Good morning. Morning, everyone. If you will please turn your cell phones to something that's reasonably quiet, please, and take your seats. The December 6, 2017 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., the following Friday 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit back of the chambers and go out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. However, if you did not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with our agenda and our ceremonials, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Rachel Baker, the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Las Vegas, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, and thank you for doing this.
Good morning. Let us take a moment and reflect. Spirit of life, source of love and justice, we have gathered here today to do the work of building a fair, just, and equitable path for the community which we represent and which we share. May we step into this work today inspired by hope and fairness, our hearts and ears open. May we remember that we represent the needs and dreams of all members of our rich, diverse community in all of its struggles and all of its thriving. May the words that we speak here be as kind and humble as they are passionate and honest, always faithful to the trust and responsibility we've been given by the people of this city. May our actions be grounded in the common purpose of creating a fair, just, and equitable path for this community. Please join me now in a moment of silence, humble in the presence of the work before you and the beckoning spirit within. May we be reminded always that we are all interdependent upon each other, each to each, into a broad and rich community. May every word spoken or action taken in this chamber be in service to the health and thriving of this community. In gratitude for the service of those gathered here today, I say, may it always be so. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And here we come for the ceremonials. Oh my, what a morning. Whew. Good morning, everyone. This is our ceremonial portion of our agenda. Before we begin today, I want to be certain that everyone knows about our Hearts for Vegas display located in this facility at City Hall on the second floor. I want to thank everyone who has shared with messages of support with us and made donations because of the tragic events of October 1st. As our community has continued to grieve and continued to try to heal, we've had so many kind calls, emails, thoughts, works of art, banners, prayers, and even poems and songs written, sharing with us the grief that we all feel. These Hearts for Las Vegas come from cities around our nation and from people all over the world, actually. We have cards and wishes from churches, from governments, from cities, communities, older folk, students of all ages. So we wanted to share these well wishes with our community through our Office of Cultural Affairs. They have put together the display with the help of the local artist, J.K. Russ, which will remain at City Hall throughout the month. Next year, I don't mean 1919, 1918, in January, we will begin a rotation of this display to other different locales throughout our city and in city buildings to give other people and other members of our community an opportunity to enjoy and the reverence of this beautiful exhibit. The messages are warm and, of course, sensitive. For each of them, we are particularly grateful, and especially at this season of the year as we reflect on the hardships for so many. We have with us today, I think, we do, our wonderful former Congresswoman, who forever is Congresswoman to us all, and of course by protocol, Shelley Berkley, who, if you'll come up here, she is also the president of Touro University, and joining us with some of her students who have a special tribute they want to make to our community healing garden. And I'd like to invite you and have you say a few words. This is so wonderful. And our garden, for those of you who don't know where it is, it's at East Charleston and Casino Center Boulevard. It's a beautiful tribute. It was done entirely through volunteer effort and funding, and really is an expression of the love so many people have for those who are so terribly stricken by this horrible act. So, Congresswoman, yay you. You are the best.
How are you?
We are so grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Like everyone else in our community, the tragedy of October 1st affected the students and faculty and staff at Touro University. We had students that were doing their rotations in the hospitals and were in the front line when those that were injured were transported to the hospitals. We had students and faculty actually at the concert, and we had student and faculty that actually lost loved ones and friends and acquaintances that evening. The students, the very next day when I arrived at school, had contacted our Dean of Students, Phil Tompkins, and wanted to do something. We held a memorial service, and in addition to that, my students wanted to do so much more. So they raised money by selling T-shirts and bracelets and everything else for the Victims Fund, but we also had a group of students, and I have with me our two students. Now, they have graduated already. They are practicing nurses, but at the time they were students at Touro, Sarah McKnight and Anna Davis, and they decided, the nurses decided that they wanted to raise money for the healing garden, and I think that was so appropriate for nurses. And so what I would like to do at this time is turn the microphone over to the students so they could make a presentation to the City Council through you.
Absolutely.
Ladies?
Good morning. My name is Sarah McKnight, and this is Anna Davis. And as Ms. Berkeley just said, we are graduates of the School of Nursing from Touro University, Nevada. And on behalf of the BSN class of 2017C, we would like to present this check for Mayor Goodman for the use of the Healing Garden project downtown. The Healing Garden is very special to myself personally, but I know to the community as well. And I think that it's not only a reminder of those who lost their lives, but it's also a place for our community to come together, to heal, to grieve. And it's also a reminder of how our community came together immediately after this tragedy. So to be able to donate to this project to make sure that the garden is maintained and that people can still continue over the next however long to continue to visit the garden to heal.
So Mayor Goodman, we truly are honored to be able to contribute to a wonderful project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This is my name.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
This is, you know, the garden, I don't know how many of you have actually spent any time there and walking or just sitting, but there's a serenity there, and you find people from all over that really are just very quiet and reverent. I mean, it really is a very special garden because it came from the love of our community and people who live around the country, but were here at that time and wanted to work and do something tangible that they could really feel that whatever they were doing. And of course, we had asked for blood, but we were so overwhelmed by the response that we didn't have enough technicians. We just couldn't cope. And so for those humans that were out there that were so phenomenal, that wanted to feel something, touch something, because it was so tragic. So this gesture, and by being in the health field and the caring field, what you do, we're so just very proud of you. We're grateful to Touro, Congresswoman, and please just know from City Council and from everyone who is going to find serenity and recollect being there. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Wonderful. Thank you.
Would it be a terrible imposition if my students took a picture?
Absolutely. Please, can our council come over for a picture? And that's beautiful. So where's Shane? Organize us. Is that good? Are you far enough away, Shane? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful. I have to check. You all can play with the cardboard. I got the good stuff here. Thank you. Okay, so next, for our next item, we have Councilman Soroka is going to do something very special.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Today we have a special guest with us, but first I'd like to explain a little bit about it before we introduce 104-year-old Jim Downing, a survivor of Pearl Harbor. Tomorrow is the 76th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Things were much different then. Our country was in a much different place in the world at that time. We were not the economic powerhouse we are today. In fact, we were still recovering from the Great Depression. Our economy was questionable. At that time, our military was not the most respected institution in the United States of America as it is today. It was not considered the most capable organization in the world today, then as it is today. In fact, our military was questionable. Our place in the world was questionable. We did not know where we wanted to stand. There was conflict in Europe. There was conflict in the Pacific that had been going on for decades. Our national policies reflected a lack of knowledge and understanding of different cultures around the world at the time. And ultimately, a power in a different part of the world reacted to our policies. And there was an attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. You may not know, 8 hours later, there was an attack on U.S. forces in the Philippines in an attempt to disable what little military we had. Fortunately for us, we had an unproven fleet of ships called aircraft carriers not in the harbor that day. Military aviation had yet to be proven as a powerful force in a conflict. It was questionable. And then, let alone putting aviation on a ship, many argued against it. We came out of that war in a very different way than we entered that war. Following that conflict, we had the greatest economic boom in the history of the world. We came out of that war as a superpower, and now many call us the lone superpower. We wield our soft power around the world globally today. And we are standing on the shoulders of those we now call the greatest generation. It is because of them that we have the privileges and the problems that we have today. Some say the problems would be considered Cadillac problems compared to those that were of Mr. Jim Downing's generation. So today we have the honor to have Jim Downing, both a member of the greatest generation and a member of a community little understood today called veterans. Jim, while I'm reading this, I would invite you and Carol, your caregiver, to come forward, and if you would pull right alongside here, let me tell a little bit about Jim. Let me tell you a little bit about him. What a warm reception. Thank you. Mr. Jim Downing was born August 22nd in 1913. For comparison's sake, that's the same year stainless steel was invented. He was born in Oak Grove, Missouri, and he left home to join the Navy when he was 19. He was stationed in Hawaii and was at Pearl Harbor when the Japanese attacked on December 7th, 1941. During the attack, Jim was unable to reach his ship. He jumped on the USS Tennessee, slid down its gun barrel, and landed on the USS West Virginia. That's the fastest travel across state lines I've ever heard. His ship was hit with 9 torpedoes and was on fire. While trying to put out the fires, Jim recognized and memorized the names of all his comrades who had fallen and later wrote home to their parents, letting them know their sons died as heroes. In 2013, Colorado's U.S. Representative Doug Lamborn entered Jim into the congressional record with a special declaration. Today, at 104 years of age, Jim Downing is the second oldest known survivor of the Pearl Harbor attack of 1941 that killed more than 2,400 Americans. In August 2017, the Guinness Book of World Records named Jim the world's oldest male author, having published his book, The Other Side of Infamy, detailing his Pearl Harbor experience and his incredible military career. And in honor of today, members of the council and the mayor, Jim has signed books. They're on the counter behind you for each one of us, and he's presenting them to us. And for everybody else, Jim is having a book signing in Henderson at the Barnes & Noble today at 4 p.m. If only we all had so much energy, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Jim Downing.
It's your turn.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Colonel and distinguished members of the council and this great audience. Thank you so much for the privilege of being here. I accept this honor in the name of the 23 million veterans we have. We have 1.3 million on active duty, backed up by 800,000 reserves, but we're every place. the 23 million us. Of that number, 1.4 are disabled. Another 250,000 suffer from distress syndrome. And sadly, 93rd, I can say it in a minute here. 93,000 are homeless. The members of the Great Generation are dying at the rate of 300 per day. And of that number, 22 take their own lives every day. I was present when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor 76 years ago tomorrow, and can summarize my feelings in about 4 or 5 words. The first was surprise and shock that they could penetrate our defenses. We only knew in those days what we saw with our eyes. There were no satellites. Radar was not trusted. And so the first Japanese plane I saw was flying in my direction low and slow. When he got it, what he considered was the right angle to open his machine guns, he opened up. Fortunately, he didn't back far enough, and they went right over my head, dug a trench behind. I was afraid that the next pilot would be more accurate. So I went from surprise to shock to anger that our political and military leaders had allowed us to get in that situation. But the other emotion was pride. Our folks responded magnificently. Without training, without leadership, everybody instinctively knew what the right thing was to do and did it without any fear about their own safety. We only shot down 29 of their 360 airplanes, but another 74 were so damaged that they were useless, and many of them was pushed over the side when they got back to their carriers. Everybody was a hero. If the Department of Defense should ever decide to decorate those who deserved it, they would have to buy an ore mine in Utah, a cotton plantation in Texas, and a dye factory in New York to mold the metals and dye the ribbons that these folks deserve. So I'm here to represent all of them who were heroes that morning. I have opportunity to speak to many university students and others about what is happening. And I recall a message by President Ronald Reagan in the 1950s. He gave a speech called Peace Through Strength. And in this speech, he coined a 3-word phrase that I urge every American to memorize and to pass on. And that phrase is, weakness invites aggression. Weakness invites aggression. I saw a no parking sign the other day that said, don't even think about parking here. I tell the younger generation and the leaders of today, we must keep America so strong in cyberspace, in the skies, on the sea, under the sea, on the ground, so strong that any potential dictator will not even think about attacking us. So my message from Pearl Harbor is, remember Pearl Harbor, keep America strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Wow. Carol, I'll take that. I'm going to give him a word here. Wow. Thank you so much. Mr. Downing, and by the way, Mr. Downing served a 24-year military career spanning World War II, Korea, and other conflicts in defense of our nation. And the City of Las Vegas would like to present you with a certificate of recognition. Jim Downing, World War II, Pearl Harbor, and Korean War combat veteran. The Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Vegas thanks you for your service, sacrifices, commitment to the defense of our freedoms, and helping to ensure the safety and well-being of all members of the community in peacetime and peril. Dated December 6th, 2017, signed by all the Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members behind you. Mr. Downing, thank you so much. You honor us greatly.
Well, thank you. I accept this on behalf of all 23 million veterans.
Thank you, sir. Very gracious. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jim Downing. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Mayor, I'll return the podium and the stage to you. Thank you so much for that opportunity.
Unbelievable. I mean, just awesome. What a remarkable man.
Amazing.
And what a representative. And I mean, you know, so many of us aren't articulate enough. And look at the memory and look at all the statistics he shared with us. Remarkable. Sad time. And as if only we could all be so strong and focused. Woo. Anyway, the book, The Other Side, in case you want to go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble or anywhere else, The Other Side of Infamy, My Journey Through Pearl Harbor and the World of War. Beautiful. So thank you.
The introduction lets you know it is a good book. You can tell. It's a very good book. You can tell by the introduction. I really think a lot of people would like reading this.
So go online, take a look, find The Other Side of Infamy by Jim Downing. What an honor for us all to have had him come forward here in Las Vegas. So our next item, Councilman Barlow, you have something special going on here too.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, have your book. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read the book this weekend, so I'm looking forward to it. So, Mr. Downing, thank you so very much. Dowling, thank you so very much. And Councilman Soroka, that was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. That is wonderful. And I was just sharing with my colleagues back here that you mentioned that he was 104. I'm like, wow, he does not look 104. He looks great and speaks very well. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Pantry located at the Durfeld Senior Center in Lorenzi Park. I would like to invite the founder, Miss Rebecca Richard, to join me at the podium. So Rebecca, let's give her a round of applause as she comes. The founder of Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry. Good to see you again. The very first time that I saw Rebecca, she was 10 years old. And you're now how old? 14? Okay. Okay, good deal, good deal. Rebecca is a remarkable young lady who was 10 years old and in the 5th grade when she initially started the food pantry. Currently, she is a student at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy. Rebecca came up with this idea to start a food pantry after volunteering at the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. She had a vision to make sure that those in need would have a place to receive food. The pantry is an emergency food bank where food is distributed on a quarterly basis. The distribution months are January, April, July, and October. This pantry is run by Rebecca, the Durfeld staff, and Mother Hubbard's Cupboard volunteers. The funding for this pantry is solely by donations, both monetary and food. This is a multi-generational collaboration which allows our youth and seniors to work together in providing the community the help they desperately need. And so, as I understand, there are members here from Durfeld, so if you all will please come and stand with Rebecca as well. If you'll please come swiftly. Let's give them a round of applause as they come, because this is a community effort, making sure that our seniors in the community receive the much-needed food and nutritional value they are so deserving of. So you all could please come and stand on both sides of us. I'm pretty sure Rebecca would appreciate that as well. The pantry has been opened since July 20th, 2014. This is a remarkable achievement, as most food pantries only last a few months and barely get past the initial planning stages. What started out as an idea of a young girl has now blossomed into a project that has brought many members from the community together. On average, the pantry serves approximately 275 to 300 families per distribution. And so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as I prepare to pass the mic on to Rebecca, I would be remiss if I did not mention that Rebecca has a quote, and I read, "I know I can't change the world, but I can change a few lives one at a time." And so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Rebecca Richard a round of applause as she takes the microphone.
So I can't stress this enough that I wouldn't be where I am in front of all of you amazing people without each and every one of my volunteers. They have all taught me so much, and I wouldn't be where I am today without my partnerships, like the City of Las Vegas, and YNAP is a big part of our food pantry. I'm actually sitting on their board this year, which is really awesome because I used to go there and I would present for them, and I'm sitting on the board for them. And so I wouldn't be. A special round of applause to my wonderful volunteers. Thank you. Our next food distribution day is January 19th from 10 to noon. And I'm challenging the City of Las Vegas to do food drives for soup, because that's what we need. And monetary donations are always accepted. So thank you so much.
And thank you, Rebecca. And ladies and gentlemen, the vision of Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry states, "We envision communities where everyone has equal access to healthy, wholesome food and waste is minimized. We visualize a healthier society which is also self-sufficient and empowered to reach its full potential." So therefore, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge citizens to join us as we do hereby proudly proclaim December 6th, 2017 as Rebecca Richard Day here in the city of Las Vegas. You're so welcome and so deserving, Rebecca. Thank you for all that you do in this community. Okay? So if we can all come around, and mayor and council members, if we could just fill in the gap, and we'll take a photo with Rebecca on her special day.
If you want to stand up real quick. Look, I'm not shy. You never give me a mic. John. There's a there.
Give you chips for 20. That will take care of everybody.
That would be perfect. Jordan, Gerardo, thank you. They started on this. John. And Parks and Recreation, my department has really been a big supporter of letting my daughter's dreams come true. It's an opportunity that it's going to live forever. It's not just with the seniors, but also with the youth. She's been able to carry this program through elementary school, middle school, and now high school. And like she said, she's on the YNAP board. And she is still presenting, too. So she's looking for money from you guys also. But please, we're challenging the city for soup drives. And don't be afraid when you go out. Challenge the county. Challenge Henderson. Tell anybody you know about the pantry. The doors are always open. This is an amazing program that we have here, and that we're able to serve over 250 each quarter. So that's, our doors are open to anybody. So thank you.
And how do they send in a donation? Where do they contact?
Darafelt Senior Center, my direct line, it's 702-229-2238. I call back all the time. You can't have Becca's number, you can only have mine. So thank you again. Super surprised. You guys are wonderful for honoring her, so thank you. And we have our school counselor here, Miss Stacy Devison. Thank you.
All right, 2 hands.
Got it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you for
there's
everything.
enough
Oh,
for
yeah,
everybody.
yeah,
Got
thank
them?
you.
Thank you. We're so proud of you. This is so exciting. What a wonderful group. I just love it. And 4 years sure went by quickly. What a wonderful day we have here. It's just grand. Thank you all for coming down and for everything you do. And it certainly is. Makes you feel good on the holiday season. And for our final item this morning, Councilman Anthony is going to take over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. It is my honor today to recognize a great organization called the Trauma Intervention Program of Southern Nevada, commonly known as TIP. TIP is a nonprofit organization who is dedicated to ensuring that those who are emotionally traumatized in an emergency situation receive the assistance they need. TIP has a total of 57 volunteers that work closely with local emergency response agencies who request well-trained citizen volunteers to emergency scenes. They provide emotional and practical support to family members, witnesses, and other bystanders directly on scene during the investigative process. And actually, I have some personal experience. Retired Officer Gorski's over there, and I'm sure he does too. And I remember as a young cop showing up on really just crazy crime scenes with victims and witnesses and suspects, and who shows up to kind of help us organize that and keep a little focus and talk to the victims is TIP volunteers. And I remember them showing up, and they were very helpful because the officers could focus on the crime, and these TIP volunteers could really sit down with witnesses and victims and really give them the information that they need. So I appreciate the personal experience. And I would like to now invite the Chief Executive for TIP to come up here with me, Jill Roberts. Where's Jill? There she is. But that's not the reason why I'm recognizing TIP today. On October 1st, TIP was called by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department 10 minutes after the shooting tragedy at Mandalay Bay, asking them to respond. The volunteers were mobilized within 45 minutes, came out to the scene of the shooting, as well as to the Public Safety Command Center, Sunrise Hospital, UMC, Valley Hospital, Centennial Hills Hospital, and Spring Valley Hospital. Shortly after, TIP was called by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department headquarters and asked to organize and staff the Family Assistance Center at the Convention Center. For several days, TIP volunteers worked on a 24/7 basis. Remember, these are volunteers at the Convention Center, supporting families by providing death notifications, services, and other resources. Later, at the request of the coroner's office, TIP then transitioned from that location to the Family Information Center to serve the needs of family members who had lost a loved one as a result of the incident. TIP was also involved in multiple hospital debriefings with doctors, nurses, hospital staff at UMC, Spring Valley Hospital, and Valley Hospital. Just to give you a little comparison, in the entire year of 2016, TIP responded to 1,333 scenes of tragedy and assisted 7,190 citizens. By comparison, in response to the October 1st shooting, TIP was requested by emergency response system 62 times and worked with approximately 3,500 individuals to help them through this tragedy. At this point, I'd like to ask Jill Roberts to talk a little bit about the organization and fill in the blanks of anything I missed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your continued support. We appreciate you, and all of City Council. Thank you so much. We couldn't do what we do without the city's support, so thank you. Most importantly, though, I'm just here on behalf of our volunteers. We have about 12 volunteers that are here today, and this is truly for them, an acknowledgement for them. I would love for you all to stand, please. These are the true heroes of our organization. They commit a minimum of 40 hours a month to volunteer for the community in this capacity. Most of them have other responsibilities, jobs, families, but yet they give this time back to the community because they have great hearts full of compassion. So this is really for them. They're amazing individuals. And as far as why we're here for our response to October 1st, again, our volunteers just stepped up and went way above and beyond in their call to service. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jill. And I also want to mention our own Chief Freeman for the Las Vegas Department of Public Safety. She's on your board, and she couldn't be here today. She sends her regrets, but she also wanted to recognize you also. So on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I have the certificate of recognition with the name of every one of your volunteers. I have a stack of them here. I'm going to hand these to you to distribute. And since this is the last item, why don't we have all the volunteers come down here and let's get a big group picture taken. Thank you very much. God bless you for what you do, and thank you for helping out on the October 1st tragedy.
So we have a brief recess as well. Council persons, do come on over. And thank you all, each of you. Thank you so much for the work you've been doing and your big hearts that you have.
We can turn sideways.
Okay, so everybody, if you we'll try to stand sideways so we can get us all in. And if you see Becky there and Shane.
I want her up front. She did so much. And I'll peek right here.
Thank you all again. Just really hard work.
I've been doing that a long time. I hope I gave you a name. B's good.
Okay, it's about 5 minutes of 10. We'll take a 5-minute break so that we can switch over. Thank you. And Allie, are you here somewhere? Please, can you come forward? So I start right on page 1. Page. Okay.
Do you like my cup?
I've been naughty, Betty. There you go. All right, number 11, page 11. Okay, here we go.
So,
Get the show on the road.
I'm putting a little sign on my door
Yes.
saying, due to current events,
Yes.
I've taken my mistletoe down.
That is the cutest thing I've ever
Right?
heard.
'Cause all those crazy people.
Because when we were out with Bob Coyle, that was the first thing I said. Oscar's applying for Matt Lau. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we have 4 council persons. If you would take your seats, we're on to agenda item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker will be allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not be responding or engaging in dialogue. That will be later. We will set the time at 1 minute. Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Was it your intent to allow public comment on item number 61 at that time, or should I make comments now?
Well, we will not count this towards your minute while I look up 61.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just to make sure. Okay.
That was on the ordinance
Yes.
to repurpose open space?
No, I think we'll go ahead and we will allow comments on 61.
Okay, that's
Then,
great.
and besides which you'd be limited now, and you'd have to come back at the end, so 61 will have you do it.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, City Council members, and happy holidays to each of you. My
But
name is...
don't use both. Don't use both this and 61.
Say again, please.
If you wouldn't mind, let's wait for 61.
Wait till 61?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I
please.
misunderstood.
That's quite all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if you had to leave, I'd say go ahead and do it now. Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to participate in the public comment time? Okay, let's move on to agenda item 12. Business items for possible action. Any items council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. How say you, Mayor?
I
Pro Tem?
say that there are no items to be changed at all.
Wonderful. We will move on to 13. That's a first. I don't ever recall that. Okay, agenda item 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the November 1st, 2017 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of November 1st. Please vote and please post. Oops.
I'm trying to sign in.
Okay.
I vote aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Obviously, that was unanimous. Okay. Agenda items 14 through 57 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items council wishes to bring forward? Anybody have items to bring forward on agenda items 14 through 57? I think they're paying attention to me. Tell me. Are you okay with all these items? Yes, unanimous. Okay. We are going to have a vote on the motion in 1 second, but I want the record to show my abstention on items 32 through 35. They pertain to medical marijuana-related businesses, and as you know, one of my sons in that industry. So I will be voting on all other items, but abstaining on 32 through 35. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to accept 14 through 57?
Move to approve items 14.
No, you're not on.
A move to approve items 14 through 57?
Correct. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion's carry. Agenda item 58, administrative report by Antonio Real, School Association Superintendent regarding a status update on various Clark County School District matters. This is in reference to all wards. And I will repeat in her absence just one more time that Sylvia Lazos, who is a professor out of Boyd School of Law, just wanted to reiterate her concern for accountability. So, moving forward, good morning, everybody. And if you'll tell us each all your names.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Lori Lopez-Priest, Administrative Officer with the Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation. As part of the Clark County School District Reorganization Act, AB 469, the school associate superintendents make a quarterly report to the City Council. So here today to present is Antonio Real, School Associate Superintendent, Jill Pendleton, Principal of Clark High School, Lisa Drakulich, Principal of Lunt Elementary School, and Carlos Morales, Assistant Superintendent of Special Education.
Thank you very much. And since we have 2 men and 2 women, each time you address, would you repeat your name so we know who's doing what? Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Mayor Goodman, members of the council, my name is Antonio Rael. I serve as the School Associate Superintendent for the Clark County School District, Performance Zone 15. That is a zone that is primarily on the east side of Las Vegas, although there are some schools scattered around the city, and predominantly serving Zoom schools, which is a high density of ELL students. Before I go on with my quick update for you and have our great principals here speak to you, I want to acknowledge the other school associate superintendents who are in the room. If they would just at least wave a hand, they are behind me in the middle. Mr. Ron Garzone, Performance Zone 8. Dr. Celeste Rayford, Performance Zone 4. Ms. Andrea Clafter-Rikita, Performance Zone 3. Mr. Jeffrey Heiberger, Performance Zone 1. And Mr. Jeff Horn, Performance Zone 10, who will be speaking on the next agenda item, I believe.
Thank you.
Yes. So, as I said before, just a few minutes, you will hear from these great rockstar principals who I've brought along with me from Performance Zone 15. But prior to that, I want to give a quick update on where we are with the reorganization of the Clark County School District, although I don't know that I am functioning at the moment. There we go, I'm live. So one of the key components to the reorganization of the Clark County School District has been the transfer of responsibilities. The big idea that we have with this is to move dollars, responsibilities, and ultimately autonomies from central services over to our local school precincts, our building leaders, and our transfer responsibility, and our school organizational teams. Thank you. The work for this began last summer by way of surveys, and as you see from the diagram in front of you, you see that the school associate superintendents become the bridge from central services to the schools and helping facilitate this process and the transfer. The next slide that we have before you, there we go, is just kind of a recap of what this process looks like. I believe in our last quarterly report we discussed this process as well at that point in time. And the process begins with the superintendent giving us, the school associates, the charge of facilitating this process, getting feedback from each of our building leaders on what it is in the areas they want greater autonomy and flexibility within their school budgets, also from their school organizational teams. So you see before you kind of the articulated process. I won't bore you with the details that you can certainly read. I do want to share with you an update at this point of where there have been some successes with this. Once the superintendent has our recommendations, it is then his purview to recommend them to the Board of Trustees. By the law, AB 394, those recommendations have to be approved by the Board of Trustees. So while not every recommendation that we put forward has been approved, we do have a couple of recent successes. One is the site-based technicians, a position formerly held at the central office will now be residing in school budgets on January 15th, along with the appropriate dollars and flexibilities and autonomies for building leaders to best choose how to use those dollars to benefit the academic achievement of their students overall. We have a couple others that are worth sharing. At the elementary level, we have now included counseling positions and those physical education PE staffing as levels of flexibility and autonomy. That does not mean that we are eliminating those positions. We've just given the ability for principals and school organizational teams to decide how to best use those monies to meet the needs of their students. So, there we go. Just a quick recap of how we got to where we are today with the next budget, the first reorganization budget, rolling out January 15th per the state law. We began last summer with the survey of our principals. Those survey results came to each of the school associates. We then took that information back to our principals in performance zone meetings, vetted the concepts through them, created a refined list of what it is where we felt they had the greatest interest of increased flexibility and autonomy, then took those recommendations with targeted questions to each of the school organizational teams in October to create the final list of recommendations, for which I just shared with you the 3 that have been approved at this point in time from the school board. So with that, I am going to pause my part of the conversation, turn it over to our first great principal here, Miss Lisa Draculich. I selected her and invited her to come and talk with you because she is a brand new principal with a fresh perspective of the Clark County School District, and she is also leading a newly minted Reinvent School, Lunt Elementary School.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning to the rest of the council. Thank you so much for having me here today and having us here. My name is Lisa Draculich, and I am honored to be the principal at Robert Lunt Elementary School. I want to give you just a little picture of who we are at Robert Lunt. We are located in central Las Vegas, right off of Eastern and Cedar Avenue. We are 100% free and reduced breakfast and free and reduced lunch and universal breakfast. We have about 37% transiency, 612 students and counting, pre-K through 5th, and we are a predominantly Hispanic school. And that's just who we are on paper, but more than that, we are a staff and community dedicated to our students and families and providing the best opportunities for our students to make sure that they have the most options available to them in the future. I wanted to spend a few minutes this morning talking about all the amazing things that are happening at Robert Lunt, and specifically the Reinvent partnership that we have embarked on this year. Reinvent has presented, it's the city, and with the Reinvent partnership has presented a unique opportunity to Robert Lunt and the other Reinvent schools. And with the resources and the partners that the city provides and Clark County School District provides, we're able to organize all of our efforts into very clear, dedicated work streams that are proven to maximize student achievement. And so we're not just moving blindly with a lot of things flying around. We're actually knowing what avenue we can target our resources in. And so some of those are, first and foremost, academic achievement and student attendance. And so combined with the AmeriCorps success mentors that we have on campus that are provided through Reinvent, and as well as the truancy diversion program that we are opting into, we're able to have a very concentrated and concerted effort on student attendance. With that, when we have those students who are truant or habitually truant, at the elementary level, it's typically an adult problem, not a kid problem. And so we're able to, with the truancy diversion and with our success mentors, we're able to work with the families, get them connected, find the root cause of what those attendance matters or issues are, and target resources to them. We also are able to provide a lot of enrichment opportunities for our students that they may not otherwise have the opportunity to experience. And so you can see even some of those here on this slide. We have chef demos. We have a garden that is supported in part by the city and also Create a Change Now. And with that, we bring professional chefs in, and the students get to do cooking demos and learn about healthy living and healthy lifestyles. We also are very excited to partner with Trauma Recovery Yoga and pilot a yoga in schools program. Many of our students are experiencing multiple traumas day in of their life. I mean, one traumatic event is life-changing, but many of our students have experienced multiple every single day. So this is giving them strategies to help with the biological changes in their bodies and their minds and help calm them. And it's actually giving teachers strategies to use with them in the classroom as well to help keep them focused. And then we're lucky enough to have Angela Cervantes, a well-known children's author, come and speak with our students as well. And Ms. Cervantes actually adapted the Disney movie Coco into a children's novel for our students. And so our students were able to meet someone who came from very similar background as them and was able to achieve her dreams, which was really exciting for our kids. And then also we've been able to, with the Reinvent partnership, we've been able to really increase our parent and community engagement. We've been able to turn all of our family academic events into health and resource fairs for our families. We have parent classes on campus now. We've been able to connect them with Eye Care for Kids and bring the Eye Care bus on campus to connect our kids to help them see better. And by really engaging them and welcoming them on campus, we've actually seen this translate into increased participation in our school organizational team. So our school organizational team this year, we had double the amount of parents who applied to run for an election for our school organizational team, and we've had parents who are coming to the meetings that aren't even voting members, which is really exciting for us. So there's lots of amazing things happening. We appreciate the city's partnership. So thank you for your time. And I also would like to extend an invitation to each and every one of you. If you ever have a chance and you're in our neighborhood, come on down and visit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, it's very interesting at this point because obviously we all know the City Council. We're very involved in helping funding and doing ancillary work with the school district. However, we have no control of the Clark County School District. And knowing my list of questions, which is a lengthy list for you all, we would be here till tomorrow morning, and that's just from me. And having Councilman Barlow lean over and say, when are we doing questions? I am going to ask our city manager to go about how do we find a time to have a report like this in proper open meeting law venue where we can really have a conversation. Because if each one of you, to say nothing of the other associate principals that are here, that we really want to hear in depth about things, this is not the appropriate time. We will not get out of here today, I can assure you, just from me.
Yeah.
So can we set up a special
Madam,
if they have the time?
Absolutely. I'll work with our team to figure out how we can create some venue that allows for a greater exploration.
If that would be all right, if you will pass that message back, because I just, I know we want to hear in depth from what each of you have got presented, and you've got busy schedules too, and we don't want you having to come back at night, but really this is something I know that we know that we will never be a good community until we have the funds in the schools with the principals and the best programs and everything else. So through our city manager, we'll establish that, and then we'll have that open conversation. So today, just unless somebody is dying with a poignant, quick, brief question or two, he is the one person that has the flu today.
No, it's not the flu.
Do I turn it over to him for your brief question?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
Bless you.
Mayor Goodman, Councilman Coughlin, forgive my interruption. May I request to you that we have Principal Pendleton go first, and then we had time in our presentation for questions?
So you get back to work.
No, maybe not. But thank you. I wanted to say, welcome, Lisa. Thank you. I saw you in September on my annual visit to Lunt and your next-door neighbor, Cambero.
Yes.
You guys are really, you even had sewer problems in the sewer, the city, the school district, everybody has figured that out, that I think we got a solution. But the thing is, you guys have never, ever complained. You've always been wonderful partners for us and great examples for the children. And the program there and at other schools in Ward 3, there are 13, Your Honor, 13 elementaries. They're just shining lights. So thank you for being here to show, and I'd like to brag on you if I could. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be at Lunt Elementary School.
Principal Pendleton, so she can get back to school or whatever she has to do. Hear them all, and then Councilman Barlow, don't go away because he has a question, just briefly. Okay, you could go ahead then, Councilman Barlow.
It was just real quick. It was Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. And you were the new principal at Lunt?
Yes, new principal, first-year principal.
All right. Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You had mentioned during your presentation the truancy diversion program. Many, many years when I attended the Clark County School District, there were truancy officers that would come and knock on the door when I was coming up and basically talk to the parents and find out what was going on while the kids weren't going to school. I'm just curious as to know today, many, many years later from, far removed from when I was in school, what is the process today, just if you know?
So we do still have attendance officers that we send out to houses to find out if a child's been missing, not in school for a number of days, to find out if the family's moved or, what's going on. So we still do have that on Clark County School District's end. So Truancy Diversion Program is actually a program within the family court system, and we actually work with a family court advocate and a judge who meets with our kids and or parents weekly. And so we identify the students who are habitually truant, whether it's chronic absences or even just late to tardies, early outs. And so we identify them, and then we have them come and meet with a court advocate and their parents in the initial, and it is an opt-in program for the families. And so they opt in, and then we set them up on setting goals for the students, finding out what the barriers are, what is preventing them from coming to school. And then additionally, we have at Lunt and the other reInvent schools, we have the AmeriCorps Success Mentors who are making positive connections with those students on a daily basis. And maybe they're struggling in school, maybe that's why they're not coming, maybe they're lacking, having some issues socially. And so those success mentors are positive role models for students that students are able to connect with. And so they're actually working with kids, giving the fist bump, helping them with their assignments, that sort of thing each day. So it's kind of a threefold process. We do have attendance officers with the school district. Truancy Diversion is a program we've opted into, and then was coupled with the success mentors that the AmeriCorps Success Mentors. So we're trying to kind of get them from all angles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Do the proper introduction. Our next speaker is Miss Jill Pendleton. She serves as the proud principal of Clark High School in her 9th year. She has a great wealth of knowledge and experience to share with you, but one of the reasons I invited her today is she is also the reigning Nevada State Principal of the Year. So, Principal Pendleton.
Yay.
Well, good morning, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, members of City Council. I am the proud principal of Clark High School, located in Ward 1 at the corner of Arville and Penwood. And I've been here many, many times, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight the success that we've seen at Clark High School over the years. We are one of the oldest schools in the Clark County School District, established in 1965, home to 3 distinguished magnet programs, the Academy of Math, Science, Arts, and Technology, the Academy of Finance, and the Teach Academy. Our student enrollment today exceeds over 3,100 students, and 76% of which are receiving free and reduced lunch services, and 27% that are limited English proficient. I want to tell you that despite these challenges, with the complement of our magnet program and our zone students, we are thriving. We are beating the odds at Clark High School, and we are seeing success in our students and happiness in our hallways. Whoops. We received much national recognition last year. We were one of 10 schools to be named Governor Sandoval's initial cadre of STEM schools. We've been consistently ranked by the Washington Post as America's most challenging schools. Our Academy of Finance was named a National School of Distinction. I want you all to know that we are the only academy in the state of Nevada to receive the highest designation by the National Academy Foundation. We have also been consistently recognized as a Magnet School of Excellence by Magnet Schools of America, and last year we were certified as a national model for magnet schools. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention our award-winning orchestra director, Dr. Cushionary. He's been up multiple times for Grammy Educator of the Year. He calls himself the Susan Lucci of the award because he hasn't yet brought home that final Grammy, but he's up for it again this year. And our orchestra is truly, truly one of the best in the country. They performed at the Midwest Clinic last year in Chicago and will be traveling again to Carnegie Hall next year to represent our district. Just a few highlights. Our graduation rate has ticked up to about 88%. When I got there, we were right around 60%. We still have work to do, but we are very proud to see that our graduation rate continues to improve. We had 22 students earn the AP Capstone Diploma, which is a new diploma designation by College Board, which is also recognized on the Common App for college acceptance. 24 National Merit semifinalists this year. very proud to say. And our results for the class of 2019 came in on Monday, and it looks like we have 26 that will be eligible to make the cut. So we've really been able to establish that cohort of high-achieving academic scholars at our school, and truly the credit does go to the amazing teachers that work with these students every single day. I have very, very dedicated, hardworking teachers that provide these opportunities to our kids. I wanted to let you know that we also have a new academy on campus, the Honors Academy, which is a very rigorous academy for our zone students. We wanted to make sure that our zone students had opportunities equivalent to those in our magnet programs. So last year was our first cohort to graduate, and we had 55 students meet those rigorous requirements within our zone. And of course, we have college acceptances across the country. I want to highlight we had 2 acceptances into MIT, the class of 2017. Both were female. Just to highlight our advanced placement program, we exceed the Nevada average, we exceed the global average in 23 different subjects. We offer almost every single advanced placement course that College Board has to offer, with 1,704 exams taken, 222 AP scholars. And I just wanted to highlight and let you all know that this is not a program for our magnet students. This is a program for our entire school, with 445 seats taken by non-magnet students.
How many seniors do you have this year?
Roughly 700. So I just want to talk, I have multiple slides, but I'm going to go through them very, very quickly. I had the opportunity last year our Academy of Math and Science students are a very distinguished group of high scholars, as you all know. We've been here many times before you. And our parents and our community often ask, how do these students perform compared to others? And we know that we can measure that on the advanced placement exam, but we had the opportunity to administer last spring the PISA exam, which is a program for international student assessment. So it is normed across the globe. And we decided to test our AMSAT cohort to see how they progressed compared to the rest of the world, because we feel that they are amongst the highest achieving students in our country. So we gave that exam in the spring. The students were randomly selected by PISA, and in reading they scored 580, exceeding the mean performance of U.S. students, 613 in math, again exceeding the performance of U.S. students, and in science 589, again exceeding the performance of U.S. students. But what was most interesting was when we started to look at the world comparison of these students. The Clark mean of 589 was the highest cohort that tested last spring in the world, exceeding the next ranking country of Singapore at 535. So that's where our students fell in line with the world. And you can see on this slide the other countries that are listed and where they fall in line. As well as in math, exceeding the world again, Singapore coming in second, and science.
And excuse me, this is in your magnet school or across the board?
This is in our magnet program, AMSAT in particular.
Okay, thank
The
you.
Academy of Math and Science. And this is, again, our community, our parents, our stakeholders were very interested in how these students, because they are such high-achieving academic individuals, how they performed against the world, which is why we administered this exam in that manner. But at Clark, it is not all about our magnet schools. We are a comprehensive school. We embrace it. The diversity is embraced on our campus. We believe that students that are exposed to diversity of thought, diversity of background, and diversity of individuals are better prepared and more well-rounded students when they graduate from high school. We provide so many partnerships and supports for our struggling students. It is probably the focus of 95% of my work on a daily basis, making sure that there are opportunities for students for credit recovery. We have a very strong mentorship program, the Adopt a Charger program, where teachers bring on individual students. We partner with communities in schools for interventions. We have the Future Smiles collaboration with the city, and provide dental care and hygiene services to our students. The Keene Collaborative, keeping everyone's eye on the neighborhood, again, another partnership with our city, working with Metro, the city, apartment complex managers, et cetera, to provide interventions directly for our community. We have 3 advisory boards for all of our magnets, and I'm proud to say that the chair of our Teach Advisory Board is Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, who we appreciate her support over the years through many, many, many endeavors at Clark High School. And we have a very engaged school organizational team, so that all of you are aware. We are very interested in what our stakeholders have to say, their opinions and their thoughts. So we bring them in not only to work with us on improving our plan of operation, our strategic budget, and our school improvement plan, but to provide guidance and insight to other issues, areas, and concerns that they may have, suggestions from our stakeholders. So we very much have always been involved with our community at Clark High School, and this just presents another avenue for us to work with our stakeholders. Clark High School is a very, very happy place. Our students love the high school. You don't walk the halls and see magnet versus non-magnet students. You walk the halls and you see a community that is proud to be a Charger, a community that comes together in good times and bad to work together to promote student achievement and student accomplishment. And I'd like to invite you to follow us on Twitter. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to highlight the school. I know that I guess when you've been at it for 9 years, it's just a wonderful opportunity to stand before you and let you know that I've said this before, but I truly believe that if you can make this happen at the corner of Arville and Penwood, you should be able to make it happen anywhere. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
You've done a great job. Your teachers are phenomenal, and having a son in 87, 88, 89 who fought the whole time, but became successful because of the education there, and you've taken it to a new level. It's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just, Mayor, like to just second that and saying if anybody would go back to where we were before we put the magnet school with the regular school and see the problems we had and how far we've come. And what I really like about what you do there, besides the great teachers that don't leave, you have a very low turnover rate, which is nice. What really, you have accountability. You show what you're doing. We try things out, and I know one of the things we did with the city, we tried out, and 1 year it didn't do what we really wanted it to do, so we changed it, but that's what you do. You try things, but you have to have accountability there, and I think that's what the lady from the law school was emphasizing this morning there. Thank you. You're not a secret anymore.
And I hope, Mr. Al, that when we have this meeting, this discussion, that you'll all be sure to be here, because I think the questions of what you're doing and how pervasively we can really make sure what we're doing affects the totality of our community. So,
Mayor.
thank you.
If I may, great job. I've had an opportunity to watch your career blossom over the years that you've been at Clark, and once again, coming from the Clark County School District myself, having spent a lot of days on Clark's campus through sports, coming there as a visiting sports player. I know the bell curve of where Clark was and where it is today, but I'm curious in relation to if it's possible, not today, but sometime in the near future, as far as is there a breakout as far as the demographics of the student population for the magnet school that you could send over to the mayor and council?
The demographics specifically for the magnet?
Yeah, the demographics of the student population within the magnet program.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that would be helpful.
And I could do a comparison with the regular.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
sure.
please, thank you. All right, I appreciate it.
Mayor Goodman, distinguished council, Antonio Rael again for the record. So in our initial planning of our presentation, we thought we'd pause this time and ask questions in general, but perhaps we'll save that for a deeper dive, although I'm happy to take questions now. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it over to Assistant Superintendent Carlos Morales, who's going to talk about special education specifically. Any further questions from me?
Yeah, I think we're so grateful, and we really want to have a deep conversation to get started. You open this can for this council, we'll be here, as I say, way too long.
Yeah.
So
We look
great.
forward to that deeper dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for what you do. I mean, this is a very important time in the lives of the children and our community.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning, Carlos Morales for the record, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, City Council. I'd like to start first and foremost by saying, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for being an active member and attending our board. I think that your words of wisdom really help sway the vote. The other thing I'd like to personally thank you for is having a phenomenal daughter who actually works with the Student Services Division for over 30 years of distinguished service with students with disabilities. Several pieces that were presented and asked of me to bring forward today regarding special education is serving the needs of students with disabilities in the Clark County School District. We have approximately 40,000 students with identified disabilities. To share with you of what drives meeting the needs of the students is the Individualized Education Program, which is known as the IEP. The IEP is it helps articulate, it's a legal document that articulates the learning needs of the student, the services that are to be provided, and how those services will be measured or the progress that the student is making. Regarding budget reductions in special education services, I want to say that it's almost a non-negotiable when it comes to the IEP because it is mandated by law. Having said that, there are other pieces, and you've seen it's become very public on what those reductions have been, and those monies are monies that the Clark County School District invests in our students to ensure that services are provided and their success. The other piece that was asked to be presented today was regarding special education licensed teachers. We know that we have a need for filling vacancies, specifically in special education. We started the school year with approximately 250 vacancies. The Clark County School District recruited nationally and internationally. One of the questions that was asked of us is, can you specifically speak to teachers who were recruited from the Philippine Islands? On the record, with communication with the Human Resources Department, all of the selected candidates must meet the Nevada Department of Education standards, which is 3 years of teaching experience, a bachelor's degree, and qualify under Nevada law to be able to teach in special education. The Clark County School District interviewed approximately 250 candidates. 121 candidates were selected, and 81 actually qualified under Nevada law. Another question that is asked, how can it be that the Clark County School District seems to be at well over 100 special education vacancies on a yearly basis? I will share with you that our special education population tends to grow by approximately about 120 special education units, which means classrooms per year. So as we're filling the vacancies, due to need, we continue to grow. Are there any questions?
Yes. Coming from a family where my mother and my sister both were teachers, and my sister currently is a special education teacher. I see here, for example, under the teacher recruitment outside of the United States, the bachelor's degree, is there requirements for accredited degree, or is it possible for someone to receive their degree work, for example, online, as far as the bachelor's is concerned?
The Clark County School District Human Resources Department, whether you receive it online or you're in a comprehensive program, you still need to meet the requirements of Nevada law. So if an individual qualifies, they still need the certification, and that is presented by the Nevada Department of Education.
So they need to be updated at the base level, because we didn't used to be able to make our degrees so easily.
I will share with you that the Clark County School District, specifically Student Services Division, has the alternate route to licensure. So if we have somebody who does have a degree and is interested in a second career, they can work with the Clark County School District, and we may be able to get them into a teaching position.
I think it is, just to interject here, it really is at the highest level, because today is a day, as we all know, of technology, and people can create their own degrees on the internet, through, whatever program they like. The key is at the highest level in the state, they need to make sure that the college degree is exactly what Councilman Barlow inferred, that it is from an accredited program, not that you just have a piece of paper that shows you've gone to some college that is an online school that is not accredited. So I think it was more of a non-rhetorical there.
Madam
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I would just like to add that I also have a great concern in that area because 3 years of teaching experience in other classes, a bachelor's degree, and qualifying under Nevada law to teach in a special ed classroom does not prepare you to teach autistic children. It does. Excuse me?
It is at the legislature, they have to do something.
Yeah, I think we have to do something to make that, I think we have to look at that carefully. I have probably as many questions in special ed as the mayor has in her area also. So I'm going to wait until we have that meeting where we can get into it in more depth. But for example, we've had the teachers from the Philippines before, and it didn't work out as well as we hoped in the district. Then we had the Philippine teachers again. We've already had some who could not make it, and as I understand, now this is what I'm being told by people in the district, have gone back. And then I'd also like to find out who is it that sponsors the teachers from the Philippines. You know, is it true that they have to pay $300 a month for Uber to take them to and from classes? Is it true that, they may not even have clothing that would make it good for them in this type of weather that we're going to have now that's cold? These are extraneous things. I know they're not I know that you are not the one who has to take care of that, but these are things I think we have to look at. I am very concerned that we have substitutes teaching very complicated classes. I have taught or worked with every single exceptionality except visually impaired. And I will tell you that the deaf and the aphasic and the autistic, and those behavioral problems, you need to have some really solid training. And I don't know if that's what the Nevada law is requiring. So that means that every day a child who's autistic is in an autistic class and doesn't get the type of education, that's a day lost. And every day lost by a regular student is like a month lost by a handicapped. So these are things I'm hoping that maybe we can discuss in more depth and give some help with the legislature or wherever it comes from. And then I had some questions about financing too, but that can wait. I don't want to take up time now. I know how difficult it is in special ed. I know many people are trying, but I have to feel in my heart that even when I was on the school board, we were not doing what necessarily. We had the federal government step in, and I think some of the things that are happening today, they may come in again. So I just want to see if we can maybe help get those things worked out. With the stipulation you made, Mayor, that we will have a meeting later in January, I hope, that we can go
I
into
would
these
hope,
steps.
Mr. Adams, that we can get that on in January. And then I'd ask you, because of your knowledge in special ed, to come with a really prepared list so that we can be very specific to the items you've just addressed and other ones, because so much of it is an effort where we can encourage through lobbying the legislature. And obviously you walk the walk every single day, so you know these same problems are at the top of the pyramid, not at the grassroots level. So thank you very much. Okay,
Mayor,
please continue. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, she wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
Well, it's not really a question. This is very, very near and dear to my heart. My two grand princesses, my granddaughters that are 4, both have autism, and they're both in the Clark County School District. So we really, really have to make sure that as we go through this, that we address this, because for some, autism seems to be off the charts lately.
Thank you. Okay, please do continue. Sorry, we just can't help ourselves.
No, on behalf of the Clark County School District, we do appreciate the opportunity to come before you. We more than welcome the questions, and we'll be ready to have that conversation at the next meeting if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman
Is he
Kaufman.
our final speaker? Are you, Mr.
Yes.
Morales?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good, because I just wanted to say thank you. Yes, my son was on an IEP when he was in the public school system, and I think the district did as good as it could with that, because having known about the Public Law 94-142 ever since I got into politics 35 years ago, at that time, all the old-timers in the Senate told me that we were told that the federal government mandates this program, and the federal government's going to continue to pay for it. And at last count, I think that the amount of contribution we got from the federal government was 5%, something like that. That's how much we were getting. And it's a wonderful thing to have, and it was long overlooked. It should have been done sooner, but it had to be mandated by the federal government. And yet, it's so expensive that it's killing the rest of all our, special ed is now killing all the rest of our programs, you know. So it is something important. And I guess, Your Honor, I'll just sign off by saying I hope we know where we're going if we're going to take a deep dive. I hope we have a goal of some kind, because otherwise we're just, you know, getting into the trustees' area of expertise. I will say that I prefer, if we had a druther, I would prefer that we have responsibility for the schools within our boundaries. And it's no disrespect to our trustees who do the very best they can. But it's very hard for them to be accountable. It's hard for you and I to hold them accountable. We can't even remember what schools are in their boundaries, and their boundaries change. So we need to talk about that if we're going to have a deep dive, because if we don't have a goal, what's the point of diving in the deep end? Thank you.
Thank you very much, because I do think Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler, as the head of our youth development, would be through Ms. Duddleston there to really organize, so we have it well organized for the conversation and with some purpose and delineation of where we're headed. Good point, Councilman Kaufman. Thank
And
you.
Mayor, if I might mention too, we don't know what's happening, and I don't even know if the people in the school district know yet who has the authority. Some principals are telling parents of handicapped children that we don't have the money. Somebody else has the money, or it hasn't been given to us. So when we meet, if maybe we can get a better understanding of that also, I think that would be very beneficial. One last thing I wanted to say, because you were there at that meeting when your president of your school board stated that the city had the money from the marijuana. I checked that out, and we do not have the money for the marijuana. I talked with Tick Segerblum. He feels we are getting, I understand what happened. I didn't understand before that the governor took money out of his reserve budget in order to give to education, and he had to pay that back before you get any of the other marijuana money. But we have now passed the point, I've been told, by people that are supposed to know, that they now have passed that point, and we are getting monies that are over and above that amount. So I think we should all work together and go through the legislature, go wherever we need, but get that marijuana money into the schools, which they promised us at the beginning. Thank you.
But only if there's a knowledge of where all the dollars are, and that we have fully vetted and know where we're going, because rumor is, and you just heard that commentary, and the facts, you need the actual facts from budget and finance. So I'm looking at Mr. Aimling to make sure that we've got the accuracy from both the State Department of Education, and we know what dollars we're talking about.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate what
Thank you
you're
for the
doing. Every day is another day, and we just keep at it because we love our kids. So
Yes, we
thank
do.
you so much, and we will get that on that meeting. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will move on now. We're still in education. That's a report only, didn't need any motion. We have agenda item 59 is a report by Jeff Horn, School Associate Superintendent, regarding the status update on Mission High School, which was the school that we opened last year with a lot of push from this council and help, known as the Recovery High School, located at 801 North Veterans Memorial Drive. So this is really new and a great opportunity for our young people, and this is wonderful. So please, if you would.
Again, good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm Lori Lopez Priest, Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation, Administrative Officer. On June 7th, 2017, the City Council approved $100,000 in RDA education set-aside funding to assist with startup costs for the first Recovery High School in Nevada, now called Mission High School. So today we have School Associate Superintendent Jeff Horn, Principal Barbara Collins, and student Cara Greenwell to provide a first quarter report on Mission High School.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, the City Council members. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and speak to you again. Last time I was here, we were getting ready to open the school, and I came to thank you for your contributions, not only monetary, but also your staff has worked with us. Dr. Hibbler and her staff have worked with us to put the school and open it, and to give us great support with that. And I want to come before you and talk to you about the great things that are happening at the school, and also want to introduce you to the amazing principal that we've hired and is doing incredible things there, Miss Barbara Collins. And also we brought a couple students that want to talk to you briefly about their success there at the school and what's going on. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Principal Barbara Collins.
Good morning, and thank you very much for really putting yourself out there to help make this happen.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. I am super excited and very blessed to have been chosen as the principal of Mission High School. As of today, we have our 29th student, which doesn't sound like a big number, but when you think about 29 high school students stepping forward and saying, I have a problem and I want to be part of something bigger and better, and I'm willing to work on those things, that's a huge number. So I would like to share just a little bit of our statistics with you right now, since my colleagues before me shared so many amazing things. We are also at 27% for our English language learner students, 20% special education, 69% free and reduced lunch, and at least 20% of our students have 90 days or more of clean time. And so one of our young ladies are going to speak about that today, and the other one we're just here to recognize for her amazing accomplishments also. We are beginning to add an art and music programs in our alternative peer groups after school, so that's super exciting. And then I just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the money that you have so generously donated to our school. We are in the process of having the entire perimeter fenced, so it'll be nice and it will look inviting once you're inside. And then we're also working with some local artists to come in and do some painting over the holidays, so our rooms will be much more inviting for the students to come in, and also the outsides of the buildings. So far, we have, your generous donation has provided our student council with all of the things that they've needed to just promote the school and start having those great events on campus. And all the things that they did for our ribbon cutting also came out of, student council did that. And then lastly, we have, we just recently got brand new picnic tables for the kids. And Rancho High School is actually going to send their construction team out, and those students are going to put those together for us. So we're doing amazing things. We would definitely like to invite any and all of you out anytime that you would like to come and see our school. A special thank you to Councilman Barlow for just overseeing us and being a huge support. We have a mission advisory committee that it's all made up of all community members, and I reach out to them and ask their knowledge and guidance and advice over and above what our school organizational team does and our other parent committees, just so that I'm getting a big picture from everyone. So I wanted to personally thank you so much for everything. Would love to have you. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Cara Greenwell.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Cara Greenwell. I am a junior at Mission High School and also the student council treasurer. I just wanted to say good morning to the mayor and as long as the councilman, and say a special thank you to Jeff Horn for putting in the big work of helping this school, and along with Miss Collins, because we don't, at a regular public school, we don't normally have the chance to have a bond with staff, and especially our principal. That's very rare. And to especially have one that we know for sure definitely cares is a lot of meaning, and one that we know we can call at any time when needed, it means a lot. And then especially having our counselors there as well that understand and can help us through our struggles is a big one. And from becoming something means a lot from thinking that I would never be anything. And I am almost 7 months clean right now. I'm at 206 days.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
And then our other student, Mariah, is 1 year and 4 months.
Congratulations. Great.
It would be an honor for you guys to come and visit, even if it's just for a short amount of time. It would mean a lot just so you guys can see, and I just wanted to say thank you. Have a good day.
I will be out there. I'm sure the rest of our council will be there too at some point, but it really is, it's for everybody in life. They're full of challenges. We're so proud of you that you've decided to make the good choices for yourself, because life can be beautiful.
Oh, yes.
But every day you own it, every choice you make, and you just take it one day at a time, and you have great support, great people that know the pathway and have perhaps even been on the pathway.
Yes.
So we're so proud of you. We look forward to visiting with you, and hopefully can do it in a conversational area when we come out. So would we get a hold of our principal, or how best to make the appointment?
That would be me, thank you. You can either call the school at 702-799-7880, or I can always be reached on my cell phone, 702-767-2700.
We'll
I
leave
put
that
it
to
out
your
there for
students.
everybody.
Oh.
We have a 7th period class every day where we can pull the kids together. They can share their experiences, and you can have an opportunity to talk to them if you would like to do that.
I would, very
We'd
much
love to have
so.
that.
Your
Thank
Honor.
you. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I have great expectations for you, and from a family that has been through this. I want to know if the students have meetings on campus, small group meetings without moderation, but rather formed by themselves, to themselves. Are there lots of groups meeting on the campus?
We do, Councilman Kaufman. At this time, we have 3, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and then Marijuana Anonymous that meet after school 3 days a week at 3:30, and we're getting ready to add more of those meetings so that students have a variety Monday through Friday, but we hold them at 3:30, so as soon as they're out of class that they're able to go attend. They also attend meetings out in the community, and
Well,
we
that
do...
was another thing I wanted to ask, if they are encouraged to start meetings in their neighborhood where they live, as opposed, because obviously this is zoned a big district as opposed to a neighborhood. So if they are stepping up and forming groups and forming meetings outside that venue, that is wonderful.
They haven't started them out there, but they are attending meetings out and sharing their stories of struggle and their stories of hope and encouragement where they are now. They are sharing those stories out in the community, but they've not started their own groups yet.
Well, I might suggest that's a very important leadership thing for these students to reach out to people their own age, whether they're sober or not. They
Yes,
should
sir.
be, supportive, loved ones of people who are in these programs need just as much of a 12-step approach as the young person does. We know that now, much more, much better than we did before. So it's very important, not just the person with the disease of addiction of any kind, but rather
We
all the
also
loved ones
offer-
that might enable and might be codependent.
I'm right there with you on the codependency. We also offer Al-Anon and Nar-Anon for the family members on campus, and those happen later on in the evening. And then we also, part of our program, we require that the parents be in a family group counseling, whether it be with our counselors that were provided by the state of Nevada, or they seek outside counseling, but that's also part of our program. And because we know that addiction is not just their disease, it's a family and it's a community disease.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I just want you to know I've texted my staff to make the appointment after the mid part of January for me to come out. I'd like to see both for sure, but be there 7. I said, please, 7th period, so I got that.
Mayor?
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
I just want to echo the comments and say thank you especially to the students for coming here today. I'm sure you'd rather be anywhere else but speaking before us, but you took a lot of courage, and we need people like you in our community because challenges make us stronger, and we need strong people in our community to face the tough choices ahead. Thank you so much. Keep being strong. Keep going.
Thank you. So is it Maya? Maya?
Mariah.
Mariah,
Yes,
come on
ma'am.
up.
That's okay.
And we're friendly, we're not going to bite.
Oh, she'll
so.
never come with me.
You've gotten the biggest, you've gotten over you're not going to be scared of any of us. You've gone through the pathway.
Just say hello.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
How's your morning going so far? I don't know. I've been clean for a year and almost 4 months. I mean, I never found.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mission High School has helped me so far a lot. Like, I can't thank them enough. Yeah.
I just have to lift her up really quick because Mariah didn't go to school last year. I think she went to school 40 days out of the 184 that they're required to go. This young lady has been at school every single day with the exception of one doctor's appointment this year. She's there every single day, and she stays for the APG and participates in her recovery several nights a week.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Mariah will be visiting you.
All right.
Hang in there with us. Next day, every day. Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Horn. Okay, well, that's a report also. So now we'll move on to agenda item 60, report by a member of the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance, DLVA, and discussion for possible action regarding its partnership and memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the City of Las Vegas, and consent to the administrative approval of one-year renewal of an MOU, which provides community engagement, educational events, and increases community communication coordination between two entities. $50,000 of the general fund, wards 135, Tarkanian, Coffin, and Barlow. Here, quickly, you do it. You heard what it was. Excuse me, Councilman Barlow wanted. Well, just make the comment. It's all right.
Ms. Hurd?
Go ahead.
Mayor,
Go
if I
ahead.
may interrupt real quick, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Hurd and all of the students from South Academic for being here. Thank you all so very much. I believe they're headed to lunch right now, and hopefully you all have learned something here from the council, the mayor and council today. So thank you all so very much, and Merry Christmas to each of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. With me today is Jonathan Ullman and Michael Venozzi of the Downtown Vegas Alliance. They're here to give you an update on everything that's happening with the Alliance. And as you know, we do support them through a funding agreement. We're in the middle of that two-year agreement. We just entered a one-year extension period. And so we thought it was an appropriate time for them to give you an update on what's happening with the Alliance. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan and Michael.
Thank you, Bill. For the record, Jonathan Ullman, Chair of the Downtown Vegas Alliance. Mayor Goodman, members of the council, we want to begin by thanking you for allowing us this opportunity to give you our annual update on the progress of the Downtown Vegas Alliance. We continue to be extremely grateful for the support that we get from the city, from Scott Adams, and the rest of the incredible staff at the City of Las Vegas. So thank you for that. For those of you who are less familiar with our organization, we wanted to provide a little bit of a background on the Alliance. So this organization was founded in 2008 by a group of leading downtown business and property owners. And the Alliance continues to evolve today as one of downtown Las Vegas's leading advocates. We strive to be a unifying voice in the private sector. Today we have more than 70 members. These are individuals and businesses, some of which have represent members of their own. So it's a large number of community stakeholders, all of whom make very positive contributions to the downtown community. We've arrived at this very positive place thanks to the support of the City of Las Vegas and the senior team that continues to work very closely with the Alliance. And I believe that this really comes from a place of mutual respect and openness that enables us to identify common goals and pathways for moving forward. Our vision as an organization is to be a collaborative leader devoted to creating an attractive, vibrant, diverse, and sustainable urban core. That vision informs our mission and our strategic direction, which you can see on the slide before you now. It really should go without saying that this organization and our success is predicated on the people that comprise our organization, and in particular the board of the Downtown Vegas Alliance. We have representation from a wide array of business areas: gaming and entertainment, development, retail, banking, technology, the nonprofit sector, and professional services industries. It's an extraordinary group of individuals. They aren't simply members of the organization. They volunteer enormous amounts of time, all with the intent of making a better downtown Las Vegas. We have many board members here with us this morning, and I just would like to take the opportunity to recognize them. If you all would give a wave. We have Lana Elliott and Kelly Ross. Bill Paredes is here. Christina Rausch, Mark Abelman, Brian Knutson is with us. And I have to also recognize that Lisa Robinson with Fest-Foley Warren does a lot of heavy lifting for the organization. This past year, for the first time, we set up a new committee of the Alliance that focuses on government affairs. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael Venozzi, who is the chair of the Government Affairs Committee, and he's going to tell you more about that.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Michael Venozzi for the record. I really want to thank you, and it's an honor to be here on behalf of the Alliance. For many years, the Downtown Alliance has been an advocate for downtown Las Vegas. Our 70-plus member businesses and downtown organizations are interested in what you're interested in. We're interested in safe and clean streets, an excellent visitor and resident experience, economic development. We want downtown Las Vegas to be viewed favorably by the rest of the city. We're big advocates for connectivity, for transit, and unique public spaces. And on the Government Affairs Committee, our job here is to unify the voice of the downtown community and really talk with one voice on the issues of the day. So thus far this year, we've broached conversations about the Business Improvement District, downtown special events, homelessness, and transportation. Using that feedback from the board and from the Government Affairs Committee, we engage the city on many different topics. We have biannual lunches with you, Mayor, and we also have biannual lunches with many of the senior staff, including Manager Scott Adams. Those lunches are informed by all of the members of the Downtown Alliance, giving us feedback and allowing us to speak with one voice. And with that, I will turn it back over to Jonathan to finish us up.
Thanks, Michael. Our partnership
Excuse me,
with...
Mr. Ullman, are
Yes.
you a 501c4 or a 501c3 or a 501c what?
6.
So you were able to
501c6.
lobby?
We are able, so I will defer, but we are able to come and lobby, yes, on behalf of our business interests.
Thank you.
So it's important for us to note that our partnership with the city really extends beyond just serving our immediate membership. We focus a great deal on providing thought leadership and inspiration to the broader community. Over the past year, we have co-hosted, along with the City of Las Vegas, 2 events. We refer to these events as Successes and Insights. And these events highlight opportunities for our membership, for our city, to grow. I mean, these are opportunities in which we provide reference points. We bring in speakers from across the country who can talk about best practices and innovations that occur in other cities. They help us imagine ways in which we can build and develop our city for a better future. Earlier this year, we held an event on downtown residential development, and just 2 weeks ago, we held another one on smart cities technology. These events attract nationally recognized experts in their fields, so people like Dr. Peter Cummings, who helped reshape downtown Detroit, Jeffrey Tumlin, who's an expert on transportation out of San Francisco and has done a great deal of work in the Seattle area. These are truly transformative thinkers and quite inspiring for the hundreds of members and community stakeholders that participate in these events. These events wouldn't be possible without the City of Las Vegas, our other sponsors, and of course our organizer, Fess Foley Warren. In addition to the Successes and Insights events, we also hold periodic special informational sessions and briefings. Earlier this year, we had a downtown gaming panel, and this past October, we welcomed the LVCVA and R&R Partners for a discussion on recent research pertaining to the state of tourism in the downtown area. All of these very insightful, very informative for our membership in how we can better connect the different areas of downtown Las Vegas, all with an all ships rise mentality. And then, of course, our members love to stay involved really in any way possible. I mean, these folks are highly invested in the evolution of downtown Las Vegas. So we try our best to promote all the great things that are happening downtown. We provide a sense of community, mixers that happen regularly, and other forms of community engagement. So with that, just want to again reiterate our thanks to the City of Las Vegas, to the council, to the senior staff that have been enormously successful, and we're excited that our partnership continues, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the update, and very informative. We're very excited, so we'll start with Councilman Anthony.
Thank you. You know, the first bullet you had on there was safe and clean streets, and I'm glad that was first because the rest of it doesn't matter if it's not safe and clean downtown. So I just kind of wanted your assessment or your perspective on where you think we are when it comes to overall safety. Do people feel good walking around downtown? Do they feel threatened? When I walk around downtown, I'm fine. I feel safe, but I was with Metro for 29 years, so I know what I'm looking for. So, what's your kind of feedback when you when you answer that? If there's some things that we should be thinking about, that we should be doing. I mean, I sit on the Fiscal Affairs Committee for Metro. We have our Department of Public Safety. We have private security down there. So, just talk a little bit about that aspect of it.
Thank you, Councilman. So I'll make a few remarks about that, and then Michael, if you want to take it. So this always comes up as a top priority of our membership, and I will also say that over the years we've reached out to Metro, and we've had people like Captain Walsh with the Downtown Area Command come and speak to our membership because this is such an important issue, and it's an important issue in a variety of respects. There's the way in which people who work and live and play in downtown feel about the cleanliness and about the safety. And then for many of our membership, it's a matter of perceptions, because the perceptions impact the success of their businesses, whether or not those perceptions are reflect reality of how safe or unsafe it may be. An issue that comes up and that is near and dear to, I think, many of our members related to this is how we are addressing homelessness
and folks that are present, whether it's because they are truly homeless or simply don't have other places to be, the presence of people that are on the street, and in many cases are in need of help and contribute to the perceptions of a lack of safety. This is, don't have to tell any of you how complex this problem is. We have several members of our membership that have been on the stakeholder committees that the senior staff at the city have been running as the city charts its path forward for how it addresses homelessness. The Bloomberg Grant Project was something that centered on that as well, that several of our members participated in that. And I know that if you were to ask other members of the organization that are here with us today, we want to play a role and in a positive outcome for how we address homelessness in our city. It's probably, I think, and I want to be careful because I can't necessarily speak for all of our 70 members, but I'm pretty confident that this is, when we get into issues of cleanliness and safety on our streets, homelessness is the key issue there. And it's something that that we need to address from a business perspective, but we also need to address simply from a being socially responsible and concerned about fellow people in our city. Your Honor.
Mayor Goodman, through you to Councilman Anthony. I would also actually, and we can send this to R&R on behalf of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, recently did a survey and presented it to us at the Downtown Alliance, which was fairly interesting. And what they did was they interviewed tourists and locals who came down to the Canopy, came down to Fremont Street, and other attractions about their perceptions of the place and about the perceptions of why they came here. And one of the things that came up is that downtown is an exciting place. It's a vibrant and hopping place. It does have a history, and it has a little bit of grittiness to it, which in some ways attracts the tourist to downtown Las Vegas. We'll get you that
I would ask on that, if you hold off disseminating it, it's a very small sample, and knowing enough about statistics when you have such a small base sample, the merit is questionable. Not that it wasn't factual in each individual's commentary, which councilmen probably would like to see, and maybe everybody else. But I just want to make it a public statement. It was an extremely small sample, and that makes a very big difference when you are taking a survey. So, yes, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I hope I'm not stepping on your lines here or anything like that, but I wanted to pitch in by saying thank you very much for, this is public spiritedness too. It is more than just selfish interest trying to protect the downtown. The homeless problem is all over the valley and certainly all over downtown, and 3 wards that center in downtown, they're all plagued with it. And I know Councilman Barlow and I went to San Antonio in February, and we were sold on the idea of what they had done. But what they had done in San Antonio was not just simply say, government, let's do this, or government, let's raise taxes and pay for all this. Actually, the push to solve the homeless problem there came from the business community, the philanthropic community, the people who recognized this is a serious problem for everybody. And it's not a charity problem. It is something about public health. It's something about safety, because there's a lot of people that are bad hanging in and hiding in the homeless population. So San Antonio has got it right. We are on the pathway, but we're a long way from it. We're going to need a lot of money. We're going to need you to be supporting us financially through your philanthropic arms as well as from your business interest arms. But we're also going to need you to ask everybody in town with money to help contribute to make this happen, because it will benefit everybody. Truly will. It's all about dollars and cents when you get down to it. I like the grit in our image downtown. I wouldn't change that for a bit. but it is, going to always be there. And I encourage it, frankly. But I just want to say that thank you, because you're going to make it possible for us to do this if you stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Derek Coffin there, and I must add that, what's happened and the plans and going forward in the collaborative effort of the businesses downtown, the hotels, major players in what our city staff is doing, we're really excited about not just talking and having meetings and sampling everybody, but doing something, but together and making sure it's absolutely right on. We have a very results-oriented city manager sitting there. In fact, he's working very hard right now doing something, which I don't want. But thank you. It's a report. Any other? Yes, Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan, thanks for being here. It's good to see you again. And thank you both for diving in and tackling this issue. Now, I represent a ward that's out west. It's not one of the ones we traditionally think of as homeless, and I want to contribute to the conversation because I agree with Councilman Coffin. This is going to take a lot of investment, and I want to encourage all of us, even those of us in wards 2, 4, and 6, to dive in. As you're tackling this problem, the homeless are finding that it can be more lucrative to live out in the west than north. And we are having a serious problem growing. In addition, speaking with Metro, and talking with them, when they're in the community meetings, they're finding that when agencies around our community are allowed to give 2 topics they want to address in that meeting, they go around the room, one of the 2 is traditionally homeless. So you could almost say from that 50% of our effort in our community is directed at homeless. Metro, engineering, public safety, Parks and Recreation, you name it, is involved with homeless. And our business community, as you know, so this spans our community. So thank you for diving in and grabbing all the community partners, and I encourage all of us to chip in and help because it'll make us all better. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. So I guess we're splitting downtown between 3 and 5 and 1. So how about 3 or 5 making a motion on this? This is a report, but still, it looks like it needs a motion.
Move for approval.
Fine, that was quick. So whether it does or it doesn't, there's a motion to approve. But we can't, there it goes. Please vote and please post. Unanimous, of course. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank
And
you.
thank you,
Thank you.
trustees, board members, directors, whatever the titles are. Appreciate it. So we will now move on to agenda item 61, and we do have a card from a Mr. Iverson. So we will go ahead and hear the report first. And this is a presentation by the Department of Planning staff regarding policies and procedures for a community engagement program for projects involving the redevelopment of golf course or common open space. So,
thank you, Madam Mayor.
hello.
And council members, Peter Lowenstein, the acting planning director, and with me is the acting planning manager, Robert Summerfield. As you may recall, on September 6th, the City Council directed staff to continue developing guidelines for the repurposing of golf courses in open space. We had a direction from the Council to look into the public engagement and development standards portion of this within a 6-month period. Since this is a large endeavor, staff first initiative was in relation to the public engagement portion. This was highlighted by the Council as one of the interests, and we have been pursuing that. And in doing so, we created a policy advisory panel. This panel, the methodology for determining that, to be responsive to that to the timeline, staff targeted a membership of 7 members. We actually increased that. To find objective and capable members, staff reached out to a number of organizations to see if they would participate. Such organizations as the American Institute of Architects, the Urban Land Institute, Community Associations Institute, and Commercial Real Estate, and also Building Owners and Landscape Architects, as well as the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The rest of the panel was filled with representatives from the mayor's office, as well as council members Fiore and Soroka. In doing so, we had that board set up, and in addition to We created 2 stakeholder groups in which we got additional input that came in from the property owners of areas over 1 acre in size, owned by private property and not an HOA, for open spaces and golf courses within developed neighborhoods. The other stakeholder group that we went out to was HOAs and neighborhood associations that are surrounding areas with current development pressure, as well as other areas that have potential for development in the future. This resulted in 33 homeowners association groups and 17 landowner groups that were invited. From that, the Policy Advisory Panel made the following recommendations at the end of the facilitated sessions. Their recommendations were that there be a public engagement program for all projects proposed to repurpose golf courses or open space, that a public engagement program be required to be submitted to the Department of Planning for review and approval prior to being implemented, as well as that a summary report would be a submittal requirement for any land use applications of this type. Components of the public engagement program consist of alternative statements. The purpose of those alternative statements is to inform stakeholders and the city about the developer's development options and intentions, and to encourage communication, cooperation, and consensus building between the parties. Alternative statements will address several areas, and such questions would include what happens to the planned area if it's not repurposed and the golf course or open space ceases to operations, or access to use a common open space is not maintained. Other questions would be, what compatible development does the developer propose for the planned area? In addition to that, we had recommendations on neighborhood meetings and the number of neighborhood meetings. It has been recommended that developer shall conduct a minimum of 2 in-person informational neighborhood meetings focused on receiving residents and stakeholders' input prior to required design workshops, which are the next bullet point on there. The workshops in question, we like to use the planning jargon of charrettes, but one of the recommendations was use the terminology of workshops, and we've been including that. The recommendation is that after receiving initial feedback at the neighborhood meetings, that has been recommended that developers shall provide conceptual development options at workshops and solicit input for the interest groups on the concepts to build towards a site development plan that becomes part of the formal application. Those workshops would focus down on stakeholders, those being adjacent property owners to the plan area, property owners not adjacent to the plan area but within the master development plan area or special area plan, as well as adjacent neighborhood associations and business owners. The last component of the public engagement program is the summary report. This would be a report to the City of Las Vegas detailing the public outreach methods used, input received, and how the input was incorporated into the formal applications, if at all. These recommendations from the Policy Advisory Panel and based on staff's research has been formulated into a text amendment that will be arriving at the December 12th Planning Commission agenda. From this meeting and the direction that we receive, any of that direction will be incorporated into that text amendment. As we move forward, we're looking for the council to give us direction on the public engagement program, any additional comments, feedback, timelines, things of that nature, as well as direction on moving forward with development standards. And it's a large endeavor. We will continue in that light if directed by the council, as well as any additional comments on the stakeholder input strategy, any additional organizations, memberships that we should be incorporating.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Anything to add? Mr. Somerville?
No, ma'am. I'm just here to help with any questions that may come up during the discussion.
Okay, I think it's a work in progress, and so much of what we undertake is just, hopefully it's always a document that can improve with, the input and advice from professionals as well as from those of us who just call this home here. And so you are asking at this point for any input at this time from council, because this is just a report. And as I understand it, we have no motion here, but any commentary is what you're asking for specifically based on your report here, correct?
Madam Mayor, that's right. There is no motion on accepting the report or not, but there is the ability to give staff direction based on your comments.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councilman Coffin, your light's on, or is that next?
No, it is.
Mayor, did we want to take any public comment on that from Mr. Iverson now, or did you want to wait till after our discussion?
Oh, I like that idea. Why don't we hear, because that might bring some new light too. So Mr. Iverson, who's going to come forward. Are you a Philadelphia guy?
I did live outside of Philadelphia for a small amount of time.
I noticed your cell phone is a Philadelphia
It is.
area code.
It is. Thank you. Well, good morning, City Council members, and happy holidays to each of you. My name is Ron Iverson. I reside at 9324 Verlaine Court in the Queensridge community. I am a member, to disclose, of the Queensridge Owners Association Board, but today I'm here speaking to you as a resident. Last week, Councilman Soroka spoke to the Queensridge community about the purpose of this ordinance being developed to address the repurposing of open space, and in the case of Queensridge, in the middle of a master plan community. This is item number 61 on today's agenda. This informative community discussion was certainly welcomed and appreciated, so Councilman Soroka, thank you very much. Because the issue of open space repurposing is so important to the future of this valley, I wanted to come here this morning to commend each of you for undertaking the development of this new city ordinance to govern how this issue will be handled going forward. The last 2 years in discussing the repurposing of the Badlands Golf Course before this council has been an incredible challenge. And that challenge has not only been for the residents of Queensridge, but also for the developer, for the city planning staff, and for each of you individually. Patience is worn thin on all parties, and the residents of Queensridge fully understand that. Throughout all of this, I think that much of the frustration was caused by a lack of clear process, clear guidelines and best practice, clear requirements and timelines, clear responsibilities, and clear decision criteria. The new ordinance that you are developing is proposed to address each of these issues and to facilitate fair, well-balanced decision-making where in the past there was none, and in an area where so much quality of life and personal investment is certainly at risk. We owe you a sincere thanks to Councilman Soroka for his initiative, and to each of you for your insight and leadership in addressing this repurposing issue of open space in the best possible way for our valley. And if after the ordinance is developed, I'm looking forward to other cities coming here to Las Vegas as a role model and saying, how did you address this in such a meaningful and purposeful way and a successful way, and what best practices can you share with our community that you've learned? So much appreciation goes out to you for your foresight and your resolve to get this ordinance developed for our city, and a sincere thanks from me personally and also from the residents of Queensridge. So thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to stay with us and for your comments. We're very grateful. So, Councilman Coffin, you wanted to
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make sure if Summerfield and or Lowenstein, Summerstein would... I like this act, by the way. These two people are really great in filling that position. Amazing. I just want to say, now, we visited last week, I think, on the concept of a missing link on that thing, and that was, we didn't have anybody engaged in the beginning from a preservation point of view, an ecology point of view, because of what happens when you create a green space, particularly when there is already life in that area, whether it's undeveloped or not, and then you rip it up and you do something else, and now you've got a huge ecological network dependent upon human interaction. So as I understand it, you have started to place some people in there with a perspective that could be very useful to, both the developers and the residents.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That's correct. We've identified a number of different organizations and individuals that we'll be reaching out to if we move forward with the development standards to address the ecological portion of repurposing open space or golf courses. So to your point, yes, we are exploring those and moving forward with
Well, we need
that.
to have them there from the beginning. We can't just call them in late and say, now it's time for ecology. Let's check off ecology. Here's 2 experts.
Agreed. The public engagement portion is the first portion of it. The next section would be the development standards if there was anything in concern of how to mitigate any impacts that on the current ecology as that location would be redeveloped.
Okay. Obviously, it's not very pleasant to see thousands of rabbits and other animals dependent upon, the green space to suddenly starve and die in people's lawns. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I hear
I have a
yes,
question.
please.
Thank you,
Please,
Mayor.
Councilman Anthony.
So this is called the Community Engagement Program. So does this ordinance text amendment deal strictly with the public's involvement in this kind of an application, golf course development process? Is that all this is looking at?
Correct. This is currently looking at the public engagement program, which would be a precursor to a formal application, which is purely focused on engaging the surrounding community about the pending applications that would be filed at a later date.
Okay, that's good. That's perfect. The one thing I just want to bring up, I really hope you guys take a look at this, because and obviously we're basing this on the Queens Ridge development and developments coming forward, but one of the huge battles we had over the Queens Ridge is, do you need a major modification? Do you don't need a major modification? Do you need a GPA? You don't need a GPA. We're following the process. We're not following the process. That was a huge deal. So the next time this happens on a golf course development, it has to be very clear what you need to start with. We had a ton of attorneys involved in this, and they're all coming up with their own definitions and perspectives. So I just hope I need you to look at that so we don't revisit that again. So anybody walking in knows exactly what they have to do to start the process. It's very clear. There's no ambiguity. There's no argument, because that was just a big mess in that one. So tell me you're going to look at that.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
That was clear, concise, and response was perfect. Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
I just wanted to, Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the staff on taking the best practices from around the country and doing great research and putting them together. And they're finding the areas that are touch points across the country and trying to address those ahead of time so that we don't have to do that kind of discussion here. That can be taken care of before getting here. And I applaud that. I know we're going to launch into the next phase soon to get to the rest of the development. As Councilman Anthony described, there'll be some other pieces that come forward. Thank you for that. I wanted you to consider this as we go forward, and these are for considerations to add on as maybe just a consultant or a phone call, or they can attend a meeting and then you can do via email. Maybe somebody like the electrical company, NV Energy, or the gas, maybe, somebody to review some of the thoughts. We may want to bounce them off the Clark County School District to see what thoughts they have ahead of time. I would suggest Metro, the police, and then also the fire, And as Councilman Coughlin was mentioning, maybe animal control or whatever organization we have that looks after community animals. So I was just saying NV Energy, maybe even Southwest Gas, schools, Metro, animal control. Just a thought as we're going forward, so we get a well-balanced view of what's going forward. So good work. And as we go forward, I know the flow is you'll take our comments from here, and as appropriate, you'll include them in the document, and then it's going before Planning Commission on December 12th. Is that correct, Peter?
That is correct, sir.
Yes. And then whatever's happening there, it'll either come forward here in January sometime or whatever, we go back for a revision or whatever they want you to do. Is that correct?
That's correct. After the text amendment, if it moves forward through Planning Commission, we would move forward in an ordinance form to the council.
Thank you. And when do you anticipate the next phase of discussions to happen?
Following the direction from council, we'll start moving on that. We have to arrange with the facilitator once again, so it's a little just scheduling.
Is it appropriate, council, that I ask them to begin right away on the next phase?
Aye, Council.
All right, can we begin at your earliest when you can get everybody together? I know it's holiday time, so whatever's reasonable, let's get rolling on that right away. I think we'd all appreciate moving forward on that. Is that reasonable, Peter? Does that work?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and before we move on to the next item, I see there's a gentleman here, and we'd love to have your name and your comments, please.
Hi, my name is Todd Davis. I'm General Counsel for EHB Companies, the manager of 180 Land Company, 4 Stars, and 70 Acres. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor. I just wanted to give a couple of comments strictly limited to the attachment that was part of the agenda. It's a 5-page document that was prepared by staff for the council, and it's entitled Draft Open Space Repurposed Public Engagement Program. And it addresses that the reason that we're here, and this agenda item is based on the September 6th hearing on the moratorium ordinance, which I do believe that the city council saw it for what it was, and I think you got it right. What we have here is simply a piecemeal approach to enacting the same sort of thing, but I'm going to limit my comments to the stakeholders meeting. I was in attendance at the stakeholders meeting. There were 3 property owners at the stakeholders meeting, and I agree with the mayor that the quantity of the sample has a lot to do with the quality of the feedback of the sample. The next night, the homeowners stakeholders meeting, I know they had 1 homeowners association, they may have had 2 based on the attendance there. So we had 3 property owners and 2 homeowners associations. So at our meeting, we asked, Ron Portaro was a moderator, and I think he did a tremendous job with the group that was there, although I think group is probably an overstatement. But he focused on notice. And one of the things that we asked, even before we got into the elements that they wanted to discuss or get feedback from, was whether or not an impact study has been done to determine, some of the materials that address the ordinance talks about a nationwide problem, and I pointed out to Ron that we're not so much concerned with a nationwide problem as we are concerned with the city of Las Vegas and derivatively Clark County, although it's a different governing body, and whether or not it's not just a matter of taking account and going to Google Maps or going to the city's records and saying, how many golf courses are there and how many properties are there that fall within Title 19 open space? Because that was what we were presented with. We were presented with a 1.5-page document to discuss that looked like it was just a couple of pages pulled out of a book that would otherwise have been a fairly thick book. And it had capitalized terms, and capitalized terms typically mean they're defined terms. So we didn't even understand the scope of what we were asked to go there and participate with. We pointed that out, and I likened it to being asked whether or not we liked the decor or critiqued the decor in a pitch black room. There was simply no way, and I believe Ron agreed with us. He understood the points, and what we were given was not sufficient. And we said, if there is something, if there's something that you want us to consider, that we understand what it is in advance of a meeting, then certainly, and in fact, we pointed out that out of the 3 property owners that EHB Companies LLC manages, not one of those property owners received a written notice or even an email notice. So here we are there to talk about notice, but we hadn't received a notice. Peter was there. He was terrific. He provided a clarification. He said he personally knows that we're on the list, but we're simply pointing out that there's a disconnect between being on the list and somebody having it and us actually receiving a written notice. So then we were asked to talk about the notice elements of it. And when I look at the policy advisory panel recommendations, it goes through, and just this morning I understand the text of the proposed amendment is coming out, or at least this little piece of the proposed amendment is coming out, or it came out this morning, and it tracks what's in here. But what's in here, policy advisory panel recommendations, as you've heard me say repeatedly, we only talked about notice. We spent over an hour talking about notice, whether or not it was sufficient. My comment was, did anybody not know about what was going on? If there's a proposal, we're happy to consider it. But certainly, it's probably one of the largest crowds on this type of applications that you would hear. Clearly, people knew about it. The HOA. We followed all of the city requirements, so we gave the best feedback we could on notice. And I'm almost done.
If I might add here, because I really think your thoughts and what you can contribute through Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Summerfield, what we're trying to do is not talk about today and tomorrow. We're talking way out there, so that whatever is established has input from both sides to critique what is or create anew, so that it's fair and equitable, and that it is directed to the purpose, that what the purpose is of what the meetings are and what this is about, and the process, how to get there, is second, and then third, getting the input and arriving at the best solution. We can never, satisfy 100% of the time, but we can certainly work towards something, and it's all part of the process. So I know with both Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Summerfield, the main thing is making sure we always have input from all parts. And is that incorrect, an assumption? Because we'll never arrive at something that really works, that is fair and truthful and proper process, and proper results.
You're correct, Madam Mayor.
If you don't hear from everybody.
You're correct, Madam Mayor. We try to get the input from as many parties as we can. We sent out our notifications, and we got our responses from the individuals that wanted to participate, and we're going to continue to do so.
And this will go through many iterations, I am confident, and that you will be able to share in those iterations as they go online. I'm not sure that's the process you're using, is after there's some agreement that you'll go online so others can have input. The thing is to try to come up with the best results we can. And with an impartial, hopefully impartial analysis from this body, you will be part, or the representatives will, both sides. And so we rely on our staff as being totally truthful and looking for the best ultimate result. So just
I
the main thing is,
agree with what you're saying.
all your comments that you have,
Sure.
which could be very lengthy, really need to go to Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Summerfield, and then those will be taken in with the whole for the coming meetings that will take place, and everything that goes forward, whether it's going to planning or to recommending or to this council, all the way through. And what we want is the input from everybody. We don't want to have to do this again and again and again. We want to have the perfect resolve to the best of the ability of our staff to come.
I agree completely with you, and that's actually the purpose, and that's why I've limited my comments to the four corners of this document. In closing, I'd just like to say this. It's the process that's why I'm here right now.
Perfect.
At that meeting, the text of the amendment that's going before Planning Commission addresses all of these topics on page 3 through 5, okay? It starts out talking about the stakeholder meetings and how there was input. Section A1, alternative statement, okay? It's in the text amendment. There was no discussion on it. It has 5 subparts. Section 2, CC&Rs, it was not discussed in those meetings. We were only asked about notice. It was not discussed. Section 3, notice, we were asked about. I just want to point out that it's the process that, and you're being asked to, and these things are being tendered to you and Planning Commission, and Peter's terrific. He's great at communication. I have nothing but great things to say about Peter, but ultimately Peter prepares it for you, and you need to understand that this process, design workshops, number 4, has 3 subparts. Summary report, section B, has 11 subparts, and section C. All of those are being put into the text amendment that was received this morning. All of those have significant modifications, and the one question that the 3 property owners were asked was, do you think that the notice process is sufficient? So I'm giving you the information so that when you're presented with this, you have the ability to scrutinize it. I'm not here to judge it. I'm simply pointing out that this appears to be a piecemeal process to accomplish the same thing that this city council said that they would not do on September 6th. We've been through the process, we're going through the process, and I'm providing the feedback as to what is actually occurring in those meetings and how those recommended changes are ending up in that ordinance that is going to end up in front of Planning Commission and is going to end up in front of the city council. Just like the quality of the sample is important, or the quantity of the sample is important, the issues and scope of what is discussed in those stakeholder meetings, if they are going to end up in that text amendment, something other than notice.
I think what you've missed here, it's not so much, it is the quantity of the sample, but it's also the representation. And what we want is full representation by anybody who can help Peter and Robert and our planning department come up with the very best we can do. So we appreciate your taking the time. The most important thing is to give the information to Peter. And Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you. And I'm hearing you loud and clear. And I want you to rest assured that this community engagement program is not a moratorium disguise. We want you, all of your words that you just spoken about, if you would literally highlight the 5-page document on what you are not happy with, okay? This is why we're talking about this here in the open, with all these open meeting laws, that you email our offices directly and you say, I don't like this, I don't like that. That's why we're having these meetings. That's why we're bringing this up. So I just want you to rest assured, just as this council slapped down that moratorium, we are not a fan of that. So we are hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Embrace the world. Okay, well, that was a report. Thank you both very much. We are going to move on to agenda item 62, discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Kevin McCoster's Director of Building and Safety, $140,000 plus benefits general fund. Hello.
Good morning. Well, almost. Right on the line. Scott Adams, City Manager. It is my distinct pleasure to present to you for your ratification our recommendation of Kevin McCosker as the new Building and Safety Director. And let me give you a little bit about Kevin's background. Kevin came to us about a year ago from Clark County to become our Building and Safety Manager. He came to us from Clark County after serving there for about 24 years. He had extensive experience in field inspections, plan review, permitting, and code enforcement. He is a code expert. He has been involved in the building code development locally since the adoption of the 2000 International Building Code. And he served on the International Code Council General Building Code Development Committee in 2015, and he was recently appointed to the International Code Council International Residential Code Committee. So he knows his codes. And let me just make a side comment. In the short time that Kevin's been here and I've had a chance to work with him, he is a consummate professional. He is very knowledgeable, and he will serve us well going forward. He's brought with him a deep experience, a breadth of partnerships out in the community. You know, our development community doesn't know jurisdictional boundaries, so a lot of the same folks that he worked with in Clark County are the same folks that we work with here in the city of Las Vegas. So again, it is my distinct pleasure to present to you Kevin McCosker for your ratification.
Well, we're excited, and I'm sure you have to make some comments, because if we approve this recommendation, you will think you've died and gone to heaven to work with this city, which you've been working with for quite some time, and this council, because we just love to see good things happen. But tell us a little something.
Sure. For the record, Kevin McCosker, Building and Safety. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Adams and the rest of the City Management Office Executive Leadership Team for this recommendation. I also would like to thank the team back at Building and Safety for their encouragement and support over the past year. I'm really honored that the executive team has selected me, and the team back at Building and Safety is supporting me also. I came to Las Vegas 32 years ago.
Which high school?
Actually, ma'am, I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base. I was 20 years old. I was a young airman. I met my wife when I was at Nellis, and I attended University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where I got my engineering degree. I raised 2 kids here in Las Vegas who are now both adults and living their own lives, and they're very successful. I love Las Vegas. This is the greatest community on the entire planet, and I say that with everything in my experience. I've lived in Connecticut, Florida, Michigan, and Colorado, so I think I have a little bit of experience in telling you that I think Las Vegas is great.
You found the Holy Grail along with the gentleman standing next to you. I think you were in the same states?
Through the same place.
Yes, but I also have a passion for the built environment, and I have a passion for helping customers, and I really enjoy working collaboratively with our industry partners in construction and development to make building and safety the best, making cost-effective, code-compliant construction. When I meet with developers and contractors and owners, they want cost-effective, code-compliant construction, and I am all about that goal. The city just enacted a new set of core values: kind, committed, and smart, and I believe that that is how I live my life every single day. I'm service-oriented, I'm committed to excel, and I try to do the right thing at the right time every single day. I see there's great opportunities for the City of Las Vegas moving forward and the Department of Building and Safety, and I would very appreciate your ratification of my appointment to the Director of Building and Safety. With that, if there's any questions.
If they don't hire you, I'll hire you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So any comments, questions before I ask? Yes. And where's Councilman Soroka? My gosh, here's a Landsman, another Nellis fellow. He slipped out. Well, say something long, Councilman, so that he can get back to
Gee, that's hard for me to do.
Yeah, I know.
I would say thank you very much, Kevin, for your service to us and your future service. And coming at an interesting time because construction jumping again, awful lot of things happening. And the tendency, of course, is amongst people who are building things to get by as quickly and as cheaply as possible, which means, to me, your primary focus of inspection is critical, because the safety of the community depends on the adherence to the rules, and you are the rule keeper. And I think that I just want to talk to you about one thing that supposedly is code compliant, but yet I don't think should be, and that is all this foam cladding on buildings going in for decoration and things that, and or frankly, making appearances of being structural. And that is that they are very, very prone to catch fire and impossible to fight a fire when you have foam, molten foam dripping on you. And so with your predecessor, we had a lot of talk about this, and he continued to say that it was within code if properly installed. And that's the rub. I feel like unless a city person is really putting the name of the city and the reputation of his own reputation or her own reputation on the inspection. We really don't know what's good. And I don't want to just say that just because something meets some sort of international code, that it means it's okay for Las Vegas. This cladding is catching on fire all over the world amongst places that try to shortcut on beautifying their properties. And again, the key words, if properly installed. Well, we just can't be everywhere that is installed. And so I don't trust it. I realize there are sizes and depths and quantities of that amount of foam cladding that's allowed. And it's tempting because there's fire protection. No, there is heat protection caused by it. But I think it's an easy way to go, but dangerous in the long run. So, I don't know what you've thought about this, but I am curious right now.
Thank you. For the record, Kevin McCosker, Building and Safety. So I think the predecessor was correct. There are some applications where the code allows for foam in certain applications under certain restrictions, under certain standards, and as you're correct, it does a lot of times state when installed correctly, and the key component to this is inspections and part of that process. We can definitely look and maybe talk to you further as we move forward, because we are currently working towards the adoption of the 2018 codes, and so how we formulate that terminology. I know there's been a lot of discussion with exterior systems, with the green felt fire in England this year, and so I know there's a lot of discussion locally and even at the national level regarding safeguards for that type of application. So moving forward right now, I would love to have the opportunity to pick your brain a little bit as we move forward in the code adoption process and make sure that we get exactly what the city needs in terms of safety and with respect to foam construction.
Thank you. It's still hard to believe that anything that causes danger, an additional danger to the people who fight fires, would still be allowed to put that stuff on a building. And it's always around a window or a door, points of access and points of escape. It just doesn't make sense to me whether it's properly installed or not. It's done as a cost-saving item to replace wood being out there and nailed down properly and plastered.
Thank you. You did it, Councilman. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Guess who's back? Nellis is back with us. So,
Yes.
I didn't know you needed me anymore.
No, you did a great
Thank
job.
you, ma'am.
He came
Thank
back.
you, ma'am.
and he's
Yeah,
here,
did
and
great.
So I'm going to move to ask our Mayor Pro Tem.
Could I say a few words first from Nels?
Should we allow you? You can't. He had to do a diatribe here, waiting for you to come back. Go ahead. But it best be brief.
Well, you know that in the back, when we go back there, we can still hear and see what's going on out here. That's why I hustled back out here, so thank you for that. But clearly, I have to agree with you, Kevin. Nellis has brought some amazing Americans to Las Vegas. So thank you for being one of them, and I appreciate that. But I know you understand the value of the safety position and the importance. And in my background in the military, you may not know, before you can be the boss, you have to be the boss of safety for the installation before you're even considered qualified to be the commander. Because it is that important to be in charge. And, I had the opportunity to be in charge of air safety, weapons safety, bombs, munitions, missiles, as well as building and ground safety. And it's a huge endeavor. So I'm glad you're stepping up to take the challenge, and we expect a lot of you, and it's very important to all of us up here. I'm sure the mayor especially will be really counting on you to do great things, and you're ready for it, so thanks.
Thank you. Very well said. Very well said. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I move for the ratification of Kevin McCosker as the Director of Building and Safety for the City of Las Vegas.
There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Unanimous. Nirvana.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Adams, are you giving him the rest of the day off? Does he get anything?
I'm going to start my day now.
And I know, where'd Mr. Perigo go? Where are you? Oh, could you come up? I know you'd love to say something. You're never at a loss for words. Mr. Perigo. I might ask Mrs. Duddleston, too. Everybody who worked with you would take forever, and of course, Mr. Cervantes, but...
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Tom Perico, Executive Director of Community Development. Yeah, it's just so great to see Kevin up here and to hear him speak with his passion about our city. It's come through clear as I've had a great opportunity to work with him these last few months. everybody I talk to out in the industry, the community, and all the folks in the department speak very highly of him and are very supportive. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to do with that great department, all those wonderful folks, and serving our community. So thank you.
So don't forget the Ugly City ugly sweater celebration. Ugly
yes,
City.
Absolutely.
Ugly sweater. Okay. Thanks. And I know both Mrs. Duddleston and Mr. Cervantes echo that praise. So thank you. Thank you. Okay. I had an instruction at 1 o'clock that's now been moved up to please take a 10-minute break so that KCLU can update itself. So we have no choice. What can we do without the technology? It is 10 minutes after. It's 12 after. We'll be back here at 12:22. Thank you. There he goes. Okay, we can move on because we're 4. We are at 4 people. We're okay. Yes? Okay, are we on agenda item 63? 63 and 68 together. So shall I read one after the other? Okay. As noted on the agenda, there it is, item 63 and 68 together. 63, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of the Development and Disposition Agreement, DDA, for the sale and development of parcels G and F within Symphony Park between City Parkway 5, Inc. and SLC Development, Inc., for the purpose of developing a multifamily housing and amenities in Symphony Park, located Symphony Park Avenue to south and Promenade Place to the west, City Parkway to the east, and West Carson Avenue to the north in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The second agenda item is 68, R572017, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing City Parkway 5, Inc. to sell parcels G and F within Symphony Park, located Symphony Park Avenue to the south, Promenade Place to the west, City Parkway to the east, and West Carson to the north for the purpose of economic development without first offering it to the public and for less than fair market value to SLC Development, Inc. for the development of multifamily housing and amenities in Symphony Park. As I said, this is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. I'm really excited today to introduce this project. I think we're really at a turning point for Symphony Park and arguably all of downtown, where we've gotten through the recession, employment is back, our main economic engine, gaming and hospitality, is back, and so there's a real interest to see new projects in downtown, but particularly housing. We do not have enough quality housing for everybody that wants to be in downtown and live in downtown full-time, so we're really excited about this project. I'd like to first turn it over to our development partner to explain a little bit more about their company, their vision for Symphony Park. So with us today is Ken Howell, Jeremy Sear, and also John Tippins, representing the developer. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ken and his team, let them introduce themselves and tell you a little bit more about the vision for Symphony Park. They're going to turn it back over to me, and I'm going to explain the project and the business terms that we've negotiated for the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ken.
Exciting. Welcome.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Mayor Goodman and fellow council members. We appreciate you allowing us to speak. I'm Ken Howell. I'm the Chief Investment Officer for Southern Land Company. We're a 300-person real estate development firm out of Nashville, Tennessee. I was going to spend a few minutes talking to you a little bit about our firm, some of our projects, and our ability to perform. And then I'll turn it over to Jeremy, who will talk a little bit about our vision for a mixed-use project here in Symphony Park. There are two things that really separate us from most real estate development firms. We're a vertically integrated firm with land planners, architects, engineers, development, construction, property management, and retail leasing all on staff. We believe that makes it easier to take a project through its life cycle as we control several of the processes that go along with going from raw dirt through development, through to construction, through property management, and to lease up. So we believe that is a strength of ours, having multiple layers of skills on staff. Secondly, our site selection process is very onerous. We look at, with our staffing in place and our skill set on staff, we could likely develop 8 or 10 projects a year. But by design, we only do 3 projects a year. So we're very selective. We study well over 100 projects across the country. We have a laundry list of hurdles that we have to go through before we'll settle on a project. And we're excited to say that Symphony Park is one of those that we'd like to work on in 2018. We're headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. We have regional offices in Dallas, Denver, and New York City. We are operating currently in about 7 or 8 different states around the country, as you can tell on the map there. We have been studying the Las Vegas market for the past 2 years. We believe that with the job growth, the economic growth, the rent growth, and the lack of supply of Class A projects, it's a great time and a great opportunity to be coming into the market. Some of the projects that we've worked on, first project is a public-private partnership that we did with the City of Plano. This image that you have in front of you is actually our second project. About 5 years ago, we did our first project with the city. We delivered about 280 apartments with about 10,000 square feet of retail. It was quite successful for our company as well as for the City of Plano, and they asked us to tackle the 2-acre site across the street. We're in construction today on about 185 units with about 12,000 square feet of retail. Jeremy's team is responsible for that development. It will likely come online in the next 12 to 18 months. We're also in design on another project in Dallas. This is an 18-story tower we've been in design on for about a year. We're just now breaking ground. It's just over 300 units. It's near uptown Dallas, which is about a 15-minute drive from the downtown. So it's very convenient to jobs. It's very near to a retail corridor called Knox Henderson. We have designed what we think will be the top of the market product for the Dallas market. So this one will be breaking ground here in the next 30 days. We have been working in Boulder, Colorado for the past 4 years, trying to get entitlements on this 6-acre site. We received those entitlements last month. We'll be breaking ground on a project with about 240 apartments and about 130,000 square feet of office and retail. Boulder is a very difficult market to get stuff approved. We have hung in there and we have figured it out with the city, and so we're excited to be breaking ground here in the next month or 2 on this project. Also in Denver, we are breaking ground in January on a 10-story project. This one has some historical significance. The 2-story brick building in the front dates back to the early 1900s. Historic Denver asked us to save the building, which we were not required to do, but when working with Historic Denver, we were allowed to get a little bit more density and not take down the building, so we are building our apartments just behind this historic restaurant. And then the third one in Denver, this was our first project. We completed last year a 300-unit project with about 9,000 square feet of restaurant space. It's currently in lease-up. It's just outside of the downtown Denver. It's been very well received. Leasing is going great, and we are very excited about this project. In our own backyard, we are in construction on an 18-story apartment tower we call Vertus. It's about 300 apartments in the tower, another 80,000 square feet of office and retail in the office building that you see in front of the apartment building. This is a very unique district, very difficult to get entitlements, so we're excited to see this one coming on in Q2 of next year. We also operate up in the Northeast. This happens to be our second project in Philadelphia. We're in design on a 48-story tower. We'll have about 350 apartments, about 50,000 square feet of retail, restaurant on the first 2 or 3 floors. We've been working on this project for 2 years, and we expect to break ground about a year from today.
Are those condos or rentals?
The top 18 floors will be for-sale condos. Then there'll be about 25, 28 floors of for-rent apartments, and then the bottom 3 floors will be office, retail, and exercise.
Thank you.
This happens to be our first project in Philadelphia. We built this project 3 years ago. It's 26 stories, about 360 apartments, 15,000 square feet of retail. It leased up in about a year, and we're in the process now of putting permanent financing on. So we operate in multiple markets across the country. We have been studying the Las Vegas market for about a year and a half. We have had our owner out about a month ago, came out for 4 days. We toured the market, we toured the neighborhood, we toured the Smith Center, and so it was very well received, and we look forward to working on a project here in Symphony Park.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jeremy Sear with Southern Land Company, and I'm going to speak a little more specifically about the project and the site itself. I'm going to jump ahead a few slides here and really start with the why do we want to be in Symphony Park? Why do we like Symphony Park? And I think a lot of what Ken already touched on with the locations that we like to be in. We like to be in town, urban locations that have access to amenities, restaurants, retail, nightlife, jobs, employment, and we believe that Symphony Park is a great location relative to downtown, the medical district, you know, the amenities of the Smith Center.
Mr. Sear, can I interrupt you just for one question? In those buildings in Philly, is parking incorporated, garaging incorporated in those buildings down in the ground, or incorporated for most of them? Doesn't have to be specific.
Yes, those are both have structured parking. The first project has about 180 stalls. I believe it's three stories of parking with 23 stories of residential above. The 48-story tower is going to have 2 levels of parking, 1 level below grade and 1 level at grade.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
No,
and
that's
as
fine.
you go forward, hopefully you're addressing that too.
So that's a little bit on why we like Symphony Park and why we believe in Symphony Park. I will touch on too the investment that the city has already made, the enthusiasm, the support is very refreshing for us. You know, well, the various markets that Ken mentioned, a lot of times we won't see that same type of enthusiasm and support, so we certainly appreciate that. Jumping back a few slides, what this will represent will be some of the vision and the inspiration that our design team will use moving forward. Primarily on this slide, looking at the public realm, how do we engage the streetscape with the retail, with the restaurant, with the building. We will spend a lot of time making sure we have good scale relative to the surrounding spaces. We have a real appreciation for the iconic architecture that's already in place in Symphony Park, and hopefully we can complement that as well. The next slide, again, is more of just the vision and inspiration here, looking at really how do we engage the park, how do we activate that space. You'll see in some of these images food trucks, concerts, exercise classes. Those are the types of exterior amenities that we really like in a lot of our projects, green space, parks. Although we are in a lot of urban locations, we are generally located very close to parks, green spaces, open spaces, and we really like that. Moving forward into the preliminary concept, we've got some location slides here. I think we probably all are aware of the location. I'll stop here just briefly to give you a little sense of the logistics of how the building will function. You can see there in the blue circles, those would be access points, both vehicular and pedestrian, to the building. And then you can see to the south, the green arrows, where the retail, restaurant, commercial would be located there, adjacent to the green space and to the park. And this would be our first preliminary concept, looking at a site plan that would reflect a 4-story wood frame building wrapping around a structured parking garage. So all parking would be above grade, central to the building. Courtyards on each side of the building for active space, and then you can see there at the south end of the building where we've got the retail located there along the park. And then the next few slides, again, I would stress that these are conceptual images. I think I would probably focus on the massing more than anything at this point in the context of a 4-story building and how it might relate to the area around it. Again, getting back to that kind of iconic nature of the architecture, we'll certainly be diving into more detail with our design team, looking at a variety of materials on the exterior of the building. And then I think to also create interest, really look at the articulation of the building. Hopefully you can see that in some of these representative images as well. So with that, I think we'll turn it over to Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Jeremy. So Mayor, Council, I think, again, for the record, Bill Arndt, I think you have a feel for who Southern Land Company is and the caliber of the company that we're able to attract to Las Vegas. And so I really thank them for looking at Las Vegas and investing in our city and in our downtown. I want to thank our team, Tammy Christensen, our entire redevelopment team, Jason Thompson, Shani Coleman, Adrena Ramos-King, also Nick Niarchos and Terry Ponicello for the legal work. I want to start off with the vision for Symphony Park and why this developer, but also why this kind of project, why housing, Class A housing, market rate apartments in our downtown and in Symphony Park. And really the vision for Symphony Park is it's really a new neighborhood to really lift up the entire downtown area, where we're going to have a great academic center of excellence for medicine and healthcare anchored by Cleveland Clinic. We have a civic center with the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, and we believe this is going to be the next great neighborhood in our downtown, where we're going to have people living year-round in our downtown for people that work downtown, people that want to live year-round in our downtown. Our approach to this project has really been a public-private partnership where we're trying to find the best partner for the city. We're trying to come up with terms, including the land sale price and a land value that is in the best interest of the city, but is also at a value that can actually enable this project to happen. And we're really at a point in Las Vegas where it's really critical that we move with a sense of urgency, that we have a point in time where our economy's recovered, unemployment is at historic lows, employment is doing real well, incomes are doing well, rents are at a point in downtown where we can get this kind of project to happen if we structure it right and if we're smart. The other issue is things are starting to take off across the entire valley and the region. We have major construction projects getting going with the Raiders Stadium, with the convention center expansion. There are other multifamily housing projects being built around the valley, market rate apartments, luxury apartments, senior apartments. That's putting a pressure on cost. It's putting pressure on labor. It's putting pressure on materials. But we think we're really in that kind of sweet spot where if we get going with this project in 2018 and finish the design and development, that we're really at the point now where we can take advantage of everything lining up. And so I think time is really critical when we approach this project. The overview, we heard who Southern Land is. They have a lot of experience in all types of development, but I want to emphasize this kind of project. So this type of development, what's called wrap-style product, is where it's essentially a wrap. You have a parking garage in the middle of the parcel, and then you have a wrap. The residential units are wrapping around it. And what that allows the developer to do and the city to do is to get higher density, meaning more people living in our downtown area, more people living on this particular site. So they're looking to do 300 plus housing units, 20,000 square feet of retail. They're going to deliver adequate parking on site for the project, both for the retail as well as for the residents. We've negotiated a land sale price of $4.25 million for this site, which on a gross acreage basis is 5.2 acres, roughly $800,000 per acre. And we really think that is at a value comparable, close to what you're seeing for market rate deals around the valley. The city is contributing to make this happen. As Ken and Jeremy noted, we've already delivered a lot of the infrastructure in Symphony Park. There's a great park across the street. The Smith Center, of course, is a world-class amenity. But one thing left to do is environmentals. So we've been treating the soils and remediating the soils for what remaining contamination was left from the railroad activities as we go, kind of a just-in-time approach. So that still has to be done on site for this particular parcel. So in order to try to level the playing field, if you will, make this as attractive a place to invest Southern Land's dollars as anywhere else in the region or the Southwest, we feel like we have to invest in that area. So we're going to be investing $12 per square foot as a cap, up to $12 per square foot, which if we hit that cap would be approximately $2.75 million. It is worth noting that we did get a settlement from Union Pacific Railroad where we got cash in from the railroad. We've been able to use that money to offset infrastructure costs, including environmental. So that's also kind of helping us make sure that we cover our costs for all of Symphony Park, including any future infrastructure needed to support this project. The second item, Mayor, that you called is item 68. And I wanted to point out that this is the first real estate sale that we've proposed for a while. And so I wanted to remind the council, as well as update our new members, that when the city goes to sell or lease land, we really can do that one of two ways. And that's per state law, state policy, and state guidelines. The first way is we can auction property. And you've seen the county do that for surplus sales of recent years. If we do that, we can't really control what gets built, when it gets built, and with whom. So the alternative to that is to do a negotiated sale. And if we do that, the law allows us to do that for economic development or redevelopment purposes. In quoting the statute, we can sell, lease, or otherwise dispose of real property for the purposes of redevelopment or economic development, A, without first offering the real property to the public, and B, for less than fair market value of the real property. It is worth noting that we did do a competitive process for this. We contacted developers locally, regionally, and nationally. We had over a half dozen proposals for residential in Symphony Park. Some great proposals, including great proposals from some local development companies. Your staff felt that this was the best one. It was the best value for the city, the best land purchase terms, and really the best quality project. And that's why we wanted Southern Land to spend some time educating you and the council who they are, what they've done. They really build quality products and projects, and we really think this is going to really lift up all the housing in our downtown area. For economic development, we can sell without going through that auction process. Specifically, economic development includes, and I'm quoting from the statute, the establishment of residential housing needed to support the establishment of new commercial enterprises or facilities, or the expansion of existing commercial enterprises or facilities. One of the criticisms that I get, that our office gets, is we want to work downtown, we want to live downtown, but there are only so many places that we can go. You have great housing, the condominiums that went back into rentals, now they're going back to condominiums. There are some market rate units going up. Fremont 9 is the largest one right now, but that's not meeting the demand. So we really need new Class A housing, some new quality housing downtown, and we're really appreciative of Southern Land and their interest in building. As part of that legal requirement, we are required to appraise the property using kind of a blind appraisal process, and we got 2 appraisals back in. There's a big swing in values here, and part of the reason here is it was appraised as raw land, vacant land, highest and best use. The land could be used for anything from commercial, office, hotel, so they concluded that the highest value would be for a commercial use. But specifically for our vision for Symphony Park, we believe that we need residential. We need more housing downtown, and this is really a unique opportunity to get quality housing downtown. So we negotiated a value based on what we thought were market values around the region, and we think that $800,000 per acre is in that range of market values. So as part of the agenda item today, we're asking you to approve this resolution, which would authorize the sale of the property for economic development purposes, not following that auction process, and at a value lower than the higher of those 2 appraised values. Benefits to the city. We're getting what we think is nationally a great developer, one that any community should be proud to have in their community. We're getting new market rate housing units. We want to raise the bar. We want to set a new standard for what quality rental housing looks like in downtown. We believe we're going to do that with this project. We're going to get a lot of construction jobs. These are going to be local construction jobs, over 200 at peak employment, and then permanent jobs for the retail and to support the housing of approximately 174 jobs. We believe that the sale price is really a win-win. It enables the developer to build this project and build a quality product, take advantage of that narrow window of time we have to get a project like this going, but also cover our expenses. We're covering our remediation costs. We're putting in the remaining roads where there isn't asphalt. We're putting in the utilities around this property, so that money into the city is going to help us basically offset that cost so we can afford to do that. And then we're getting annual tax revenue of over $440,000 annually into the city and the other tax jurisdictions, which we really think is a huge impact. But as I said earlier, I think the main economic impact to the city is people living year-round in our downtown. These are market rate units. We're going to have working professionals living in our downtown and getting more and more of those type of units. It's hard to put a price tag on what that means to our downtown. The project schedule, I do have something I'd like to submit to the clerk for the record, and I have copies for you and, as well. We've been working very closely with not only the developer but our planning team, and we really want to hit this window of time to get the project right and do it while we think it's still manageable on the cost side. So we went back to the developer and our own planning department, and this schedule is actually 3 months more aggressive than what is in the backup and in the contract. So this schedule that I'm handing out, and it's shown, a summary of it's shown on the slide here. Originally, they wanted to get in starting construction, vertical construction, by May of 2019. We thought collectively we could do better, and so we worked with our development partner, and if we hit all our timelines as far as our required reviews for the entitlements and the design review, and I think you got a strong commitment from our new building official that he's going to work at the pace of the private sector, that if we do that, we thought we could get out of the ground 3 months earlier. So there's a lot of work on all the pre-development that's going on throughout all of next year, calendar year. One of the big things that the developer has to do that maybe you don't have to do on other projects around the valley is make sure you understand the environmental. So we're going to pick up that expense, but the developer has to understand what that means, what soil gets hauled off and treated, do they have to import more soil back on the site, how's the parking going to work, and so there's a lot of work to do ahead of the developer, and we think this schedule is aggressive but achievable. And so that would put us where the developer would close on the purchase of the land in April of next year, get financing commitments toward the end of the calendar year with a building permit in hand a little over a year from now, and starting construction in February of 19 with completing in July of 2020. So what we're requesting today is we're requesting that you approve item 63, which will be the development agreement. We're requesting that you approve the resolution, which authorizes the sale, not going through that auction process and selling at the value that we indicated. One important thing to mention is, and I think Jeremy touched on this pretty heavily, you're not seeing the final design. We think the final design that you're going to see is going to be very compatible with Symphony Park, and I think comparable to the other projects that they've done around the country. So you're going to see that design come in next year with the calendar, where they're going to be coming back through in the entitlement process next spring, starting in March, and then having final entitlements by July. So you're going to have a chance to through the council and the planning commission to review the final design. So we're as concerned and invested as anyone to make sure that the final design is really setting that new benchmark that I indicated. So you're not approving the design today. So you are approving the project, the land sale terms, the schedule, the land price, authorizing the sale, but you're going to get another chance to review the design, and we're going to work with our proposed development partner to make sure it's something that is really going to be fitting for Symphony Park and setting a new standard. And with that, that wraps up my presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Any questions about the developer or the project, I'll turn it over back to Ken and Jeremy about the business terms or the deal terms. I'd be glad to answer them as well.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting. We look forward to it. Your buildings everywhere look wonderful. We wish we could pick them up and just plop them down, especially in Philadelphia area, because we know what downtown Philly looks like. That design, where in here, you mentioned March, where would the first opportunity for your conceptual designs begin to solidify in something that we could look at? When is that, in 18 or 19? Where design?
So Mayor, they're going to start in earnest pretty much right away, but we're going to get that initial submittal February 8th of next year. So that second item on the schedule, submit preliminary exterior architectural rendering. We're going to see that at the staff level. There'll be a lot of back and forth. You'll see it come between March and July of next year. I'll also mention that we will certainly engage our existing stakeholders and partners in Symphony Park. I know that they want to see something benefiting the neighborhood, and they have an interest in what the final design is going to look like. So we're going to engage them as well. And I was remiss to mention that if you're inclined to support a motion to approve, if in the motion for item 63, if you could reflect that this new Exhibit D would replace the existing Exhibit D scheduled performance in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Are these, one of the appetites of the prior councils, and going back 18 years, is, you know, for the eclectic look, and for, I mean, certainly the International World Market Center, unique look, certainly Frank Gehry's design, unique look, certainly our wonderful Performing Arts Center, unique look. And so I'm looking at some of your designs. I just know that there's a real appetite, and has been all these years, to really follow that pattern. And I'm going to turn this over, but I did want to ask, on this particular design or concept, what size living? Are these 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom? Are they rental? Are they condo? Are they mixed?
Yeah, all the units would be for rent.
Okay.
Average unit size that we've looked at is probably about 850 square feet, 900 square feet. A majority 1 bedrooms, probably 65% one bedrooms, 35% two bedrooms. I believe you also might have had a question about parking earlier.
Yes, I did.
The metric that we generally use is one space per bedroom. That usually ends up kind of around that 1.25 number that was in the presentation, and that's what we would design to.
And on the parcel, if I might just ask, is there any opportunity down the road, as it becomes very successful, for you to put also on the property, build on top of what is already there, and be able to go to a high-rise?
Not under
on
the design
property?
that's currently contemplated, no.
And the last piece that I want to ask, does this set a precedent for pricing of other parcels or not?
Thank you, Mayor. Important question. I think it does for residential, not for other types of developments. So we look really closely around the valley of what is raw land selling where there are actually residential projects not being talked about, speculated, but are actually getting built. And the range, it's a pretty big range. It's as low as $300,000 an acre to as high as $2.5 million per acre. But really in that kind of $600,000 to $1 million an acre, we feel is kind of the sweet spot for getting these kinds of projects built, and built at a quality level where it's really setting a new standard. We're going to be able to make sure that we lease them all up, it gets full, and we set that new standard, and if they're successful in leasing them all up and rents are strong, this is kind of setting the bar for residential. So we think we're going to try to get a like value for a like site. But for commercial projects in Symphony Park or elsewhere downtown, it's really a different value. It's whatever land price the developer can put in the pro forma and make the project work. And there'll be a tipping point where the land is too expensive and the project won't move forward. So it's finding that balance. What's a good value for the city, not giving up value, but at the same time enabling the developer to build the project and make sure that it gets built. We found that real balance with the developer. We're really excited about the partner that we have in Southern Land, and we're confident they're going to build a great project.
That certainly sounds fabulous. And so we'll open this up, and then we'll turn it over to Councilman Barlow. Yes, Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm probably have questions for the development proposal group. Pardon me. And of course for Bill. Last month, or maybe it was October, we sold land down on Las Vegas Boulevard at a key intersection, I think right near the federal courthouse, for a very, very low price to an individual group who have a track record, but we still nevertheless sold it below appraisal. And I voted against that. And I think to come in here, it's a little too early to say sell another piece of land bigger with much more meaning for below appraisal, because we do have a problem here. If we, there are rules about public money going for discount land. I can see where you incur some obligations possibly for lower income housing to be part of the equation if you're going to sell land at a discount. I mean, there are ramifications. I'll get back to that in a second, but I think that I wish the design, at least more than coming in here on a date when we would be making a final decision, you wouldn't have come forward with some sort of design of the property. You're showing us projects you've done elsewhere and this and that, but you don't even have a vision for that property. If you were so serious about coming in and buying it, I, along with the mayor, really believe of the iconic nature of that area, the Geary designs, and another one's coming in, by the way. Geary is working on their expansion, and there's something about what I saw today that indicates you didn't pay much attention to that stuff, because you have cookie cutter apartment buildings in your proposal, and anybody can build those anywhere. There was a little conflict. It's not a big deal. One of you said you're going to go down one floor for parking. The other said you're going to be above ground all up. It doesn't matter to me. No podium, doesn't matter. And it's certainly in the safe zone for the height of a building. No question. But I think that I cannot support a sale of this land in this center, a sweet spot of town, for so much below value. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Plus, you're capped. I'm addressing this to the developer's proposal. You're capped. We're giving you protection on environmental. Now, some parts of the railroad yards are not so badly damaged. Others are. It kind of depends on what tank sat where and what leaky line ran through what land there. And so it varies. And you might be lucky. It might not be bad. Or we might be lucky and not have to spend any money, but I doubt that. So in essence, if we're guaranteeing them, we're going to pay the first 2.75 million, and they're only buying the land for 4.5, their investment could be as little as $1.5 million, knowing full well that their exposure is quite limited. And so I'm worried about it. The price is one big deal. And it may be that maybe that's negotiable, but here we are on the day we're supposed to make a decision. It's the first time I've really seen this price. I didn't know that. So I'm sorry for not talking to you about this before, but I don't think I saw a briefing before. So maybe that's my fault, Bill, but what are we
You
going to do
know, I
about
was
it?
wondering if you could, because I know that it was addressed with me, I believe, by Mr. Adams, only the question of the difference in the, why such a huge difference between the appraisers and what is the selection process of an appraiser, which was explained to me, which made sense as to why this was. So I don't know if you want to share that and how the appraisers are selected, and then to further actually respond to the comments from Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arndt. I'd first like to handle Councilman Coffin's question, because I think it's an important one, and then I'll address the appraisal process. I think we are trying to move quickly, absolutely, and I think that did not enable us to a lot of time to brief the whole council. We certainly did brief council and staff yesterday, but we haven't spent a lot of time briefing, and because we really think time is of the essence, just because of the window of time that we're at in the development cycle in Las Vegas, with what we're hearing from developers on the price of, and I hope I'm not scaring our potential partner off here, but the rises in labor and materials, but particularly labor, because of all the development that's starting to happen now all at once in Las Vegas. We think that's manageable over the next 18 to 24 months, but if we were to wait 3 months, 6 months, a year to start this process, we might miss that window where they can actually afford to build what they're proposing to build. Specific to the value, we look very closely at values of what market rate deals are doing in the valley. And the big burden really for the developer is the parking. So there are projects where there are developers buying land, maybe paying more for the land to build a like project, but they're not building a new parking garage with it. So their cost is considerably less, as much as 20–25% less. So that's a factor. If I'm the developer in the private side and I'm having to pay for the garage and the housing, it means I can afford to pay the city less. So that I know it's a somewhat complex answer to what is a seemingly simple question, but there's a lot that factors into what price the developer is willing to pay, how we negotiate that. Specific to the appraisal process, the statute kind of lays out that process. I know we spent a lot of time talking to legal about that. We don't really have a lot of latitude in how we do the appraisals. If I'm a private property owner, I decide what appraiser I'm hiring, what instructions I'm giving that appraiser. The statute says do a highest and best use appraisal. And so this land is zoned for PD, planned development, which allows a multiple of uses, everything from office, hotel, retail. As a rule of thumb, commercial property owners can pay more for land than a residential developer can. So the highest and best use appraisal that the appraisers did was commercial. And that $120 million appraisal said, city, the highest and best use is commercial. So if you're selling it for highest and best use, that could be a value. We're not selling it for commercial, we're selling it for residential. So we are a little bit tied, because we're trying to follow the statute and the state guidelines as strictly as we can. And we really think that appraisal process and that auction process is really set up that if you don't auction property, you have to follow this process, city, really for transparency. So we're doing that for transparency. Both of those appraisals are on file. They're available for anyone to inspect. But the value is really what the developer can afford to pay to build this kind of project and the quality of what they're proposing to do. And I don't know if Scott or our legal counsel have anything to add, but that's kind of, in a nutshell, how we've approached trying to come up with a value for the project.
Yeah, this is City Manager Scott Adams. I'd like to reiterate what I said yesterday in briefing for the record. We are looking at trying to develop Symphony Park in a range of uses. When we've always, from the very first master plan of Symphony Park through today, looked at that core or center part of Symphony Park being housing development, that it really needed, the entire development needed to be a mixed-use development. Given the fact that we're going to have a wide range of uses along Symphony Park, we're going to see a wide range of property or sale prices if you plug those, the land value into the development at the level at which the development can afford. That is what you call residual land pricing, where you actually price it based on the ability of the project to afford the real estate. We have worked really hard at your direction, the council's direction, to gain all of the property back from Symphony Park, and now we're in that stage of turning it back around for new development. So this is that first step of getting that done. And as Bill said, we are required to appraise at highest and best use, but we're now selling for a housing development which is probably at the low end of a use range in terms of intensity. Clearly, there's been precedent for this in Symphony Park. The other two buildings that you see in Symphony Park, we gave to the developers. The Smith Center for the Performing Art and the Ruvo Cleveland Clinic Center for Brain Health, we provided, I think, for $1. So we're now at that point where we're now selling real estate, but we really, if we really want to see Symphony Park build out to the vision of a mixed-use development, we're going to be departing, depending on the end use, from my highest and best use appraised value. It's the only way we're going to see that kind of array or mix of uses get done in Symphony Park.
Your Honor.
Mayor, may I address a little bit after Mayor Terry Ponticello?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to also reiterate everything that Mr. Arndt went through on the NRS statute regarding the appraisal process and using the economic development exemption that the legislature set forth for cities and counties and states to use. We have to use that process in NRS, getting the two appraisals. But I also want to highlight to the council that in our own Las Vegas City Charter, we have the power to sell property below fair market value if the city council finds that this is going to be in the economic best interest of the city. I was just explaining to Councilman here that if we were to sell for fair market value directly to the developer, and actually it would just be a purchaser, we may not be able to have the development of being able to control the development that we want in this particular property, because it would just be a straight bona fide purchase and sell. So one of the ways we incentivize a developer and how the city is able to create economic development or redevelopment is to use this power that we have to sell below fair market value. So.
Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Was there ever, Bill, was there ever a consideration about a different sort of transaction, lease purchase, or some other fashion whereby they could get in and they could start in, frankly, with a lower cash investment, but we'd get a higher land value in the end, and be partners, perhaps even they would own the land at the end, but we would have had the benefit of the time value of money and we both would profit under that sort of a situation. That to me is a way to get around this kind of a dilemma. At least it's a dilemma in my mind.
Yeah, Councilman, thank you. I think that's a good question, good observation. Again, for the record, Bill Arndt. I think that cuts both ways, though. I think the challenge with that approach, and it could work, it has worked on other transactions that we've done, but if we're to share on the upside of the project, let's say it's tremendously successful, even beyond what they projected, and we're to benefit on the back end, the flip side of that is if it's not successful and it's not earning money on the back end, then we would be expected to share that burden as well. So there'd be risk to the city if we took that approach. In my opinion, that we'd be getting less in to the city than that $4.25 million. That approach can work on some deals, but I think we always look at risk. We want to put the risk on the burden of the private sector, the private developer, not the city. So the only risk to the city is really, can we deliver the infrastructure at a cost under that $4.25 million? We're confident that we can, based on what's remaining there, both on what we've pledged for the remediation, but also for the streets there. We're confident that we can do that, and so we're able to cover our expenses and get this great project, and then on the back end benefit from the taxes as well.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, thanks for extending my time. If we, I just don't know how to phrase this because I'm not a developer and I'm not so skilled as all of you are in this field. But I know that you know it's going to be successful, so I think there's no downside risk, frankly. And I think the investor should carry all the downside risk. But do we have a provision in here and that talks about the resale of the property? What are the conditions in here regarding transactions by the developer after if this is consummated? Then what happens?
Thank you, Councilman. An important question. I'm glad you brought that to our attention. If the developer closes on purchase of the property after April and doesn't proceed with construction, there is a clawback provision, if you will, and if I could turn that over to Mr. Niarchos, our counsel worked on this, he can cover that.
Good afternoon, Council. Nick Niarchos for the record. The DDA that you're being asked to approve, Councilman, has very strict controls essentially preventing any kind of flipping of the property. Until the developer commences development of the approved project and completes the approved project, they're unable to sell the dirt or even the project itself. So the whole idea is that if you're giving someone a preferred price in order to substantiate their development, they can't turn around and sell the property and essentially have a windfall on it. Once the project is complete,
they could sell
however,
it after they finish building it.
yeah, once the project is complete, they do have the ability to sell the project. At that point in time, they have performed, they've done everything they said they were going to do, so they've met their bargain with the city as far as developing the project.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman Soroka?
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Ken and Jeremy, for your presentation. First, a comment on the flow, just a comment. In my lengthy experience on the council, which is approaching 5 months, the flow, I have found that sometimes when a developer wants their entitlements, it seems to be appropriate that they get the entitlements before they close on the property, just to ensure that they actually get what they're asking for. Whereas if they close and then ask for the entitlements and something goes goofy for some reason, now they're stuck. So I would just ask to consider that as something in your flow. I was at the briefing yesterday, and what we mean by the briefing is staff briefs to council members and our staff members to help us understand what's coming before us today. And I was in Councilman Coffin's exact alignment, and unfortunately he couldn't be there when he normally is jabbing me in the ribs during the meetings, but he was under the weather yesterday and didn't get the benefit of your briefing. We had a lot of these same questions, is it not correct? So I at least had a chance to sleep on it. So what I'm understanding, and I'll try to put it in our novice view, because you experts, you understand it and the developer understands it, but we're trying to grasp it. Let me see if I can repeat it back to you to help us understand a little bit better. First of all, we're talking about a redevelopment area, an area that is set aside that for the X number of years, the taxes that we can distribute around the rest of the state are frozen, and that any new development in that area, those tax dollars come directly to us. So any growth in this area, we directly get that $443,000 a year. Is that correct?
Councilman, that's correct. We do not get 100% of the new taxes, but the vast proportion, over 70%, come back to the redevelopment.
That's right. We have 9 and 9. 18% goes to help underprivileged school and education programs and homeless. So it actually is a benefit to the rest of the downtown redevelopment area as well. So that's one thing I didn't understand yesterday. Yes, also, as part of an urban development, you're here as the head of our economic development for our urban area. So what that means is the greater Las Vegas area in general, and we have had an explosion of growth there, mostly of businesses. But when I've talked to planners around that have a lot of experience in the area, they say in order to sustain that kind of thing, you really need residential development to come in first. So you have residents and then that can then walk and do business at the businesses that we've already started to grow through other programs. So we kind of did it a little bit backwards, but it's working for us. And now you're saying in order to really sustain this, we need some people to come in and build residences for us. Is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then next we have, where do we do that? We have a blank piece of land across the street that Union Pacific used to own that needs a lot of remediation because there's diesel fuel and other things in the soil, or there were, and there's been a lot of effort in there. And Union Pacific paid us a lot of money and said, here, you get this money in order to remediate the terrible stuff that was in the ground anytime we're going to develop. Is that correct?
That's correct. We entered into a settlement agreement with the railroad and received a cash payment.
All right, so we're using that cash to help remediate the property because that's something that we care about, is developing that empty lot of land that's been empty for 20 years. Is that about right? So we're using that X million dollars we were given to help remediate.
Correct. I would add that that's unrestricted cash, so we've also used that to put in some of the infrastructure, like finishing some of the roads, the utilities, but the main purpose was to offset the remediation costs.
Okay, but we used it for the Symphony Park area, not for any other area.
Just for Symphony Park.
We had to
correct.
invest in that, okay. Because I'm trying to walk through this myself to understand it. So now we have a money to remediate in an area we've been unable to develop, and so as an urban planner, you're saying let's develop. No, I don't want to use highest and best use because we have that in the rest of the town. We actually want the lowest, unfortunately, rate. And so you did a call out and you got $4.25 million for 5 acres. And I'm just going to give a bit of a comparison that says, heck, in some parts of town, that'll get you 180 acres of a golf course. It will. It'll get you acres and acres, and in Henderson, that'll get you 4 golf courses to be accurate. They paid a little over $1 million for that golf course. So here we're getting 4.25 for 5 acres in an area nobody's wanted to build for 25 years or 20-ish years, in order to help our urban plan.
Councilman, that's correct, and I just add to that we're competing to actually attract a developer and investor, and I think Southern Land touched on this. I think it was Ken that mentioned this, that they're very selective on what projects they do. Developers, they scout sites all the time, and so we're competing with sites locally, regionally, nationally. So that's part of the mix. We've been actively, and I think Mr. Adams touched on this, we spent most of the calendar year really being out there, knocking on doors, talking to local, regional, and national developers. We're appreciative of Southern Land Company. We think we found a really great potential partner if you're willing to approve. But that's the other element of it, and why we called it economic development as well. We're competing here. This developer, I don't know if Ken wants to mention the other 2 markets they've chosen or projects they've chosen, but as I heard it, I think for every 3 that they select, they're turning down several dozen projects. So we're in a competition to find a developer to be able to deliver this kind of product.
Appreciate that. And I guess I'm getting to what you've quoted, which is appreciated, is We have the authority, both from a state legislator level and from our local provisions, to approve the purchase at less than what we get the appraisals at, which they used a different use when they made appraisals. So we have the authority. So the question is, should we? And that's what we're wrestling with. I think Councilman Kaufman is saying, hey, I hear you, but should we do this? And one piece I didn't understand until just a moment ago, Councilman and Mayor, is that we are actually, in this process, this is a development disposition agreement. This is different than a development agreement. It's different than a purchase agreement. And we have put stipulations on what they can build. I didn't know that. We have conditions that they have agreed to already to meet with our urban development design requirements. So they can't change up on us. It's not like they can do a bait and switch.
Absolutely. The way to think of it, Councilman, is it's really like a purchase and sale agreement with deed restrictions. They have to do or have to build what they say they're going to build. That's correct.
And you've gone through negotiations, and the legal counsel's been part of that. What we found is somebody who is willing to build with our conditions on board, and they've actually given us the best price of anybody that's been willing to work with us to come forward and do this to our specifications. We could probably sell it for higher if we let them build whatever they wanted, but they've been agreeable to what we've asked them to build. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I think I have a much better understanding. Hopefully that helps, and if there's other questions. I had to sleep on that and figure it out this morning, so I appreciate that, Bill. Hopefully that helps.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other comments, questions here? I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, and I really want to say thank you to each one of my colleagues for their comments, because no one knows like I do the long effort, time that has gone into Symphony Park. Having been a part of this city since 1999 and have gone through the ups and downs of the conversations where Oscar wanted to find his own locomotive and chase down Union Pacific, which was quite comical, but he did it, hands down. We were able to negotiate a piece of brownfield that no one wanted. He had a vision, and he was able to communicate that vision and get his council to buy off on that vision. And although it's taken longer than what he had anticipated, because if you ask him, he wanted it built all under his time of office, and rightfully so. He was able to get a lot of things accomplished in the process. But through it all, 2007, 2008, 2009, the bottom falls out of the economy, and nothing was moving. And so having the opportunity of the tool of the redevelopment agency, we have the ability to do things by state statute, as Terry pointed out, to negotiate land deals in order to eliminate blight, create economic development, and have an opportunity to bring carrots to the table for developers such as who we have before us, because of the long history and accomplishments they've done across the country. I'm looking forward to something finally being built since I've been on the council, because nothing has been built since I've been here. And I believe that the timing is right, the economy is ripe, and the developer before us is the right developer. When you look at what we've been able to accomplish as far as the expansion of the medical district, the downtown overlay district, I mean, all of this is going to, to include the 100 plan in the historic West Las Vegas community. East Fremont, all of this basically ties into the global perspective of what we're trying to accomplish in the inner city, and in particular downtown. This is going to help the medical district dramatically, having the opportunity to have this type of housing stock will now give the university systems and other colleges and medical schools and those individuals who are coming here for the Lou Ruble Brain Institute an opportunity to be housed in a livable place that they can not only enjoy, but close to their working center, which I believe will only move other developments that much further ahead. I know that we still have Newland, a part of Symphony Park. We just recently, earlier this year, approved the hotel component with Andrew Donner. You see Derek Stevens moving rapidly fast with the Las Vegas Club on Main Street. I mean, you have all of these developers, working closely with Mulaski and what they've attempted to do through, what was it? Was it INCHI at GOED? What they were applying for, bidding on?
Business and industry.
Business and industry. Business and industry. So, I mean, we've had a lot of bites and nibbles, but I believe we have a pretty big fish on the hook who not only want to be here, they're standing here and have made their commitments. And specifically looking at the timeline, the schedule, this is really aggressive. The one question that I do have is when it comes to the opening escrow within 5 business days after full execution of the DDA on December 14th, how much will be inserted into escrow? You didn't mention that, Mr. Arndt. And while you find that, I'll continue to talk. I've had an opportunity to meet with Jeremy and Ken on yesterday. Okay, I'm giving him an opportunity to find it, Mayor.
Ken knows the answer.
Oh, Ken knows the answer? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's Ken Howell with Southern Land. I believe the deposit is 10% or $425,000.
Is it non-refundable?
I think it's subject to the environmental work that we're going to have to do for the first 90 days.
Okay, that makes sense.
Councilman, that's correct. $425,000, it is refundable just through the due diligence period to give them a little bit of time to make sure they understand the environmental before they pull the final trigger and move forward.
Right, so when does it go hard?
Right now, the agreement includes a 90-day due diligence period.
Okay, so 90-day look.
With one 30-day extension available.
So 120 days.
Maximum. Yes.
Goes hard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is, I think, is fair. Because you need to understand what you're getting into, and we need to make sure that as we move forward that we have an opportunity to be as transparent as possible to close this deal. So I'm really looking forward to this happening on behalf of the entire community here in downtown, because we lack housing, and the type of housing stock that you're looking to bring on, I think, will only add additional value and also create that much more of pent-up demand for what could potentially happen just a block away from where you're building, which is the historic West Las Vegas community, which is an open canvas right now. So if there's any developers out there listening right now, you may want to go take a look at what's happening in the historic West Las Vegas community in regards to additional housing stock under the expansion of the 100 plan, because getting in early will only benefit you moving forward. So you don't want to be the last one to the table. So I'm really appreciative that you all have been looking at Las Vegas for the last couple of years and have basically put your money where your mouth is and have come in to try to make something happen. And so I believe with the overall global look and perspective of what is happening from the medical district, the medical schools, and everything that's happening in and around downtown, specifically from a gaming standpoint, I think this is a perfect fit, because we need this type of housing stock, and the number of units that you're looking to bring into downtown will only drive that many more people to live in the downtown community, because a lot of people, of course, nationwide are looking to live closer to the center of their downtown communities. And so for that, Mayor, I would like to move forward for approval with the one condition of exchanging Exhibit D to be replaced with the new updated version of Exhibit D, if I stated that correctly, Mr. Arndt.
That's correct. Thank you.
So this is a motion on the floor.
On agenda item 63.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 63. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you. And on agenda item 68, please.
And on agenda item 68, I'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 68. Please vote and please post.
Come on, you can roll with me on this one. Yes, okay.
And that motion carries. Thank you. Welcome aboard. We look forward
Welcome
to
aboard.
seeing
Thank you. Congratulations, guys.
A lot. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks. Agenda item 64, discussion for possible action regarding a 3-month moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications on LVMC Chapter 7.40 for pet shops that propose to sell dogs and/or, I should say and/or cats, not one or the other. Can we fix that? Do we have to make a special legal? It should say pet, it should say that
And/or.
propose to sell dogs or cats, but it should say to sell dogs and/or cats.
You can go ahead and make that
Okay.
statement.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. The item that's before you is asking for a 3-month moratorium on LVC, on Municipal Code LVMC Chapter 7.40, and this will, for pets, for selling pets and dogs and cats at pet stores. What this will allow us to do, it allows staff to draft the ordinance, the new ordinance based on the feedback we received at the last council meeting on November 15th. And we're very aggressively approaching it, so we think it's due diligence that we put everyone on notice that we're not going to move forward with any new pet stores within the city of Las Vegas until the new ordinance is drafted. If you have any questions, I'm...
Any questions or anybody?
I have a question.
I'll go, yes, please, Councilwoman.
So do we have any applications pending right now?
I believe we have one pending.
Okay, and so I'm not a fan of stopping a business, a legal business, from beginning, since that is, and we are working on ordinances. And so I just, with this particular application that's pending, would this discussion affect that? And a moratorium in the city of Las Vegas, that's just not a reputation for the city of Las Vegas. You know, we float that word around lately like it's light, and I find it a very heavy word, and so I'm just really not a fan.
Mayor, through you, Councilwoman, I agree we don't use moratoriums very often, but in this case, since we're in the process of doing a new ordinance, it only makes sense that we make sure that the new owners know that what they're in for before they actually go and invest in a new business. So it makes sense with the restrictions and the requirements that we're requiring the new ordinance that they're fully aware. The worst thing we can do is go out there, we don't have ordinances right now that prohibit or limit whatever we're doing. They go out there and establish a business, invest a lot of money in it, and then we come back and we do a new ordinance, and all of a sudden they're saying, well, we weren't aware of this. So I think it's prudent upon us to actually do a moratorium in this case.
So, because in the meetings that we've had so far about the ordinance that we're creating, the ordinance that we actually have in place for the city of Las Vegas, not other cities or other states or other counties, we, in particular, the city of Las Vegas, haven't had an issue. And so now we're about to create an issue for someone that we haven't even had an issue with. Again, I'm not a fan of a moratorium in our city.
Ms. McElhone, please.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Councilwoman, the application that we have before us in business licensing right now, the person has applied for a license with us for training services for dogs. We have allowed that license for training services. More recently, they contacted our office and they want to be able to sell these dogs. And we do have concerns about this applicant. This is an applicant that has been in the city of Las Vegas before, that was involved in one of our pet shops here in the city limits that we did have some concerns about. So They're in the process of modifying their application right now, so they're going to ask to be able to sell the dogs at their training. But because of the history with this individual, we do have some concerns, and we thought maybe it would be good to get this moratorium in place first, just to make sure that everything is done right.
Well, if you have if you have an issue with an individual, then don't give the individual a license. But don't brush the whole city because of one individual.
Mary, Madam Mayor, I mean.
Yes.
I believe that when the councilman talked about having the voting against what we already had in place, he mentioned that he was going to work on building a new ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We're developing a sophisticated ordinance that will address several areas of the pet, to include animal welfare, customer and buyer welfare, education, enforcement, and revenue.
And so I think some of us felt at that time that a new one was going to come and that we would have a moratorium between that one and this one. So I think that's why the moratorium came up. Perhaps we should have done it that last time, but we didn't. And we did, however, approve the change.
Thank you.
I know the word can scare some people, but it's just a word that says, hey, we're putting a pause on something. Absolutely. And it sounds like it would, in this case, prevent us from having, it gives our staff something to work from, and it gives a pause so that a business doesn't start and then has to stop. And I think that would be more of a disservice to the business to say, yes, go ahead, and that, oops, no, can't do it now because you're not in compliance. So if we just say, hey, just hold on a few months, we're only saying 3 months, just saying pause, I think it seems reasonable to me.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin, you wanted to add something?
Thank you very much. Well, we gave the applicants licenses at the last 2 meetings with a 2-year guarantee, and a 2-year delay, and they came back and kept wanting it, so, 3 months isn't going to hurt anybody. However, how does this affect the licenses that were granted by the council in November? Does it affect them at all, or are they, so they're protected?
Yes, Mary McElhone, they are protected. So those 2 businesses that currently have licenses, they're going to be able to continue to operate. This is more of a moratorium for somebody new coming into the market.
But if we are looking toward an eye toward improving our ordinances concerning this kind of business, in essence, that's what the delay is about, isn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
Well, will the previously licensed people be held to the same standards as soon as that is adopted?
Yes, they will. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think that's the whole purpose of what this whole endeavor has been, to really make it an efficient, enforceable, wise ordinance that really comprehensively deals with the issues. So at this point, I'm going to make a motion. I don't know where Councilman Barlow is. If he had any, here he comes. Any comments, questions for Mr. Sanchez, Ms. McElhone, on the 3-month moratorium? No. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt, agenda item number 64, that we move for approval of that, which is 3-month moratorium. So please vote and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you both. And we're just hopeful, Mr. Sanchez, that we really can move that along so that at the end of the 3 months, we really have been briefed and have something that's really good out there. So 3 months, and now that we're into the holidays, that takes away 2 weeks. So, okay, we are on to agenda item 65. Hearing, discussion, and possible action regarding complaints seeking disciplinary action against Thai Spice and Massage LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, DBA, Thai Day Spa, and Civiporn Lorendo individually and as a managing member of Thai Spa and Massage LLC, whose place of business is located 7871 West Charleston, number 150, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada 89117, as holder of cosmetology license number G64-07628, accessory massage license number P63-00473, an independent massage therapist license number G6407236 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code in Ward 1 with Mayor Pro Tem Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Seth Floyd, Deputy City Attorney. Before you in item 65 is a hearing on a complaint for disciplinary action for a massage establishment, Thai Day Spa, located at 7871 Charleston Avenue Boulevard. And this complaint, as you may recall, this has been before you when we asked for the complaint. It's the result of an undercover operation that our business license officers in Metro conducted on June 27th. You've seen the complaint. I was going to pass that out, and I'm prepared to go forward with the hearing. However, Counsel Kirk Kennedy for the respondent and I have been discussing over the last couple of days a possible settlement. I'm going to be recommending that settlement for a couple of reasons. One, I don't think we can do any better than this settlement if we hold the hearing. Just for a few background facts for your information, this business has been closed since we conducted that undercover operation on June 27th. As of a few weeks ago, the State Board of Massage Therapists has actually suspended Ms. Larendo's massage license so she could no longer conduct massage in the state of Nevada for a year anyway. And so I'll read into the record the terms of that settlement that I believe Mr. Kennedy has agreed to. I'll let him speak to his view on those terms. But what we agreed to is that the license is held by respondents as cosmetology license number G64-07628, accessory massage license number P6300473, and independent massage therapist license number G640723 are hereby revoked effective immediately. That's term number one. Term number two, respondent Sivaporn Lorendo, either individually or through a corporate entity, will not apply for massage, accessory massage, or similar license, or serve as a principal, key employee, or authorized agent for a massage, accessory massage, or related license in the city of Las Vegas in perpetuity. And the third term, respondent Sivaporn Lorendo agrees to pay a penalty to the city of Las Vegas in the sum of $2,000 within 30 days of the date of this hearing. If Ms. Lorendo fails to pay the penalty within 30 days, the penalty shall increase to what we were originally asking, which was $10,000.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank you.
Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Kirk Kennedy, counsel for the respondent. Ms. Lorendo is present. We agreed to all those terms and conditions, and we'd ask the council to move forward and accept those to resolve this today.
Thank you. Any questions, comments before I turn it over to Councilwoman? Please, Madam Pro Tem.
I move to approve the recommendations from our attorney as far as the massage parlor is concerned.
Thank you. There's a motion.
And he already read them in.
Yes, he did. Thank you. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time
Mr.
today.
Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 66, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of an extension to temporary massage establishment accessory license Lisa Liang, LLC, DBA Sunshine Day Spa, 208 East Sahara. Ying Liang, managing member. This is from Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Xin Liang. So, yeah, I'm happy coming here for the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, let's turn this to Ms. McElhone first, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Item number 66 is discussion for possible action regarding the approval of an extension of a temporary accessory massage establishment license for Sunshine Day Spa. The accessory massage establishment license before you today is secondary to the primary license, which is cosmetology. This type of license allows an operator to have a massage room that's no larger than 150 square feet. Most have one room, but in this case there are two rooms, but they are small rooms and they together do combine to be 150 square feet. On October 26th, the owner, Ms. Liang, was issued a temporary license, and license officers were not able to conduct a full inspection until November 21st because every time they went out, the business was closed. But during the inspection of November 21st, there were some concerns that arose that the massage operation of the business is not really accessory, but the actual primary business. So some of the inspection showed a few things. So This is a picture of the business card, and you can see in the business card that it only advertises massage. And we have a picture here of the exterior of the business. Now, on the license, there's a condition there that basically states that they cannot advertise in the exterior of the building for massage. But if you look at the picture, it does show two individuals getting a massage. The other thing was, upon entering the building and going up to the reception area, there's a price list. And so it lists the massage as the first item on the price list. The cosmetology establishment license issued by the state for this location is for aesthetics, which is for skincare only. So it doesn't include hair and nails. So their intention is to also do facial waxing and body scrubs. Besides the 2 rooms that do have massage tables on them, the other 3 rooms also have tables in them as well. And I'd also like to bring you back to the August 16th City Council. So if you recall, in the August 16th City Council, we had another owner that was coming before you to get licensed for Sunshine Day Spa. At the last minute, the Tuesday before, on August 15th, we found out that that owner who was coming before you had actually sold Sunshine Day Spa. So late in the afternoon, we sent one of our license officers out to the location to make sure the location was closed. Upon going to the location, he found out that the sign up above was lit and it said it was open. He went inside. There were three ladies inside. It was open for business. And he ended up having a conversation with a lady by the name of Hong Chen. Hong Chen was there, and when he talked to her, he explained to her that the business needed to be closed, that the business had been sold, they cannot be opened. And so what she proceeded to do was to offer him money so that she could remain open. The license officer said he could not do that, and when he made that statement, she then offered to give him a massage. He again told Hong Chen that he could not do that, so the business was subsequently closed. And the reason why I bring this up today is because we found out last week that the state requires a licensed cosmetologist to be in charge at the actual establishment. And we found out that Hong Chen is actually the individual who is going to be at this establishment. So we have some concerns over her character. Additionally, the owner here, she does have a similar business in Clark County, which is called Emperor's Foot Spa, which is located on Wynn Road. We have some concerns because we've noticed that this business is advertising on websites which are known to elicit for sexual services. Additionally, at this location, which is 208 East Sahara, it's still in close proximity to several other similar locations with massage that we have either closed down or faced disciplinary action for illegal prostitution activities. The applicant is here today to help answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McElhone. Any comments you would like to make before I ask council for any input they have, and then give it to Mr. Councilman Coffin? And if you would restate your names, both, please.
Can I speak for her?
Only if you say who you are.
My name is Daniel Wendelin. I'm in a relationship with her, so I'm just helping clarify what she's hearing.
That's fine.
And her name is Xin Yang. She goes by Lisa.
Okay. So do you have anything, or does she have anything you would like to translate in so we can understand, please?
Well, she also just recently purchased 2228 Sahara, which is right across the street from this location, which at one point was shut down for that similar, but it's been operating for over 2 years now, and it's an open forum place. There's no rooms. So it's just like 6 tables in an open space. She's never had an issue at any of our locations, and I mean, that's all, I guess. I mean, she's been operating for 5 years just about with her LLC.
Thank you. Before any response to that, Ms. McElhone, before I ask council if they have any comments?
Yeah, I'm not familiar. What's the name of the other location? I'm not
Foot
familiar.
Lounge.
The Foot Lounge.
Are you familiar with that? Have we licensed that?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any enforcement action that we've had out there.
Okay. All right, any questions, comments before I give this to Councilman Coffin? Councilman Coffin?
This, there was another address. I mean, don't want to get confused here. There's some part of our staff is coming over. Another business in this area?
She just obtained it December 1st.
From who did she obtain the business?
What was the
Ms.
lady?
McElhone, he has just said that she obtained the business on December 1st. Today's the 6th.
Yes. Mr. Lowenstein just told me that that address is actually in Clark County.
Oh, that's, yes.
Is it across the street?
Yes, it's across Paradise.
It is in Clark County then.
Oh, okay. I was not sure.
An address, what is the address again, please?
2228 is it Paradise Road. I think it's...
Oh, I thought you said
That's-
280 East Sahara.
Yeah, 208 East is
This location is at 208 East
Yes.
Sahara?
Yes. That's
Okay.
baseball.
And the Emperor's Foot Spa is at 36 Wynn Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So if you've purchased another location within the city of Las Vegas, we're not aware of that. You've not come forward for any licensing, correct?
Okay, thank you. So maybe
I have a question. Who loaned Lisa the money to buy this?
Who loaned it?
Yes.
She has her, it was her money. Right? Yes.
yes.
Don't answer before she does, son.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's my money.
There's, I realize that you don't think there's a problem. Of course, our inspectors have seen it, photographed it, witnessed it, been there. Now, I don't know what it is about this part of town, other than the fact its proximity to the Strip, that it's continually being used for massage or anything that can touch the body under a license. And you can't go and seek one license and then do another thing. It just doesn't work. Because you're violating the rules of both professions now. You're in trouble trying to get a license. If you were to apply again, you would be cited for having misrepresented in front of essentially two professional organizations. I don't quite know if you know where you're going with your applications, but you're conflicting massage, cosmetology, and I don't know who else falls into this umbrella of allowing people to touch people. You know, I'm not a prude, so you all know my position, I think, on this question of touching people. It ought to be regulated. However, what is the consequence of denying this today?
Councilman Coffin, the consequence is that she would not be able to apply for another license for another year.
If she's denied with prejudice?
I'm sorry, please repeat that?
I guess I just asked you if it was denied with prejudice.
Yes, at this point in time, if we denied the extension, it would be denied with prejudice. She would not be able to come forward.
Okay. All right. I'm prepared to make a motion, but if anybody else
Yeah,
has
Councilman
questions.
Barlow
Sure.
asked a question to
I
you,
just have a
Dan.
technical question. When you say she would not be able to come back and apply for another license, at this location or within the city of Las Vegas proper?
It would be within the city of Las Vegas. So if she wanted to come forward, if she was going to do an actual massage establishment, she would not be able to apply for that.
Okay.
Excuse me, and did we ask for a recommendation for staff, or aren't you interested?
I don't know what staff recommendation is, and it doesn't matter. I think we're at the point where we know what we have to do, but it is important for her to understand, Lisa, to understand that if she's denied, and that's going to be my motion, she won't be able to operate anything like this in the other place on Paradise Road. Do you, thought you were helping her? You have to help her. Let her know that I'm going to move to deny.
Could I ask
But
you
it
a
will
question?
also affect the Paradise address too, unless she applies for an insurance license or something like that.
Councilman, I'd like to know and ask Ms. McElhone on behalf of the client, Were there acts of prostitution committed that you know have documented, or is it just exactly what Councilman has said, that they were licensed to do one thing and they were doing some other things? But, you know, putting an ad in the newspaper and whatever they were doing online, I have no idea, but were there any actual assignations taking place?
No, Mayor, there have not been. There have been no acts of prostitution.
They've been closed. There's no acts.
They're currently open right now. You know, one of the concerns, like I said, is they're an accessory massage establishment, which is supposed to be secondary, and everything that we've seen so far speaks to the fact that it truly is just a massage establishment.
And Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, Seth Floyd, Deputy City Attorney.
Where are you?
I'm moving around today. I just wanted to make it clear before you vote on the motion that all that's agendized today is a denial of the extension, or excuse me, is whether to extend her temporary license. She still will have an application for her permanent license pending. So this would not deny her permanent license. This would just deny the extension of her temporary license.
But in fact, does that close the door on this lady?
It would close the door until the business licensing makes a decision on the permanent license.
Which means how much time?
Usually
that
what
she
happens...
would remain closed?
We usually wait until the results come back from the Metro investigation, which is why she's on a temporary license. But it would, you know, unless she changed the structure of her business, we would most likely deny the permanent license.
So would there be, and does she understand, and this has nothing to do at this point because it's up to Councilman Coffin to make his recommendation, but those stipulations, are they clearly articulated to her that you will operate under these conditions, or we will close you down?
Yes, Mayor, they are.
And has she accepted those conditions should Councilman Coffin say, okay, we'll go ahead temporarily and extend you, but if you have anything more, you're finished?
Yeah. Mayor Goodman, we probably would have another sit-down conversation with her at that point in time. But, you know, as far as the extension of the temporary license, business licensing would recommend a denial of that license.
So that would close her down at this location
At this
in the
location
city?
at this point in time.
Yes, Councilwoman Fiore.
So I just want to be clear, because there was a lot of information shared. The person listed as having the cosmetology license for her establishment, is that the same person today that you shut down?
No, it was not. When our license officer went out on August 15th, the actual owner, who is the applicant, was actually in California. And we were confirming that she was going to be before City Council the next day. And that's when she told us she had sold the business, she was in California, she was not going to appear. So we sent the license officer out to the location to make sure it was closed. So when he went into the building, there were 3 ladies there, and one of them was Hong Chen. Hong Chen at this point in time was not anywhere in that original application. On this application for business licensing, she actually does not appear, except what's happened is with the State Cosmetology Board, they are issued a cosmetology establishment license through the state. In order to operate under the state laws, you must have a cosmetologist, a natural state licensed cosmetologist, to perform those services to be on site. Hong Chen is that individual at this location.
Today, that's what it is. Today. So Hong Chang was the person that lied to the city.
Yes.
You went and you said you had to be closed. She then tried to ask the code enforcement for either money or massage, bribe our city Las Vegas person.
Yes, she did try to
And so
bribe them.
she's listed as the cosmetologist on this business today?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, okay. Just want to clear that up.
Your Honor?
Yep.
let me continue for just a second, because I know we want to move on, but, so there are more than one license here? At this address?
There are 3 licenses with the City of Las Vegas, but there are 2 licenses with the State Cosmetology Board. One is an establishment license for aesthetics, which is just basically facials and body work. And the other license is with Ms. Hong Chen as an individual cosmetologist.
And so that's the 3 licenses. The third one is?
The 2 licenses with the state, 3 licenses with the City of Las Vegas.
So if we deny this temporary massage accessory, does
Oh,
she
I'm
still-
sorry. I think we have 2 licenses with the city. We have the accessory massage, and we also have the cosmetology license.
So, okay, so this doesn't affect the cosmetology license, the action in front of us?
Right. The action does not. The action here does not affect the license with the state.
Okay, I'm going to move for a denial of item 66, temporary massage establishment. And that is my motion. I have another statement to make on this, though.
Go ahead, we're listening.
Well, all right, it is that we call up the license of cosmetology, since something's not been right there.
You mean this?
We need to have a hearing of some kind, or
Oh, I see what you're saying.
some way or
You want
another
us to bring something.
on the cosmetology license.
Okay. That cosmetology license is actually done through the state. So
We have a business license, though.
I see what you're saying. You're right.
Thank you.
So it's not agendized, so we'll
I know
have to
it.
put that on the agenda, but usually what happens is, once we revoke the one privilege license, which is accessory massage, the other license, once they usually will close business.
Well, we'll see.
But we'll pursue that.
Sure. Thank you very much. That you have my
Thank you.
motion. Your Honor.
There is a motion on the floor. I just want to ask Ms. McElhone one more question on this, because she has not been promoting, except for maybe on her website or whatever she's belonged to, areas where prostitution is an attractive business out there. Because of the different, I know it's the licensee, it's up to them to have the full knowledge and understanding, obviously. There's a language issue here. Was she, at the time of the original purchase or operation of her business, totally aware of what the law is in this area?
When an applicant applies for a privilege license of this type, they actually make an appointment with our licensed technicians. So that license appointment usually takes about 2 hours. And depending on the type of license, the licensed technician educates the business owner on what they can and cannot do, what that license entails, that sort of thing. Also, upon an inspection, when we do an inspection, we also educate the owners as well.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion on agenda item 66. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 67. Discussion for possible action regarding the approval of an appeal of a work card denial for Edward Albert Wheeler, DB, doing business at 711, number 29667C at 30 West Wyoming in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Item number 67 is for discussion regarding the appeal of a work card denial for Edward Albert Wheeler. And it appears that the applicant and the 7-Eleven owner are not here. So without them to state their case before you, we would recommend the denial of this work card appeal.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions from council?
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh,
So,
yes, please.
it's to my understanding with this particular work card, it's in your district. If they're not here and you deny it, can he reapply?
He'd have to go through the entire process all over again. But he could apply. I don't know that there's any statute on limitation on that.
Anything from legal on that further? About his reapplication? Nothing more? Okay, good question. Councilman?
The appropriate motion you're recommending is denial. That's so moved then, Your Honor.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 67. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We have already attended to, thank you, Ms. McElhone, we have attended to number 68. So now we're on to agenda item 69, boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Lois Mack to the Civil Service Board of Trustees. Ms. Mack was originally appointed in 2014. She's eligible and wishes to be reappointed. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I would like to reappoint Mrs. Lois Mack.
Thank you. There's a motion to reappoint Mrs. Mack. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 70, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Larry Schultz and the appointment of nominee Melody Howard towards 6 seats on Park and Rec Advisory Commission. The term of office for Mr. Schultz expires November 19th, 2017, and he is eligible and wishes to be reappointed. Ms. Howard is being considered as a new appointment to the board. Options are Councilwoman Fiore to reappoint Mr. Schultz and appoint Ms. Howard, or direct staff to bring forward an item to a future meeting to consider alternate nominees for either or both seats. Councilwoman.
You know, I have to say, being a new councilwoman, you know, sometimes we begin our new office with all new staff. But as I got to know Larry Schultz, who was the previous Park Commission, and as I got some heads up from someone very special about how great he was, I have to tell you that I'm so proud that he wants to stay and work with us in Ward 6 and stay on as our Parks Commissioner, because he just goes above and beyond, and I'm very proud to reappoint him and also to appoint Melody Howard. We just have a great team, and Mr. Schultz is a fabulous person.
Good. So that's your motion?
That's my motion.
So everyone, please, on agenda item 70, reappoint Mr. Schultz and newly appoint Ms. Howard to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Please vote and please post. And, okay. And motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 71, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Daniel Hill to the City of Las Vegas Citizens Advisory Committee to the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. Mr. Hill is being considered for Category A, Small Business Owner or Storefront Owner seat, which is being vacated by Ms. Linda Zaraski, who served 2 full terms, no longer eligible for a reappointment due to term limits. Councilwoman Fiore, I understand you're prepared with a recommendation.
Well, I'll get prepared.
Okay. So
no, I have to tell you, I am very excited about Daniel Hill. He is a superstar and a rock star. I've known him for many years. He is a rock star attorney, and right now working on a very famous case, the Bundy case. We just got our Bundy boys out of jail, so I am highly recommending that man, Daniel Hill.
All right, there's a motion to appoint Daniel Hill to this position. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman and Councilman Anthony Barlows and Coffin. Councilman Barlow, you don't want to do an oral yay or nay on Daniel Hill from Ward 6?
What was the motion?
To appoint Daniel Hill, reappoint. Yes. Okay, thank you. That motion carries. And now we're on to agenda item 72, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2017-42, Councilman Coffin, do you wish to have the bill read?
Am I the oldest member of the recommending committee here? I do.
Well, at this
I
moment.
do
you
request
are.
that it
Okay,
should
so
be.
please would you read this?
Yeah, I do request.
Somebody.
I request that they all be read in advance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2017-42, an ordinance to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code Section 19.12.010 to allow the use of tattoo parlor, body piercing studio in the C1 zoning district by means of special use permit and to provide for other related matters.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's in your ward. Do you approve? Or is that your motion?
Oh, that would be my motion. I just want to say it's probably the first tattoo parlor that I've got a motion on. I'm going to recommend voting yes in the entire time I've been here. I think tattoo parlors are changing just as pawn shops have changed. And I know that many of the malls, and this particular place is in the Meadows Mall, they need to have businesses that are high class, and this happens to be one of those tattoo places that is on television, radio, and all of that, and it's includes a lot of things besides tattoos.
So what are you going to ask them to tattoo for you?
Nothing. That's exactly what Robin asked me. Nothing. But I am going to move that that this be approved.
Thank you very much. This motion to approve on agenda item 72. Please vote. And an oral yes? Yes. Yes, from Councilman Barlow.
What are you going to do?
You know,
Please
Mayor,
post.
I got an idea for Councilwoman Tarkanian.
What is it?
I
thanks.
propose a basketball on your tukish of a tattoo.
My goodness,
Your Honor.
okay.
All right, we're
Let's
moving
run.
on to agenda item number 73. I need to turn the
Yes,
meeting over to Mayor
as the
Pro
chairman.
Tem with her basketball for the next item.
As the
As it
chairman on
pertains to
scene.
marijuana signage, and as we all know, one of my sons is involved in the marijuana industry, Madame.
All right, this is
read it.
Bill number 2017-43 for possible action. It amends Las Vegas Municipal
Mayor Pro
Code.
Tem, would you like to have me read the bill
Oh,
into the
you'd
record?
like to read it instead of I? Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2017-43, an ordinance to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 19-12.070 to eliminate the on-site signage limitations specifically applicable to marijuana cultivation facilities, marijuana dispensaries, and marijuana production facilities, so that on-site signage for those uses is governed generally applicable provisions adopted by or pursuant to Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19, and to provide for other related matters.
So you're done.
Do you want me to
So
continue
I'm
with the
done
motion?
with what I was, yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move for approval.
Could I ask a question first? Why are we doing all this? Why are we continuously slicing off regulations that our staff work so hard to try and get the right way? I don't, for example, the last one we approved was, I believe the lawyer was Jay Brown, and Jay said that they would not have signs there, you know, in that area right next to the restaurant. That's what he told us. And I'm just asking that. I know you love marijuana, but just from someone who doesn't love it, could you answer the question for me? I don't understand. I thought we were sort of in a weighted way.
Maybe Mr. Valsteed can answer.
Personally, I could speak to the marijuana, but in the meantime, there is a question from somebody here.
So I believe the reason why we continually change our own city policy, regulation, and ordinances is because when our county that's right across the street allows these things, and it becomes an unfair advantage to our city business. That's one of the main reasons.
That's it?
I'm sorry, but I can't see that as such an unfair advantage. If they're near a dispensary, they're going to go to that one, I think. They're going to know it's there. I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, you'll decide, and it'll probably win, but I know how hard we worked. I know that we were praised, not myself, but I'm talking about all our staff that worked on that marijuana business, was praised for what they came up with, and it just seems like we're tossing a little bit out at a time.
So you'll vote that way, Councilman?
That's the way I'll
Hoffman, Make
vote.
your motion.
I move to approve
And so you
Bill
vote
number
against it.
2017-43.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 73. Please vote and please post.
Take over again because you're the chair.
Okay. All right, that carried. And we'll move on to agenda item 74, bill number 2017-44. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Bill number 2017-44, an ordinance to amend Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.18.020 and Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.50.020 to amend the definition of convenience store to eliminate the minimum size requirement for a convenience store located in a mixed-use development and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve agenda item 74. Please vote, please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 75, bill number 2017-45. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I get to read this one. Bill number 2017-45, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend various municipal code provisions to change the name of the Downtown Centennial Plan Overlay District to the Downtown Las Vegas Overlay District, make corresponding changes regarding references to the Downtown Centennial Plan, and provide for other related matters. This came out of committee just Monday with the First Amendment, and because it was so recent, you didn't have that in your backup, so I've passed out the text of that in front of each of you. The only two changes are we identified a couple of other cleanup items that we needed to do, and unless you have any other questions, I recommend approval.
Thank you.
Move for
Councilman?
approval, First Amendment.
Motion to approve on agenda item 75,
Yeah, it
First
was-
Amendment. Please vote. And please post. You need to vote. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 76, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption later meeting. Bills item number 76, 2017-19 will be heard at a later meeting. We have no new bills. We'll move on to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda, which is items 77 through 82 may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Nobody's doing anything, so here we go. 77, RQR 71416, applicant owner NYP Corporation on a required review of improved special use permit SUP 4592 for a 40-foot tall, 10-foot by 40-foot off-premise sign at 2744 Highland Drive, M Industrial Zone, Ward 1, and Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 78, RQR 71417, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner I Rent B and E LLC, and a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 2537 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3500 West Sahara Avenue, C1, Limited Commercial Zone 1, with Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda item 79, RQR 71418, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Ewing Investments, on a required review of an approved variance V 0131-90 for an existing 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed at 1405 8th Street, M Industrial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 80, RQR 7419, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner James B. McCall, on a required review of an approved variance V-0164-95 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign located within 200 feet of a residential zone at 2201 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and that's Ward 5, also with Councilman Barlow. Number 81, EOT 71858, applicant owner Sterling Entertainment Group, LV LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone with Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And number 82, EOT 71966, applicant New Leaf CLV Cultivation LLC, owner 1018 South Commerce LLC, and a request for an extension of time approved special use permit SUP 55287 for proposed 21,307 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 1020 South Commerce Street, M Industrial Zone, and that's Ward 3. All items are recommended for approval. Item 82 is not a public hearing item, but 77 through 81, which I declare open, and I need to reflect my abstention on agenda item 82. It pertains to medical marijuana-related business. One of my sons is involved in that industry, but however, I will vote on all the others. All the items are recommended by staff. Item 82, which I read, is not a public hearing, but items 77 through 81 are, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on 77 through 81? Hearing and seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on items 77 through 81 first?
Move to approve items 77 through 81.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 82.
Move to approve item 82.
Thank you very much. Please, there's a motion to approve agenda item 82. Please vote and please post. And Councilwoman, did you push? And that motion carries. So now we'll move on to agenda item 83. GPA 69192, and a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to SC Service Commercial, number 84 ZON 69193, and a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C-1 Limited Commercial, and number 85 SDR 71490, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,032 square foot office building with a waiver to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is required. The applicant owner is Steve Demoulas on .59 acres at 4801 Ricky Road, R-E Residence Estate Zones, proposed C-1 Limited Commercial. Staff and Planning Commission recommend denial of all items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, because as you notice, the street's called Ricky Road, and our public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Steve Demoulas, owner of 4801.
Thank you.
Dennis Russ, 522 East Twain Avenue, Las Vegas 89169, helping Steve.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The subject site is located within the Rural Preservation Overlay and is surrounded by existing large lot single-family residences. The applicant has proposed to develop the site with an office shell building and has requested a waiver and exception from minimum landscape requirements. The proposed limited commercial zoning district would allow uses which are too intense for the surrounding residential area. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone, before I turn it over to you, that would like to come forward and make comment? If you would be sure to state your name for the record. Good afternoon. You've been waiting a long day.
Thank you, Mayor. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for our neighborhood association. We've been in business something like 23 years. Some of you know us. This is not a complicated agenda item. Mr. Demoulas has been requested a C1 change since 31st of March and proposed to build an office for rental since about October 8th. And there's a functional commercial buffer to our neighborhood. C1 is clearly out of context, and we request the dais to consider an office zoning designation. And if I can show you an overhead.
Yes.
Okay, okay, this is his property right here, okay, and just to the south, there's 3 other properties that are vacant. This is a precedent agenda item, because what happens here, the zoning happens here, will certainly follow here in the future. And actually, there are 6 other vacant properties between Rickey Road and Craig Road that will probably have a potential sometime in the future also. This is a street map. There are 15 residences that we've identified that are directly or will be impacted by this in the future. All of them have been personally contacted. They're all against C1 zoning. They understand what C1 zoning is compared to office zoning according to Title 19. The reason we went to the ones down here in the south also is because, like I said before, this is a precedent decision, and it'll certainly affect these 3 parcels down here at the bottom sometime in the future. These people aren't here today. This is not a retirement community. People are working. They're paying mortgages. So I was designated to come and make a statement for them. So. New paper. Anyway, at the Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Slotman was quick to point out that C1 was a gross overkill to the office and a potential incompatibility as a functional buffer next to RE neighborhood. He pointed out that the incentive for C1 has a potential increase in resale value, and even if an office was built under C1, the possibility of a future number of alternate possibilities would be eligible under C1 zoning. You all understand the Title 19 difference of what is between C1 and office. I don't have to go into that. You know that by heart. Commissioner Slotman reinforced that he was certain that planning would work with to meet this objective to put a profitable office rental in there. And Mr. Demalius refused the office designation at that time. What we're asking for the dais to do is to understand this is a precedent decision for the other vacant parcels to the south. Actually, 08050 professional office would be the most appropriate zoning for this, considering the fact that this community is a real preservation overlay district. Okay, Madam Mayor, that being said, I need to reinforce the significance, and you know this, of rural preservation being an overlay district since 2005. All overlay districts are special. This isn't just an RE neighborhood. Title 19, 1010 definition, overlay districts listed as special purpose districts. And they are, quote, to be used in areas of the city which have special characteristics and require special zoning regulations and maintain the character of these communities. And it goes on, it talks about land use and buildings, and things like that that you all are familiar with. And Madam Mayor, the bottom line is that whether it's master plan or overlay districts, it's in regards to that, it's always about the zoning. It's a zoning that qualifies the buffering and gives a rural preservation district its identity. In Title 19 and the historic master plans, including the Centennial Hills master plan, which actually it's a sector plan, which we are privileged to be a part of, defined identity as culture, character, and lifestyle. That's why an office designation is appropriate for this application, especially since this is a precedent decision. And that's why we would appreciate your support in denying a C1 designation. Technically, 08050 professional office is the most appropriate designation for this parcel. We think we are being more than reasonable to Mr. Demalius requesting an office district designation.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And for the record,
yes, if you'll give our clerk the papers.
Okay.
Thank you, the backup. Thank you for staying and coming. Anyone else from the public wishing to be heard on this item before I turned it over to the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. The floor is yours.
First, I'd like to clarify the issue.
Your name first.
I'm sorry,
That's
Dennis
okay.
Rusk, 422 East Tween. First, I'd like to clarify the landscape issue on the north side of our property. That's along Rickey. The ordinance, as I read it, says that we need 15 feet of landscaping. However, the building setback is required to be 10 feet. And the ordinance says that the building setback would take precedent over the landscaping. We can't very well build 5 feet of landscaping inside our building. So I really don't understand how staff is interpreting that.
Mr. Lowenstein, can you address that, please?
Sure, Madam Mayor. For the landscaping adjacent to the building setback applies. For the rest of the property line, the landscape buffer requirement of 15 feet would apply. And if you give me a second, I'll bring up the the site plan. I believe there's a segment where that is not being met. And as such, that's where the waiver would be coming from.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
Well, I don't see where it's not being met. Now, as far as the buffer to the residents, what we provided for is 24-inch box trees and heavy landscaping between us and the residents that is to our west, which is intense landscaping for that buffer purpose. Across the street is North Las Vegas, which is a multi-family apartment complex. This is along Decatur. It's the professional office limitation would not only limit the use, I would have to change the size of the building, add additional landscaping, as you can see from the site plan, which would be exceedingly difficult. So I'd end up with a building approximately half the size that we have now, and that would make the project marketability completely unfeasible. Now, there are plenty of issues in the C1 zoning where anything that would be objectionable to the neighborhood, as I discussed at the Rural Preservation Society meeting that we had, would require special use permits, which would bring those things back before the Planning Commission and to this board, in which it could be denied. We're looking for the bottom grade of the C1 to make this project financially feasible, practical, and equitable for my client. If we don't get the C1 zoning, I'm afraid my recommendation at that point would be to my client to sell the property because it would be unfeasible for him to build.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any comments, questions here? All right, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, and thank you both for being here. And I know I've spoken to Mr. Damalis at length, and also the residents in this area. I looked at this long and hard. It's not too far from my house, so I have an opportunity to see it quite a bit throughout the week. And looking up and down this corridor, specifically from a C1 standpoint, I'm hard-pressed to approve a C1 zoning because of the adjacency of all of the residential R1 zoning that surrounds this property up and down the street for a few blocks. In addition to that, this is the rural preservation, and the residents are correct in regards to the protection of that rural preservation and making sure that the erosion of the rural preservation does not impact their ability to maintain that designation. So the zoning for me is too harsh. I know that we've had a conversation in regards to office, and I know your representative stated that he would recommend to you to walk away from the site, but that's a choice that you'll have to make, because I am not in a position today to support the C1, only because it will cause a precedent in this corridor with the other parcels just a block away from you that would also come in, I'm pretty sure, within a short period of time, asking for C1 in the middle of this neighborhood. And so today, I'm not in a position to support the C1 zoning. Now, if you are amenable to the office as far as the zoning, I'm pretty sure, and Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have the ability to make the zone change from the request of C1 to office should the applicant choose today?
Through you, Madam Mayor. That is correct, Councilman. You can always have the applications amended to a less intense request. So in this particular case, from limited commercial to an O designation in the zoning district would be less intense, and similarly on the general plan designations from service commercial to an O office designation would also be less intense.
Right, and you say O office, and I know that the residents that I've met with had mentioned the PO, professional office. So is there a difference between the O and the PO?
There is. The O office actually allows more additional uses. The professional office is less intense than O designation for office. It also has different development standards associated with it, and I need a quick moment to check the general plan land use table to make sure that we have the proper designation.
Okay, if you can check that for me, that would be helpful. So I don't know if that's something that you would be interested in, Mr. DeMalis, but I would be happy to hear from you.
Steve DeMolis, owner of the property 4801 West Rickey. In addition, I live in the area for the past 8 years. I'm a resident. I live 6 blocks away, so I know the value of NARA and real estates. I owned a mixed property before, offices and retail, and I'm very sensitive to my neighbors. I don't want to, to step on anybody's toes, especially where I live. If you don't think it's C1 is appropriate, we had multiple meetings with NARA. I thought we were okay up to a point, like a limited C1 use with your approval on the businesses. And I will never do ethically or morally to hurt my neighbors, well-being and, quality of life. The O is, you'll be boxed in and, I might lose my investment. I'm a Clark County employee. I work for the county. I plan to live the rest of my life in my home and the area there. And I wanted to have an additional business to retire or look at. So I'm not a corporation. I'm a citizen. I work for the library district, planning to retire to do some other form of business in the community. And I'm from Chicago originally, and I was very vested where I lived in businesses and the community. So their land's been sitting there for 200 years. Decatur Boulevard went from a dirt road to a 2-lane. It's a boulevard, 45 miles an hour plus. It is not conducive to put anything in like a home. So those pieces of land will stay there forever. My intent was to be a small business. It will be a small business that reflects the community because we have a lot of big box stores and retail office buildings, and once that anchor leaves, there's no survival for the small business. I worked before with SCORE and SBA. I was a recipient of multiple SBA loans, and I will work with the individual to keep businesses in the neighborhood. So I'm a citizen, I'm a small guy, and there's around the area there, we have a lot of shopping centers, but once the big store, Vons or Smith's leaves, there's nothing to feed off. And I will work with the tenants to keep them in the community.
So are you interested in the professional office is the question? Are you interested in it?
I would not. It would box me in, and it would not be feasible
I
to do
appreciate
that.
it. Sir,
But this was my intent of the C1 and my request.
I appreciate it, Mr. DeMalis. Sir, the mayor has closed public comment, but if you have something quick that you would like to add, please state your name.
Yes, very quickly. I'm Gene Proctor. I'm the broker that sold Mr. DeMalis' property. And in regards to the plans that the architect has presently, is it possible for Mr. DeMalis to apply for a special use permit for that to be approved if it's only for office use?
That's something that we could talk about, but it's not agendized today. But it's most definitely something that we could talk about and discuss further.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So at this time, Peter, well, he stated, you know what, I digress because he stated that he's not interested in it. So having said so, I'm going to move for denial of item number 83, Mayor.
There's a motion on agenda number 83. Please vote.
try.
And please post. That motion carries.
And on item 84, I'll move for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 84. Please vote and please post.
And on item number 85, I will move for denial.
And on agenda item 85, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Agenda number 86. Okay. VAR 71002, public hearing, applicant owner Ray W. Godfrey for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for variance to allow a 3-foot side and rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure Class 2 casita garage on .38 acres located 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane, R-PD2, residential plan development, 2 units per acre zone, and that's Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. This is a public hearing, so is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, you are. We are. Madam Mayor, Donna DiMaggio for the applicant.
Ray Godfrey.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, Your Honor. I'm representing one of the neighbors. I'm not representing the applicant. I'm Eric Doberstein, 9840 Southeastern.
Okay, well, let's go ahead first and hear from Mr. Lowenstein, then we'll hear from the public, and we'll go back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No evidence of unique circumstance is presented as the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing the accessory structure within the required side and rear setbacks, and as such, staff has recommended denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, public hearing. So I guess you're part of the public on this, so please, you go ahead, restate your name because we have another gentleman with you.
Thank you again, Your Honor. Eric Doberstein on behalf of Mr. Orr, and I have Mr. Orr with me as well. So Mr. Orr lives at 4016 Nancy Margarita, and he's in opposition to the variance that is before you. Mr. Reagan has been in this neighborhood for 17 years, and as you know from reading the material, they're on 1/3 acre lots, single-family homes, single stories, and in this particular instance, the CCNRs require a 15-foot rear yard setback and a 10-foot side yard setback under the CCNRs. The applicant, as you know, is requesting a 3-foot rear yard and side yard variance to this. We think it's not appropriate. This is a 945-foot structure that is wanting to be constructed on this piece of property. It's 21 foot by 45 foot by 16. Some of the photos I think you've seen. I just want to make sure. I took some photos myself, and I also, let me go ahead. Let me slide over a second. I also went ahead and took the liberty of drawing up a little rough map of looking at all of the signatures that were on the petition against the variance, as well as the people that were supporting it. And as you can see in red, there's a large number of the neighbors that are against this request. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6 that are highlighted there, as you can see, they are not even, most of them are not adjacent to the property, and one's actually across in another development. So that's the actual map of the entire site, and you have that view. Those are the 2 houses. That's Mr. Orr's house immediate to the side of the sign, and then that's the applicant's house, and you can see the motorhome that's next to it that he wishes, I assume he wishes to enclose that particular item. As you look at from the backyard, looking over into the applicant's yard, you can see that he has a lot of room and actually has a shed next to the side of his house
that we would believe that the most appropriate way to handle this would be to add on to the existing home and enclose the motor home if he wishes to do that, as well as add the mother-in-law quarters that he wishes to place in there and make it a part of the home, as opposed to putting it all the way in the back of the residence. What you see, this is from Mr. Orr's patio, and looking out across from his backyard, that's his current view. And as you can imagine, then there would be off that 3-foot side yard setback, a 16-foot high structure that would block all of that view, and you would be essentially looking at a billboard. And we just don't think that's appropriate. And you can see from looking the side where the motorhome is, that's where he's currently got it. And we don't have any problems with it being somewhere close to the residence, but we certainly don't think it needs to be in the back blocking the view corridor. And we believe if he does that, it's going to end up creating not only a distraction and a blockage of the view, but it's going to block the airflow. It's going to increase any sound blocking off of that, as well as the HVAC factor that's going to be coming over on our side of the wall that way. So with that, we don't think there's any reason this hardship should be approved in the variance. I think it's a self-imposed hardship. I believe his current structure only takes up 13% of the entire lot. There's lots of room on this lot to build this, and I don't think it needs to be in that particular location. So with that, I think, and we would respectfully request the City Council to follow the recommendation of the staff as well as the Planning Department and deny this request.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. And just state your name. We do not need your address, but your name, please.
My name is Marilyn Heisel, 5105. Missy Marie, I'm sorry I'm sick. I can't speak very well. I live in the neighborhood, and we moved there because it was a beautiful, open, single-family neighborhood with no outbuildings on any of the properties, and all the landscaping and everything was absolutely beautiful, and we loved that. And all these people are building these buildings, and they're renting out rentals in their backyard. They're increasing the traffic that comes in and out of our gate. They're not paying any fees because they're in the backyard, and the owners are paying the fees, and it just doesn't belong in our neighborhood. And I'm definitely against it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
Yeah, Regan Orr. I have numerous letters here from my neighbors in opposition to this proposal. I'd like to just read one of them if I might have your patience. This is from Stephen Richards. He lives right across the street from me. My household objects to the proposed casita garage at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane, Las Vegas. The 16-foot tall structure is much too large in the area and will block the neighbor's view. We also feel that the 3-foot setback is much too close to both adjoining neighbors' wall and exterior Tom Boulevard wall. Furthermore, the home at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane currently has a 3.5-car attached garage. We feel that adding an additional 900 approximate square foot garage space will only increase the probability of auto and truck repairs, possibly a repair business location. In addition, it has been stated during Planning Commission meetings that the casita is intended for an elderly, 95-year-old blind grandmother. Why build a casita when the home already has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths? What happens with the casita after the grandmother passes, or God forbid she passes before construction is completed? Perhaps an office for a repair company? The Rancho San Miguel community is a small, private, gated community. This is what attracted us, Steve Richards and his wife, attracted us to purchase our home here. I do not want to see large unattached structures popping up on everyone's property which block views and possibly have other intended purposes. Thank you.
Would you, since that's a letter you've read in, if you'd give it to our city
Oh,
clerk?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, anyone else on this item, please come forward. I'm going to close that public comment then, and Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I also, too, would like to submit a letter that was received from Eric Dauberstein, representative, that was sent to my office. I would like to submit this to the clerk for the record as well, stating his client's opposition to this. I had an opportunity to see this at Planning Commission.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I'm a little brain dead. Thank goodness Mr. Scott is here.
What happened?
I didn't give you a chance to speak. So address
Thank you.
us, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, zoned out.
It's been a long day.
Apologies.
It
No.
has been. I
No,
just started
thank you.
rambling.
You joined right in with
I'm
me.
sorry.
God bless you, Mr. Scott. Thank you.
Donna DiMaggio representing the applicant, 400 South 4th Street. First, I'd like to start with the a petition that was mentioned by Mr. Doberstein. The petitions that were submitted at the, I believe, the first hearing, if not the second. Unfortunately, the applicant, my client, did not submit his own petition. He had his own petition. And if you compare the two petitions, the petition for the variance versus the petition in opposition, there were members of the neighborhood that signed both petitions. It turns out that was because there was some misinformation being spread about the purpose of the detached garage and casita, which is evident because in some of the letters that have been since submitted to the City Council about a repair shop and a business and what was going to be housed in this casita and detached garage. There was also some misinformation about a rental that Mr. Gottfried was going to use the detached garage for. So when you really look at the neighborhood and the individuals, and you compare the signatures on the petitions, the postcards that have been returned, and the letters in support and the letters against, the total, from my count, and I've spent a lot of time because it's been going back and forth, there are 27 people in the neighborhood that are for the variance and 25 against. And I would submit that there was some confusion because of the misinformation that was spread in connection with my client's plans. As for what the CC&Rs require, the application went before the HOA, and the HOA approved it. Now, I understand the second step is to go before the Planning Commission and the City Council, but there's obviously no issue with the HOA in connection with the CC&R's call for. They've approved it, and we've now gotten to this step. So it doesn't make any sense to be going through what the CC&Rs require as to the setbacks, because the HOA has approved what has been submitted to them. Mr. Orr, from what I understand, was a member of the HOA board, so there was no confusion as to what was needed to get HOA compliance and approval. Now, there's also been some argument about all these detached structures in the neighborhood. There are currently 8 detached structures in this neighborhood. So this is not out of the ordinary all of a sudden that Mr. Gottfried wants to have a detached structure in the neighborhood. His detached structure that he has proposed fits in with the neighborhood. In fact, just recently, what has been submitted before the council, there has been an almost exact detached structure that has been before the council that has been approved, and a second one that is extremely similar that has also been approved before the board. That would make 10 detached structures in this neighborhood that has been approved and almost built, 8 built, 2 being built. So we would submit that in this situation, Mr. Gottfried has done everything he has possibly, that has been asked of him. He has gone to the neighborhood to explain away all of the misinformation that has been spread about his purpose, and we would ask that the variance be granted. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to address them.
Thank you.
Brief rebuttal.
Again, your name, please.
Eric Doberstein, on behalf of Mr. Ward. May I have a brief rebuttal, Your Honor?
Okay.
Just to address what council has mentioned, the little chart that I drew and put the numbers, I personally did that and went through what I received from the city council and the package that you have in your planning department. So I went off of the petition that was submitted by Mr. Orr, as well as the collection that the city does apparently when they receive cards as to in favor and oppose, and I counted exactly what that is. I never even came close to seeing 25 opposition messages anywhere. And with respect to yeah, there are a number of other structures in that community, but I don't believe there are any as large as that. And I believe this item has been continued at least on 2 occasions, if not more, to allow and been recommended to by council to meet with Mr. Orr, the immediate neighbor who's going to be directly impacted by this, and they have refused to meet with us, and they did not wish to try to have any type of compromise to discuss to resolve this. So I'd just like to bring that to your attention as well, that we did reach out to them to talk to them, and they just want to move from the 3-foot side yard setback. So that's all.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, comments for council, I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Barlow, but hopefully he has all the information.
Yes, I do.
Mix, you do. You have everything
I do.
that's been
I watched it during
Thank
Planning
you.
Commission, and I heard from all the residents, because there was a number of residents that came in for the same requests as far as what you all have come in for. The only difference that I saw as it relates to your application was the self-impeded hardship, meaning the size of your structure. And so I'm sitting there watching television going, well, this is an easy fix. You know, either adjust the structure or reduce the size of the structure in order to meet the setback, and there was no issue. And I believe one of the planning commissioners basically stated the same thing. So I'm not opposed to what you're trying to do, because I have visited the areas right down the street from my house also. And so I have visited the area. I'm very familiar with your neighborhood. I've been through there during Christmas and participated in the Christmas tree light competition that you all have in your neighborhood as well. And so what I would like to do is I don't want to necessarily deny you, but I'm asking if you would reconsider resizing the structure. And what I can do is basically table the item. You come back with specs that meet the setbacks as necessary, and there's no issue moving forward. If I deny you, then you basically are locked out for a year and a day. If I table the item, it'll give you an opportunity to work with the neighbors, work with your architect, and basically resize it without you being hit financially, to basically bring this item back before this council, because there are other items other structures in your neighborhood that are similar. Yours just happened to be the largest, right? And so therefore, I wanted to at least give you that option. Other than that, I'm left with the decision of denial. So I'll leave that up for you all to discuss.
Madam Mayor, through you, for the councilman, just for clarification, if you table the item would have to be renoticed at a future date, and if no action...
You said it will or will not?
Will. So it's an additional expense. The applicant will have to pay for renotification at the time it's taken off of the table to be reheard. After 6 months, if it's not taken off the table, it just goes away, and they would have to file anew. If the item is obeyed, you can set out however long you would like, and then that item is scheduled for that particular meeting. They don't have to pay renotification fees. At that meeting, if they've adjusted the building, they can always request to withdraw the application at that time.
Okay, so I'll give you that, at least give you that option.
How long in advance?
Well, I wanted to see if that's something that he was amenable to before you make a motion.
Madam Mayor, just a thought. I would ask if the councilman would consider at least requesting they meet with their neighbor to...
We've done that, and
Yeah.
they're
Not happening.
no, I'm not going back down that street.
Thank you, sir.
We've done that. That's why it's been obeyed. This is the end of the road right here.
He's ready for it.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. Yes, ma'am.
We are amenable to that, Councilman.
Okay.
We will take the abeyance. I think we would ask possibly till March, given the holidays.
Okay.
if
all right.
that's
You
amenable
got
to the
March
council.
31st.
March 3rd, March 21st?
I'm sorry.
It's either the
21st.
7th or the 21st.
20, what did I say, 31st?
7 or
21st.
21?
March
21.
21st. That's my
All right.
motion at this time.
There's a motion on agenda item 86 to abate to March 21st, 2018.
But that's under the understanding that you're bringing back new plans that basically meet with staff's recommendation for approval.
Correct.
That's the condition I'm setting forth on this application.
Madam Mayor, through you, if they comply with the code provisions for the setback requirements, they would then proceed to building permits, and at the time it came back in March, they would just request withdrawal at that time.
Okay, there you go. Even easier.
Thank you.
Do you all
Thank you.
understand that?
Yes.
And do you agree to it?
I'm sorry?
And you agree to it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's my motion at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Barlow, please vote. And then please post. Councilwoman? And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you,
On
Council.
agenda item 87, VAR 71520, public hearing, applicant owner Charleston Place LLC, possible action request for a variance to allow 44 parking spaces where 60 spaces are required on .97 acres at 3300 and 3312 West Charleston, CD, Design Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Are you the applicant or representative?
Representative Kevin Reich, 17771 East Flamingo Road, representing the applicant. And I guess to kind of simplify this, we've met with Councilman Tarkanian when we were, Councilwoman Tarkanian, excuse me, when we were obeyed from the last meeting for some clarifications. What we're asking for on this, the two buildings, it's the old AAA building that was under the business occupancy. Our current owner is trying to move into these buildings with a pharmacy and a general medical practice and his administrative offices. Those uses are a little more intense for parking. And understandably, we probably didn't present this as well as we could have. Our client has current facilities right now, and they work with state assistance, senior living facilities, and they basically bring people in through their own vehicles, take them back to their residences, because most of these people that they serve do not have the capability to come to the place. So that lessens a lot of the need for the parking. Obviously, any business wouldn't want to come in to be underparked if we didn't have that ability to do that. So in meeting with the councilwoman, two things we were discussing: we would be very open and with approval to look back at a year at this to make sure that we haven't abused the parking. And then also, during the previous meeting, we talked about a behavioral side with this, because this is kind of a one-stop shop for these people where they can bring them in, pharmacy, general practice, and then some behavioral side. We've agreed that one of his other facilities, our owner, can take the behavioral side away from this, put it away, so we're only dealing with general practice in this area.
Okay.
And that's kind of our presentation.
Thank you. I know the building well, and they're very sad they had to move out, AAA. They're not really happy in their new location.
Why'd they have to move?
I don't have any idea. I just know I've been going there for 40 years, I think. But before, let me have anyone, let's hear from Mr. Lowenstein first, and maybe a little different from last time, and then public hearing, and then to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll change it up a little bit. No evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created, once again, a self-imposed hardship by proposing to add a land use which requires additional parking on the subject site. I can just add to that the zoning code does provide for an alternate parking demand analysis if the use being proposed is unique. That was not explored at this time, and therefore we have a variance which has a higher level threshold for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. I will close the public hearing. That was simple. Councilwoman.
First of all, I understand why you feel there would be less parking needed, and I think so also because I've worked with groups where they come from the senior homes, and they'll come in one bus. And oftentimes that's the case because they don't all have cars. That's why they don't have so many parking spaces at our senior places. But I had the concern about having behavioral or emotional problems for reasons I told you before about what we had there and had some problems, not at that particular location, but very near there. So I'm going to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation, and I'm going to move for approval.
There's a motion.
However, wait, Mayor, just but understand that these are going to be as general population of the medical, not the behavioral or the emotional problems. I know you said that, but I want that on the record strong.
And you agree to that?
Yes.
I mean, you've said that. All right.
And is it going to be a closed pharmacy or an open pharmacy?
It's a closed pharmacy.
It's a closed pharmacy,
Good.
so it's not that many people there.
Right. Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 87. Please vote, and then please post. Thank you. Motion carries. So you have to find a better home for AAA. Okay, I mean, find a good piece of property that's beautiful.
The next item.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 89.
Take one and pass it on. This is
Take one and pass it on? Okay. Here we go. This is number 88. Here we go, Councilwoman. Sorry. And this is SUP 71230, public hearing, applicant owner Renee Page, for possible action or appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental at 3284 Mustang Road, RE Residential Estate Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I am.
And your name, please?
I am Renee Page. I live at 3357 Remuda Trail in Las Vegas.
Welcome back. We've seen
Thank
you
you,
before.
yes.
Okay, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of the special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds the use is appropriate for this location and recommended approval. The Planning Commission, however, found the proposed use to be incompatible with the surrounding area and denied the applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Marco Rizzo. I represent the Vegas Vacation Rental Association. I know Renee Page personally, and she checks all the boxes. She's got surveillance, she's got technology, she background checks her, she will background check her proposed tenants. She's a member of our association, so she's been educated as to the best practices, the things that we all try and follow. And we recommend her as a potentially good operator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you had glowing recommendations before. Too bad you just couldn't stay there.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have another gentleman. State your name for the record, please.
Scott Miller, 3357 Remuda. I've known Renee Page for 18 years.
Could you kindly take off your hat, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. I know Renee Page for about the last 18 years. I've been on 3 large business adventures with her. She's accountable for exactly what she does. She follows the letter of the law. I helped do the finished remodel to this home. I recommend that it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anyone else, please?
Annette Fiala, Vegas Vacation Rental Associations. I've spoken many times on Renee's behalf, and we all know she would be a good operator. I did attend the neighborhood meeting for it, and like Ricky Barlow said with the last neighborhood meeting for the last agenda item where he wouldn't want to do that again, that's my opinion of the neighborhood meeting. It was very difficult for a lot of the people came in and they were very negative, and it was very discouraging, but I applaud Renee for standing there and going through with it and just hanging in there, and also Councilman Barlow for calming down everyone in the neighborhood meeting. So, but I would like to see this agenda item get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? We will close the public hearing, and guess what? Time to make a decision.
Time to make a decision, Mayor.
Yours.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And Ms. Page, I want to thank you so very much for being a part of the neighborhood meeting. I know it jumped off very tensely, and I believe by the end of the meeting things had settled quite a bit. But the way in which you explained what you're looking to do, whether the residents, wanted to hear what you had to share, I think it was very important that you were there, and I thank you and commend you for being there, as well as your representative as well from the association, who was there to help with some of the technical questions. As mentioned, I hosted the neighborhood meeting on November 8, 2017 to discuss this with the neighbors, and it was held at Tobler Elementary School, and there was approximately 19 residents there, and 2 guests and 3 City of Las Vegas employees. But the overwhelming response from the jump, as you very well know, 90% of the room was not in support of this application. I have had an opportunity to think long and hard about this, and I believe that what I'm going to do, specifically for the geographic location from as far as where you sit close to Cheyenne, I want to know actually from staff as far as placing a condition, a review of condition, to actually do a test run to see if that would be something that I can place as a condition, and then bring the application back after a set period of time.
Councilman, you can place a required review on the application. At such time, we'll do a review of how it's been operating, and at that point, if that required review is approved, it will continue. If it's denied, then you could have the option for revocation of the land use entitlement.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do, Renee, is do that, specifically being that the majority of the room, for the most part, with a few exception of maybe 2 or 3 people, were opposed to this item. But I think what you're presenting, and I know that there's more applications to come, would that restrict anyone else from coming into to apply also within that time period?
If this application is approved, there would be the distance separation of 660 feet from this, that if any other applicant is proposing a short-term rental, they would have to apply with a waiver from that 660-foot distance separation.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and move for approval with the review of a condition for 12 months, and we'll basically check back up on you in 12 months to see if there's any complaints and any additional issues that that may pop up from your property. In addition to that, do we have the ability to bring her back sooner if, in fact, there's some problems?
Councilman, for the condition, are you looking for required review before Planning Commission, City Council, or as administrative?
I'll go with administrative.
Okay, so
because if everything is fine, then go ahead and you can do the administrative approval.
All right, so a condition would read, a 1-year administrative review shall be conducted from the date of issuance of a business license.
But if there's problems, I want it to come back before council.
All right, if there are problems during that period, then they would fail the administrative review, and we would bring that required review back before the council.
Okay, and what would qualify? What would qualify? Just 1 second. Just 1 second, Brian, if you will. So what would qualify as far as a problem?
Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. What would qualify are any disturbances that we have reported probably through the short-term rental hotline. So if we have problems with trash, if we have problems with parties, if we have problems with some sort of excessive noise, something that would point to the short-term rental code and in violation of that.
Okay. Mr. Scott, I'm sorry.
And as long as we could substantiate it, it would need to be substantiated as well.
and indicate that if it's before that administrative review time and there are problems, you can bring it back much earlier than that 1 year.
Yeah, that was the question
Yep.
that I had,
You can
under
bring it
the
back.
administrative review.
Yep.
Ricky, I have
And
a
Councilman Coffin had a comment or question?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'll certainly be, I'm going to support this, so I guess I'm speaking on the motion. But it is a question I wanted to ask before, and that is this, Renee, the
Yes, sir.
gentleman, Rizzo, from the Apartment Association, the Short-Term Rental Association, said for you that you do certain things. But I don't know that you do from your own testimony. You haven't said this. So, for example, are you in the practice right now of renting elsewhere?
No, I am not, sir.
So.
And this property is not currently used as a short-term rental.
Right, so he said, Rizzo said, that you background check your rentals. How would you do that?
Yes, there are several services that are available, and I do know about these services because when I was a real estate broker in Idaho, we also use services such as this to kind of screen people so that we would know if there were any issues with them, Verify Me, and Tell Us. Some of those services, you pay a monthly fee. You can run your client names through there to see if there's any public records, those type of things.
Well, I'm trying to get to this, just this answer. How can you background check someone if you just hear about them Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and they want to come in for the weekend? They booked it, maybe they paid a credit card over the phone. How would you background check someone like that?
There would never be an instant booking on my property, first of all. And I would not allow someone to come in without doing a background check on them.
Oh, okay, so that's part of your conditions
That is
then.
part of my conditions,
All right.
yes.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
And what type of, how many of these organizations, if I may, do you subscribe to do your background checks? Is there just one that you've worked with for a long time?
2.
And how many years have you worked with them?
Verify Me, I've been a member of for a little over a year for other reasons, because I have another property here that I did have rented. And in Tell Us, that has been around for 6-7 years.
So, I mean, as we look at short-term rentals and what we're going through, which is true across the country, it is for those validations. And so if you found success in them, and is it a usurious fee or is it reasonable? And is it by the month, by the year? How do you?
You can do a yearly, a quarterly, or a monthly fee.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. Your
Mrs.
motion.
Page, do you agree to the terms of the one-year required review? On your item, do you agree to the one-year required review of condition that I've placed on your item before the council?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So having said that, I'll move for approval, subject to the one-year required review, administrative review. That's my motion.
Thank you. And there's a motion on agenda item 88. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Good luck. That is the cutest home.
Thank you.
I can't believe you don't live in it. It's wonderful. Anyway,
I
agenda
may
item.
move back.
It is darling.
Madam Mayor, as we do this type of item, I wonder if perhaps we should have some type of form that they could show us the services they have that we might utilize. Mary, do you think that would help any or not? You've seen some of those forms that have come to us. The form that shows that they have security and they have lights and, security with lights, security with burglars and...
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, right now in our ordinance, we don't have
I didn't
anything that
ask you
absolutely
about
requires that. But for the rentals, I'm sure it's something that they should consider if they want to be in compliance.
Maybe what I'll do is I'll collect maybe some of them and show them to you and see which ones might be good.
I think
They can
Annette
give
put
me-
those together, Councilwoman, is that correct?
I know she has. I've seen them a lot.
Yeah. Annette Fiala. I can forward again to you guys a list of all the things, but that in Tell Us, the other ones, there's a couple of them you can pay per person or monthly. The monthly subscription or an annual one is the best, but you can get immediate results on
I think it would be
that.
preferable if you give it to Mary McElhone. If you'll give her
provide
your
you that.
business card, then we've got it in a central location, not have to keep calling each one of ourselves
Right,
and
and she
find out
may-
where it is. She's central.
She may have most of them already, but just to make sure and then have her select. It might help us, and we can look them over, and maybe we don't want to use them.
Right, great. Okay, let's move on to Agenda 89, SUP 71273, public hearing, applicant owner Venza Bracken for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental with a waiver to allow 152-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 309 Arnold, R1, single residential zone, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. Is the applicant here or representative?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Venza Bracken.
Little pennies. Keep
309.
coming back. How nice. And let's, why don't you go ahead and make your comments? We'll go to Mr. Lowenstein. We'll go to public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Venza and Dylan Bracken of 309 Arnold Street.
You want to speak into the microphone? You're too tall.
Venza and Dylan Bracken of 309 Arnold Street.
Okay.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed council. We have some binders for you guys.
Most importantly, to our clerk here, if you will.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so while those are being passed out, I'll tell a little bit about how we came to this point. We started applying at the beginning of the year for, at the time, we didn't know what permit to apply for, but the planning department had suggested that we apply for the bed and breakfast permit. And we went to the Planning Commission way back in, I think, May, and they denied us. And we realized that our plan was not good if they were going to deny us. So we worked with Councilman Barlow, and we worked with Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian, and we put together a plan that we thought was really good, and it was to actually do this as a short-term rental. At that time, though, I was almost to the point of being able to get the bed and breakfast permit. So we elected at that point in time, and that was July 19th, we went forward and just received the bed and breakfast permit at that point so we could start operating. And during that meeting, right before you guys voted, I also mentioned that we were in actuality applying for this short-term rental permit. And that was approved, and we've been operating since then. And it's been very nice. We live in the home, and in the binder that I've given you guys, I've got a couple things. We've got our manual. We've got some of the flyers that we're using. In our plan, we're set up to be working with UMC, Lions Burn Center, and working with Ronald McDonald House. You'll see the letters of support where we got advice from Red Cross about how to operate. Got letters of support from Lions Burn Center, from Ronald McDonald House, and I actually have an updated letter from Ronald McDonald House addressing that they would like us to get the short-term rental permit. And then we also have the postcards that had all been submitted.
In the ring doorbell.
We have a flyer about the Ring doorbell that we have, which is we have video cameras now 3 on our property. At any time we can, even if we're out and about, we check into the property just to make sure there's no noise or anything. We just bought a decibel reader as well, although we've had no incidents of loud noise yet. In case that was to happen, we'll be notified of that immediately. Then we can check the cameras, check them with the guests, and We hope to get your support for the short-term rental permit, and we've tried to do everything that we can to make it an easy decision and to make it so that our processes are very straightforward and easy to comply with everything that you guys have.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the applicant indicated, on July 19th of 2017, the City Council approved the special use permit for a bed and breakfast at this location. Proposed short-term rental is intended to operate in conjunction with the previously approved bed and breakfast use. Proposed short-term rental use is similar in nature to the recently approved bed and breakfast inn, which is defined as a facility where overnight accommodations and breakfast are provided to guests. So due to the similar nature of the short-term rental and the bed and breakfast, it has been determined that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding residential use, and staff recommended approval of the request. The Planning Commission, however, found the proposed use to be incompatible with the surrounding area and denied the application. Thank you.
Okay, public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? I will close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Okay, Mr. Bracken, Mrs. Bracken, I'm going to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And you know, it's absolutely evident, the whole world should be watching about your tenaciousness. Holding on like that cat, you wouldn't let go. And here you are. So there's a motion. Please vote. Motion on agenda item 89. And you are approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Congratulations. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 90, SUP 71414, public hearing. Applicant owner Rachel A. Hopper for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term rental residential use, I had those words backwards, 821 Marjay Court, R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, my name is Rachel Hopper. I'm the applicant and resident at 821 Marjay Court. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and the rest of the council. I'll try to keep this fairly brief, as I have been in contact with all of your offices, your special assistants. I actually talked with Councilman Soroka, Councilman Barlow. I've been working with your office very closely as well and have a couple meetings. And so I'll try to keep this pretty short. But just to kind of summarize, this is actually my home. So I purchased this at the middle of this year. The actual reason that I purchased it was to actually start a family with my fiance of 8.5 years, and somehow he convinced me to, let's wait another year or so. And so I also got a promotion at the same time. I actually work out of the Bay Area, so I kind of half commute or I telecommute, and I work here a lot of the time as well. And so part of my concern was, okay, well, if we're not going to start a family, we have this big home now, what the heck am I going to do? And one of my big concerns was I heard in my neighborhood that there was a lot of issues with squatters. And so I wanted to figure out what can I do to make sure, A, that doesn't happen and my home looks occupied and there's no issues. And so I started thinking, okay, well, maybe I do this short-term rental, and that's when I kind of got in this kick and started to investigate how do I go about doing that. One of the things that I wanted to make sure, because, as is a concern with short-term rentals in the area, is making sure that this doesn't become a party home. That's my concern as well. This is my home, like I said. This is my bedroom. And so my furniture. And so I wanted to make sure that none of this gets ruined. And of course, I respect my neighbors, and so really wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence there. So I came up with a strategy. Everything from kind of what we were talking about initially with the previous applicant about how do I check the backgrounds to make sure that anybody that comes into my home, their background's been checked. I know that they've had previously good reviews. I also plan to not do the instant booking like the other applicant had mentioned. I think one challenge with kind of doing, just that I would point out to you guys, with doing the Intellis and the background checks, I think that's a great idea. I think the challenge is that it is on us as the owners to make sure that, and the hosts, to make sure that we're not only asking for the name and information of the actual person who's renting it, but also everybody that's going to be there. You would want to do a background check on everybody that plans to be on the property. So that's just one thing that I would point out. In addition to those things, I also have technology on the device as well. So I'll just kind of go over those real quickly. Everything from the floodlight cam, if I can use the overhead, I'm not sure. So this is the Ring camera. This is at the front door. It will also be on the back of the house as well. Again, same thing like the other applicant mentioned, can check 24/7, you get notifications, two-way communication, all of that. That's on the property right now. This is the other device that I have. The previous applicant just mentioned it. This measures decibels. I have it currently set to 60, which I believe is the decibel level in the city. So I'm alerted by text if for any reason it would get louder than that. And I could then reach out to the guests and figure out what's going on. The other device I have is a device called Party Squasher. So this actually measures the number of cell phones that are on use on the property. Wow. So that's a pretty cool one, because who goes anywhere without their cell phone nowadays? And half the time you always make sure it's on and working. So this would actually tell me how many people are in my house and have a cell phone in my house. So obviously to make sure that we comply not only with not having parties, but also with the ordinance in regards to the number of people that are allowed on property, both during the day and night. Aside from that, other additional measures, because at the end of the day, I know every strategy, you need to be able to plan for outliers. So in addition to that, one of the other things that I plan on doing is not renting to local Vegas residents. I found that, through my research, that it seems like most of the parties that have been thrown here have been thrown by locals. It makes sense that they would know the most people, so obviously not renting to locals. So sorry if any of you guys plan on renting my Airbnb, it's not going to be an option. Aside from that, the other thing that I plan on doing is making sure that I have somebody, either myself if I am in town, if I'm not in town, I have a support system. I have my mother who lives within 10 minutes, my fiance who lives within 10 minutes as well. I have an assistant that can help me, and then I also have a neighbor that is a street away that can watch the house for me if there's any issues. If my neighbors alert me of any concerns, she can go by and figure out what's going on and help me resolve the situation quickly. So I have a really good support system to make sure I can address everything. Happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
I think we're going to hire you. Excellent, very thorough.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody who wishes to be heard on this item, please come forward. A lot of research.
Hello.
Hi there.
I'm Raiko Nima. I'm 613 Starks Drive, and I live the next behind her, a couple of houses down, and I'm approving, or I'm for it, and I'm also the neighbor that would help her if she was out of town that needed any assistance.
Good friend. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for waiting today.
One last thing, I'm so sorry, Mayor. One last thing I forgot to mention is I had actually been following along. I went through the October 10th commission, got approved, and I was following along the other people who went through this actual council meeting. And one of the things that I heard in the October meeting was, Councilman Barlow, you had asked one of the applicants to have a neighborhood meeting and do that before, and you held that item in abeyance until they did that. So I actually proactively had that meeting. I worked with your office, and you guys connected me with Peter Lowenstein in his office, and I connected with them. He gave me all the information on what I needed to do, the 1,000-foot radius of everybody I had to reach out to. So I had my meeting. It was not as, how would I say it, as rowdy as the other applicants' meeting. I actually had one person attend, one person. Kind of felt like my birthday party and nobody showed up, but the city representative said it was a good thing. So that person was obviously approved it. So that was the last thing I would say. Sorry to interrupt you. And all yours.
Great. So thank you. Let's have it.
Madam Mayor, if I just might ask one question. This seems like an absolutely great applicant. My concern is that sometimes, and I know your neighbors approve of you, but sometimes, and not in your case, the neighbors are worried that what happens when you're gone. So we have to have it that it stays with the property. And I'm just wondering if sometime we could discuss that and see. I know that the planning tells me that's a land use thing, but I'd just like to see if there's any possibility. I never give up on that, so. Anyway, that's what I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. So thank you. Councilman Barlow, motion?
Thank you, Rachel. Question for you. So you're living in the house?
Yes. So I live in the house. I commute quite a lot. So typically I'm here like Monday through Wednesday, and then I'll fly out Thursday, Friday in Menlo Park, California, San Jose area, and then I either stay the weekend or I come back here. So it's like half the week here, half the week there. And then there will be times when I'm here consistently for 3 weeks, and then I'm gone 2 weeks. Like the
Right.
schedule's a little bit crazy.
So there will be people in the house when you're there at times?
You mean, would I rent it to renters at the time when I'm there?
Right.
No,
Okay, so you would
No.
only rent it when you are
when I'm
away?
traveling. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right, we're good. Then I'll move for approval, and I'm also going to place this item on a one-year administrative review of condition, just as I did the previous one, because these are the first ones that are coming through my district. And so as long as there's no issues, then 12 months from now, staff will administratively give you your full license to fly. So do you agree with that condition?
Yeah, absolutely, no
Okay.
problem.
All right, that's my motion.
There's a motion then to approve.
Madam Mayor, if I can
agen-
just clarify the condition. It's a one-year administrative required review shall be conducted from the date of issuance of a business license.
That is
To which
correct.
our applicant has agreed.
And you agree?
Yes.
Okay, there you have it.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve agenda item 90. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you all for your time.
Happy travels.
Thank you.
I don't know why you go to the Bay Area. It's so beautiful here. All right, moving on to agenda item 91. SUP 71498, a public hearing, applicant owner, Florida Mark LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 2000 Fontana Avenue, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, you are busy with these today. Planning
Thanks to
Commission.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
You're taking over. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Applicant, Ronir, 3754 Emerald Bay Circle, Las Vegas, 89147, sorry.
Okay, yes. Okay, so we'll start with, I'll be back to you to make a discussion about what you're planning, besides tree trimming. Mr. Lowenstein, and bless you for your sneeze, whoever that was.
Thank
Who
you,
was
Madam
sneezing?
Mayor. The proposed short-term rental would not be owner-occupied, thus requires a special use permit. The site conforms to the R1 lot standards and distance separation requirement for other short-term rental uses, as the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommended approval. The Planning Commission, however, found that the proposed use was incompatible with the surrounding area and denied the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Would anybody like to be heard on this item? We don't need your address, but we do need your name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Knudsen. I live right next door to the house, and since they've been renting it somewhere around August, September, there's only been 2 renters that have been halfway decent. The rest have been horrible. Parties wake us up all night long. They have tormented our dogs. They've thrown chicken bones over the fence. It's just been horrible. Parties, they wake us up. The people that were here at the Planning Commission was not this guy. It was another guy, his representative. They were trying to say that they weren't renting it, but we pulled it up on the Airbnb and showed them that they were. I took screenshots from my phone before they deleted the account. His wife's picture. Teresa, one of the neighbors, went around and got signatures from the immediate neighbors, all in
Would you
opposition.
give that to our city clerk, please?
There's that and that.
Had you called on code enforcement at any time?
See, I didn't know where to go at first. When they started renting it, I didn't know where to go. We didn't even know that it was, what was going on. I had the number to the previous owner. I started calling him and texting him, and he happened to be out of the country. And it was about 3 weeks later that he got back a hold of me and told me that they sold it. So then, about a week after...
What month was that about, when you, that the property was
That
out of
was
its hand? What month?
Probably around the end of August, first part of September,
Sometime
right
in
around
the
there. Well,
summer.
I can't remember.
Okay.
September-ish, maybe. So about a week or so after that, maybe 2 weeks after that, the yard sign showed up, and that kind of gave us all a direction where to go, because we didn't know where to go or what was even going on. He never contacted none of us. None of us knew. He brought me this note on October 26th, after the Planning Commission meeting. Nice, pretty little thing that should have been done long before. But now the damage is done, you know. None of the neighbors are for this.
Okay. Well, at this, I mean, except for what, you have submitted the list to our clerk, so she
Yeah.
has the record, which is important.
You know,
Is there
there's-
anyone else here on this particular item?
Everybody else is
Okay.
working.
Well, we appreciate your coming down. And if you would do me a favor, I would ask you, anybody else from the public, before I close public hearing? I'm going to close public hearing. Wait, are you coming down on this item? Okay. State your name once again for the record, please.
Annette Fiala, Vegas Vacation Rental Associations. I am familiar with the applicant. I know he was out of the country and someone else was managing the property. No excuses aside, I don't think he's had a chance to say anything, but I wanted to just mention something before the public time participation was closed. I do know he owns 2 other licensed rentals in the city. He helps manages, and he's part owner on 4 others. He has 6 current licenses in the city that are in good standing that pay room tax. So this was just something that went awry, but I will let him present his case. Thank you.
Well, and you may want to stand there. Could you spell your name for our
Sorry,
clerk?
Ron, R-O-N, last name Nir, N-I-R. Sorry for my accent.
No, lovely accent.
Okay, so I will start from the beginning. We purchased the house in June, in the end of June. Before we purchased the house, we always check if we can do the short-term rentals. It was a different process then. We got all the approval from them. We even we were supposed to meet the fire department and everybody. And then came the new rules, and they stopped us, and we didn't know what to do. It was on hold. We didn't operate. I left the country. We had the meeting on October. I think it was September 20, the first one. I don't remember exactly. I left the country I didn't plan it, but I needed to leave the country, me and my wife. We gave the guy that mostly do the cleaning and all that to take over. And he operated by mistake the Fontana that wasn't ready for guests. We operated for 3 weeks for that time. When we came back, we heard that we didn't know that there was any issue with them until we came back and we heard about what happened there. Since then, we came first to the neighbors and talked to the neighbors, like she said. We went to the neighbors and talked to them. I got 5 that signed that they are approving it. The one on the back, the one in the front, and I can also have everything for you guys that signed that they are approving. I know there was some incidents with the next door neighbors, and we are sorry about that. We talked to her, and I'm trying to see a solution that she will be happy, because it needs to be end by end, you know, that if the neighbors will complain about us, we will not get the license. We operated, like she said, I have 2 more houses that I operate, my houses. I have 3 more that with license that I'm managing. We never had a problem. We never had a party.
Are they in the city or
All
in
of
the
them
county?
with the city and with license with you guys, and I'm paying taxes. I did it 2 years ago. Very important for me to do everything with license. I never operated with no license. All the houses I have are with license and with the law, and I'm paying taxes all the time. Regarding the issue with her, I understand that, and I know how to correct that. I know.
Okay, let me find out from,
Okay,
I
sorry.
want to make sure in licensing that, you know, not that I'm doubting you, but
No problem. I have the license over here.
there's an issue here, and if in fact you're operating other properties and you have licenses and they're great business, and
Yeah, we
because
got-
you've had something, all right.
If they need it, to look.
Okay, so let's find out the facts of everything, and has he had any neighborhood meetings or anything? Well, we'll find out. Councilwoman, you have to turn your button.
I just wanted to say that when we started this, it was my understanding from licensing that we were not collecting any room taxes. The taxes he may be paying may be regular taxes, but the taxes
And
Okay, so what did we find out here, Ms. McElhone? We're checking.
the only issue probably they find is the garbage ones that we had with one of the houses, except that we are okay. Regarding the trimming of the tree, we already took care of it. I got the remarks last time, and we already took care of it. Just remark, sorry. And like I said, we are here to work with the neighbors. We are here to do it right. We understand that we're going to be on if we get it, if you approve us, it will be with supervision. And if we don't comply, we will lose the license forever. And we are willing to do that. And we are here, honestly, to work out with the neighbors and to help them. I was gone, and it wasn't done correctly. It's my fault. But now I'm here to correct it and do it right. And all the devices that they were talking about, we know about them. The only new one was with the cell phone that I will go into embrace also. I didn't know there is a device that can tell you how many cell phones you have in the house. But all the rest we are planning to use and do them also with the cameras, with the noise. And we gave all the neighbors, like she said, a notice with a phone number for the manager that will be on for this house that they can call him if they need. And when we start operating, they will start.
Did you have neighborhood meetings with each of the houses?
I went each one by one. I didn't know how to do a meeting.
You didn't have a
No,
neighborhood
the only
meeting?
thing I went, when I came back, they told me that it was disaster. I will not get a license. There is no there. I put my house in the market. Then I saw that I have another meeting. I contacted the office of Councilman Barlow. I met with the staff. Joe was very informative and let me know that I have a chance if I come with the good attention. So I went with all the neighbors. Like I said, I saw you. I talked to most of them. I got 5 people that, very close
Do
to
you
me.
have
that do it.
photographs of your other properties?
Not with me, but,
And,
probably they
Mr.
did inspection, they
Lowenstein?
know them.
How come, why the discrepancy, why one no and you yes? Staff recommends approval.
Right, staff is basing their recommendation on compliance with the code requirements, as it's owner occupied and has 4 bedrooms, it triggers its requirement for the use permit.
The structural, right, piece.
The planning commission made their determination based on compatibility and the input from the surrounding neighbors.
Okay. Is Ms. McElhone still working?
She's still working.
Yes,
While
with,
she's still working,
verified warrant.
Let me impose something while Ms. McElhone is still working, and this is something Councilwoman Tarkanian, Mayor Pro Tem, that I would like to suggest moving forward. Oh, she's talking to someone?
Yes. Okay, we need attention from council. Councilman Barlow.
I was asking you
Councilman
a question.
Barlow's talking to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, would you repeat that? I was listening.
I didn't see her, I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
I didn't
she's
see her,
very
I didn't see Robin
Very
down there.
small. Robin's very
No,
small.
what I was saying, giving Mary an opportunity to continue with her research, I think what needs to happen also, as we discuss the short-term rentals, and this goes for everyone's district, because if we're going to do this, we need to make sure that these properties look nice, right? And I'll just use this gentleman's property for example. The property I've been by there, it almost looks vacant to a great extent. I mean, absolutely no landscaping. The tree looked like it had never been cut in over 15 years. And so as we move forward, I think what we need to do, Peter and your team, is to come up with some formal landscape plan, design for short-term rentals to make sure that if, in fact, they're going to operate in these communities, that they need to be pristine-looking communities. For example, like the 2 applicants that came before us today. I mean, the homes look nice, they present well, curb appeal, versus, there needs to be a standard. And so this is like a night and day that I'm looking at before us here today, whereas the property just don't look good at all.
Understood. As far as code requirements on an actual individual residential lot, there are no specific code requirements for landscaping. Now, when you get into master plan communities, they may require 2 trees or something like that.
Let me stop you. They're running a business, whether it be Airbnb, short-term rental, they're running a business. And so for me, that would trigger something that we can add from a business perspective, being that they're paying room tax. right? I don't pay room tax. I pay property tax at my home. And so so what I'm saying is moving forward, and maybe Brian, if he's still down there, maybe you can jump in. I'm saying for the future, because there has to be some mechanism that we can put in place. If they're making money, this is a commercial use, in other words.
Because these uses require special use permits, Councilman, you're able to place any condition on it that you
Absolutely.
believe would kind of alleviate some of that issues with the neighborhood, to
Right.
make it more palatable to them.
Right.
Do you have to, if I might interrupt here, could we not arrive at, through staff, a standard of acceptability? Is that not possible, so we don't have to
No,
play
because-
the game on each one?
Mayor, because these are existing homes, and some of them are in older neighborhoods, some are in newer neighborhoods, some are condos, some are in high-rises, it may be hard to get standards for all of them without really kind of,
But not even acceptable?
yeah, it may be a little bit more difficult, but we'll try to, Councilman, we understand what you're talking about.
Right, but there
I'll
has to
work
be
with staff and
some
we'll figure
minimal
out something.
standard. I mean, because right now, and I hate picking, hold on one second, I hate picking on your property, but your property don't look desirable today in relation to a short-term rental or Airbnb, as far as, but that's just my opinion in regards
No, I agree.
Well,
to
and the
the
neighbors.
look. And so for the protection of the neighbors who have come here, they're complaining in regards to what has transpired on your property. Whether you're in the country or out of the country, you're still held accountable because it is your property, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore, there has to be a
Excuse
level.
me, Donald Trump is tweeting you.
That's not me?
Somebody's tweet?
Somebody is tweeting,
No,
a bird.
I don't hear it
it's coming
right.
from the speakers.
It's been a long meeting.
I don't know where it's coming from. It's not me. It's coming from underneath here somewhere.
It's louder that way?
Sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry, I'm just hearing those. I thought the Donald was coming in.
Is it a panic alarm?
Oh, it's the surge protector.
Sorry,
No.
little diversion.
Yeah.
What was the president saying to our illustrious Councilman Barlow while he was
Right.
going on about
It was
standards?
a
wasn't on
surge
his
protector.
day.
This surge.
He's back, come back.
It's at a different location now.
You're electrifying.
No, there.
Just disconnecting.
Okay, we have a bird with us for the rest of this
It's okay.
discussion.
Go ahead.
It's okay, we'll live with the
Just
sound.
cover the speaker.
Sounds like it's coming down there
Sure,
now.
it comes from, just cover the speaker.
Now we have one down there, it's a cricket.
Crickets, huh?
So much for technology, we don't tweet and twerp.
Okay, in looking at these 4 licenses that he has, I'm sorry, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So he has 4 licenses for short-term rentals within the city limits, and all 4 of these, we have not had a single complaint with the disturbance or anything of that nature. There are no cases set up on these for anything of that sort. The first license he received was in July of 2016, and the last one he received was in December of 2016. So he's held all 4 of these licenses for at least 1 full year.
Did he pay taxes?
Yes, he did. He did pay
So
taxes,
he,
and he
now,
is
not
actually...
just taxes on the house, but he paid business taxes, the way
Well,
you
what-
pay at a
what-
motel?
What they pay is a short-term rental, they pay regular property tax, just like we all pay, but they
Yes.
also pay the room tax and also the
And he
licensing
did pay
fees.
that.
So he's paid that, he's in good standing.
And any violations from code enforcement on the other properties that you see?
Okay. Once these are licensed, all the enforcement action goes through business licensing enforcement officers. Code enforcement handles the ones that are not licensed. So in looking in the system, that's what I checked. So in the last year, any disturbance, any problems with trash, parties, or any of that would have been handled through the business licensing officers. And there's no evidence of any of that.
And perhaps, Mayor, we should give to these ladies who are in the audience the number to call. Okay, not just for you or for someone else. If we could just give it to you, it's 299-3500. But if any disturbance occurs, then you call that number, and then they will use that to when they evaluate the short-term rental.
Mayor Goodman, if I also might add that at this particular location, this 2000 Fontana, they currently do not have a business license, so any action would be handled through code enforcement. I did speak to code enforcement earlier today. They don't have any evidence of any code enforcement action that they've had to take at this location.
So they don't have a business license at this location?
At this point in time, no, they don't. That's why he's before you.
Yeah, I need to get
But they've operated the home as
We
a
don't have
short-term
any
rental.
evidence of that.
Well, he just
and-
stated that he did.
Yeah, but he did state that he
And the
did.
neighbors basically have come here and complained that there was activity taking place. Okay, so what I'm going to do,
Can I say something very short, please, regarding the appearance? We have the same goal, that the house will look good. All the houses that I went in, also this house, if you go inside, you will see we did a big remodeling there. They are looking beautiful inside, and they're going to be looking also beautiful outside. We had like I said, we purchased it in June. We had a good intention. We already contacted them. We were in the process. And we started remodeling, and then there was a new rule, and we didn't know what to do. So we
Okay,
stopped
so
by
this is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to
But it's
obey this item until the May 21st meeting. March 21st meeting. And what I would like for you to do is improve the look of the outside as far as your landscaping. And I'll see you March 21st.
So we need to meet again on March 21st.
March 21st, 2018.
But you can't operate, correct?
No,
In the
but I can
interim.
rent it regular.
No.
That's true. You can rent
And
I mean, you can...
You can do
yeah,
long-term.
Yeah, you can...
Month to month.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So any problems, let Councilman Barlow know, and you're alive.
Thank you.
Assuming it passes.
Yeah.
So that's your motion?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, what we'll do is we're going to host a neighborhood meeting before the 21st as well. So hopefully my staff is somewhere around here and heard that. That's my motion on the floor.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
And my screen is
Agenda
out,
item
so
91.
Yay for me.
Thank you, and...
Well, we're not there yet.
Okay.
Councilman
No, but
Barlow,
thank you
you
for
have to
listening,
vote.
and we'll see you in March.
My screen is out, but I told her verbal yes.
And your motion carries, so you're alive and well, just get it cleaned up, and you have to the 21st
Improve the
of March
landscaping.
and fix it.
Okay, so we'll see you. Thank you.
Good luck.
And
Thanks for
Madam
what
Mayor-
you've been doing before.
Could I ask a question? On item number 79, I was supposed to ask for a one-year review, and I don't know if I did or not. That was on the hospital care on Charleston, item number 79. That was supposed to be one of the conditions. Oh, I've got the wrong number? Sorry about that.
That was item number 87. I
Oh,
don't
boy.
have any, as part of that motion, I don't have anything for an added condition for a required review.
Well, could we add that? He agreed to a required review.
I think you have to rescind it and then add that and
So could
revote.
I do that? Could I rescind and then add it?
Is he here?
All right.
Oh, 1 second, does he have to agree to that? Yes, Councilman Barlow's correct.
It would be preferential for him to be here to agree
Well,
to that.
Council, Madam Mayor, they don't really have to agree to the conditions that you place on it. It's only so that they waive the ability to sue us later. That's why we asked that they orally agree to it. on the
Okay,
record.
so what
So,
I'm
yeah,
saying
so
is rescind it,
You can
add the
rescind it,
condition.
and then add the one-year
Yes,
condition.
he did agree to it,
Yes,
except he
yes,
didn't
that's
hear.
fine. Yeah, we only asked them for orally to agree, so that waives their ability to sue us later.
Okay. Councilman Barlow had a great idea. As a courtesy, have your staff call him to advise him.
We will.
At this
We
point,
will.
let's rescind number, what number was it? 87?
87.
So you make a motion to rescind 87?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to motion to rescind item number 87.
Okay, and please vote, please post. Councilman Barlow, an oral, yes? He's
Okay.
yes? All right, that motion's been, that's successful, so now you make your new motion.
And my new motion is that the conditions of having a review in 1 year and not having emotional, mental patients there, and also, what was the third one?
What was the third one?
Can you find, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, and just the application before you is a parking variance, so it's specific to the number of parking spaces predicated on the use. I can easily put a condition together for a one-year required review.
All right, that's fine.
And it would read a one-year administrative? if
Yes.
That's your...
That would be my motion.
1 year administrative required review shall be conducted from the date of issuance of a business license.
Thank you very much. That's my motion.
Aye.
And that's not as an amendment or anything, it's just straight motion.
That's
Motion
right.
carries.
That's right.
Okay, we will now go on to thank you on Agenda 92, set the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings, dangerous buildings, or nuisance litter abatements.
We will, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will come to our second citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time on any single speaker will be may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, please state your name for the record.
Annette Fiala, Vegas Vacation Rental Association. Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, I want to thank everyone for the short-term rentals that were approved today. We really appreciate it. It's very encouraging. I wanted to give you an update. CSN, College of Southern Nevada, has adopted a short-term rental certificate program, and I think that that's much needed in Clark County because Airbnb grew from 2014 to 17. They grew exponentially, and everyone's renting stuff out, but there's no standards, there's no education, there's no law. And I think going forward in the future, I've met with most of all the council members, and they think that that would be good to require in the future for any applicant to also have that certificate program under their belt, and it also carries continuing education credits with the real estate division. And happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Would you be sure that Mr. Lowenstein and Ms. McElhone and anybody else, Mr. Cervantes, anybody on staff has a copy of the CSN form? Please get it to them. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem, and staff. My name is Diane Hale. I live and work in Las Vegas. My address is 6131 Ackerman Avenue. I have a business location at 820 South Valley View. In order to help get some of the information, I provided a little cheat sheet for everybody of the summary points that I wanted to bring up. I'm here today. Should I give it to staff?
Yes, you can give it right here.
So that you can keep it with you.
Thanks.
Since it's been a long day and I realize we all forget things. What I wanted to bring up is something that I noticed over the last year with the different landscape code plans, that there's kind of a failure for individual businesses that are kind of outside of the box. And in particular, I wanted to point out some of the discrepancies, and I came up with a suggestion on some of the solutions. I have been talking with the planning department, code enforcement, and the powers that be. Number one, the issue that, at least for my business that came up, is under the code, it's very strict, it's more or less a one-size-fits-all. But as we know, in the last 25 years, landscape plants have changed significantly. There's a lot more availability of our native plants that grow here in the Mojave Desert. There really isn't anything that addresses the lack of irrigation or having no irrigation for the native plants. NDOT has already installed plants that are native to the Mojave Desert in the right-of-ways along the freeways, and yet it's not addressed in the city code. There's also no availability of changes for a business that has a track record of a landscape that's drought tolerant as well as using native plants that has shown that they've maintained the landscaping and that there is no need for irrigation for that particular landscape. So what I wanted to come up with is I propose a solution. One, to have city council, because planning department and the code cannot be changed without any direction from all of you wonderful people, is to look at changing or developing a set of standards that allows a business owner to go outside of the box in setting aside standards that allow us to use drought-tolerant plants that are on the SNWA list, that are native, that don't require the irrigation. Because you have that code that says all businesses must irrigate. And yet, for those of us who know native plants and have had the history of them, I don't need to irrigate them. Mother Nature only does it whenever it rains. Secondly, if you could, I would like to request planning and zoning approve a landscape plan alternatives and request that business owners follow up over a longer time period to show that they will maintain the plants, the landscape, and that it continues to meet the requirements. But again, the requirements have to be changed to allow for this change in a drought-tolerant landscape that uses native plant species. Lastly, I would like to suggest maybe starting a pilot project with a small business. Of course, I'd be more than happy to volunteer my business for that. I do know I have 3 years of track record. I've got plenty of photos of it. I thought I met all of the conditions at my particular site, and yet we didn't get passed. I know I'm not going to be the only business over the future years that comes into this issue. Therefore, I'm asking the City Council to consider speaking with the departments, whichever ones are the particular ones, to look at changes in the code. Lastly, I did want to bring out to you the contradictions that I noticed, at least for my business, that the city has a vision for 2020 plan for energy and water efficiency to reduce the use of water. And yet it was directly contradicted in denying my landscape plan and in codes, because there are alternative plants that you can do in landscape that do not require water. You've asked businesses to promote energy as water conservation methods, and yet in my particular case, it was denied, and you're asking me to tear out plants, or at least code enforcement has sent me a letter saying I have 2 weeks and I have to pull out the plants and put in higher water use plants. And let's see, well, I did outline this, but the last one that I think you may not be aware of, that you've already set a precedence in that the Las Vegas Water District has a non-irrigated right-of-way with landscape, which just happens to be rocks and metal art cacti, which I actually liked, but I could not afford it. I don't have the big bucks to pay $1,000 for a metal cactus, where you did not require them to provide irrigation. You also have a double standard in that you approved the plans for the Las Vegas Valley Water District, which is across the street from me, and yet you're not approving the same plans in my case.
I think what I'm going to ask, I mean, I think you are so well-intentioned and you have worked so hard on this, it's evident. I'm going to ask our attorney first, is the proper, or Mr. Perigo, I guess, having been head of planning, what is the proper, through our charter, for the public if they want to entertain specifically something like that? Is the process to go to one of the ward council persons, or is there a pathway, if you have a suggestion, to get it to that department to see if there's anything that follows?
Well, Your Honor, I think this is a process in an open public hearing to bring something forward. And then if somebody on the council would like to direct staff to evaluate and look at some of these suggestions and bring it back to a council meeting, we'd be happy to do that. I think, but I defer to Mr. Scott, but I think that's the process.
I agree, and then you'd need a sponsor. One of you would act as a sponsor, or department head could be a sponsor as well.
Because I think the time and effort, and it needs a discussion. So I would probably like to defer to Mayor Pro Tem, because this particular issue has been in the ward where there is no water along the street, even though you've planted.
First of all, I'd like to correct a couple of things that were made there. Number one, and I know that people know that I asked this on staff, and I went to arborists, I went to the people who help us with plants. Will those plants survive and look good if they have no irrigation water whatsoever? They might survive, I was told, but they'd look very scraggly. That's what I was told. So if you remember, we helped you get extra money. How much money did you get from the city when you started? You had 2 grants, right?
I was blessed with being approved for the QSP and the VIP grant. I don't remember exactly what the acronyms stand for. And it was mostly used for
I didn't ask what
visual
was used.
improvement
used for what? How much money, though, did you get?
Oh, it was a total of $95,000.
It was $95,000, which we worked with you on, and which we were helpful, I think, in getting that.
It was
So we
wonderful.
wanted to have you come, if you don't mind my talking. We wanted to have you come, and we wanted to help you. When you put the cacti out there, I said, I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see. And you said very soon they were going to grow very big. Not just I, but I've had other people, so that I wouldn't have my own, thoughts in on it. I said, I look at it, and how do you think it looks? I don't find anybody yet who told me it looked good. This is the problem. The problem is that our Springs Preserve, we're building up really well. We want to have good streets. We want to have a Long Valley, what Ward 2 has done. Excuse me, not Ward 2, they already had that. What Ward 5 has done, Ward 3 has done with plants. Those are supposed to be relatively drought-tolerant plants. If you want to put some of those in, I'd go all for it. Those look great. Across the street, they look good. But it's not just the same way as what you have. You have just the cacti. They have a cacti here, and then they have something else there and something else there. And that's the difference. And we want, and let me tell you what we're doing. You should not be being bothered by somebody right now as far as having to pay a fine, because that should be held up now. Right now, what we're doing is we're looking into it to see how we can do it. Jorge Cervantes looked to see about the water. We already are working on a meeting, as I understand, with the 4 or 5 people that are along that same way. We don't want to leave you all by yourself trying to fix something. We're trying to do it as a unit, and we're trying to see if we can make it work. If we can't make it work, then that's something else. But you should not have anybody saying you're going to be fined in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. It's sort of, we put a stay on that until we worked out what we could do, and that's not your fault. We put the stay on it.
And I do appreciate the stay. That was one of the things.
I just want to go ahead so we can, for you, to make sure that your input's there. And so either through Councilwoman, but I would just love to have your list go back to our staff to see if there's any viability there, any way to go ahead and for the merit of it. So are you recommending, do you wish to do that? Let staff take this, because this dialogue can go on. And do you want to be the lady that does?
No, I would work with staff, but staff already, I believe, is taking the lead on it. My understanding is a meeting's being set up. Am I wrong? I was told that.
And that's...
With the people who live on that Valley View, that you should be notified of the meeting, we should meet together, but you needed to get other information first.
And that's accurate, Mayor Pro Tem. I think there are 2 things going on. There's the property, Diane, I forget your, I'm sorry.
It's Diane.
I know Diane, but I forget your last name.
Hale.
So anyway, she's got her property, but I think what she brought forward during this public discussion is more of a broader policy question.
Right, correct.
And that's what I was kind of addressing, that, yeah, that's the right forum, and if anybody
That's
on
where
council
I
would
am.
like staff to look further into that as a broad policy discussion, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we are looking at her property specifically,
But I'd
and then
like
her
to see it
neighbor's
at the
properties.
broader level.
And that we could do, and you guys can lead that.
Okay, so there we are.
Thank you, and that's what I wanted to bring that, because
Thank you.
everything that the city of Las Vegas
No,
has put
you
out,
have
and
achieved
what I
it,
read for
and
3
we
years.
appreciate your tenacity and bringing this forward. And so Mr. Lowenstein has a copy of your creation there, and if you'll make sure Mr. Perigo has it, Councilwoman does, and so that conversation will continue. Thank you.
And you know,
Thank you
Mayor,
very
It
much
gets
for
to
your
her.
time.
and I understand what you're
Right.
doing, Mayor, and I can, for example, when they cut down the Ellis trees,
Yes.
you know, there you'd have to make a decision. Do you put the trees back in, or do you have a lower landscaping? But those are things you would have to decide each one. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to make comment? Okay, we are now going to go to council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by city council unless the subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. Any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, I'm going to start with, he's already left, but very briefly, Councilman Steve Soroka had an appointment on Saturday, December 9th at 5 to 7, Festival of the Lights. in partnership with the Lakes, Lake Sahara North Park, 2500 Lake East Drive, local entertainment, food trucks, photos and cookies with Santa Claus and the boat parade, free and open to the public. And for more information, either Councilman Steve Soroka's office and 229-2144, 702-229-2144. Then he has another announcement, Hiring Our Heroes in partnership with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation Military Networking Mixer, Wednesday, December 13th, 2017, 3 to 5 p.m., the Sahara Lounge, that's 1000 East Sahara. The City of Las Vegas is joining with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Education and Foundation, Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and many Las Vegas corporations to participate in the 2018 Las Vegas Corporate Fellowship Program for active duty service members who will separate from service in the next 180 days. You are to register at www.militarynetworkevent with Councilman Soroka.eventbrite.com. That's www.militarynetworkevent with Councilman Soroka.eventbrite.com. And for more information, visit hiringourheroes.org/fellowships. And this is so important for our military, many military service members who've already registered to participate in the event. And please keep up with Mr. Soroka through his social media. And let's see, and everything happening in Ward 2 on Facebook, or find me on Twitter at Steve Soroka. And so his events are really just always open and wonderful, so I hope you will keep on them. We will go to Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
We're going to have a Project Neon meeting on Thursday, that's tomorrow, December 7th at 5:30 p.m. It's at 320 Wall Street, Project Neon Information Office. Again, that's 320 Wall Street, 5:30 p.m. tomorrow evening. And that's very important for people who live in Scotch 80s and Glen Heather, because it's going to cover the latest happenings and the newest things that will happen in the Neon Project. Saturday, December 9th at 8 a.m., we will have the RTC Holiday Bike Ride. I don't know, we don't have Congressman Beers here. I wonder if Soroka will ride his bike, because Beers always did. But anyway, RTC Holiday Bike Ride, Saturday, December 9th at 8 o'clock a.m. And for more information, you call rtcnv.com. Dignity Health, St. Rose Dominican is going to open their hospital on Sahara. Their grand opening again is on Saturday, December 9th. That's 4980 West Sahara Avenue. I hear it's a nice little hospital there. I hope that you'll be able to visit it. And then we'll have tree decorating, which is fun, Saturday, December 9th. 3 things in a row on Saturday. That's the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation Park, and the people who live around that area have hot chocolate, coffee together, families, and they decorate the trees in that little park. So please come if you're interested in some holiday fun. And then if you want to shop with a cop, in partnership with the Clark County School District and the School Police Department, our ward is working to provide gifts for disadvantaged children, and that'll be Saturday, December 16th at Walmart on 3041 North Rainbow Boulevard. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I hope you all have a good
I
time.
appreciate that. And I want you to know all these beautiful, beautiful floral designs have come from our wonderful councilwoman, Michelle Fieri. I'm so good. This is a long day for me. I'm sorry. I've been up since 3. So anyway, these lovely flowers, a gift from her on the holiday, and to thanks her colleagues here. And so because of that, you get to go next.
Okay, well, thank you, and I'm going to share a couple things that we don't have slides for, but I would like to invite everyone to the Centennial Hills Park on December 16th for Santa in the Park. We're going to have Santa Claus in the park, able to take pictures with your neighbors, your children, your grandchildren, and also Santa will be giving a gift to all the children that come and say hello to him. So we have gifts and Santa in the Park on December 16th from 11 to 2 at the Centennial Hills Park. Also with Shop with a Cop on December 16th. We'll do that in the morning, and then Santa in the Park starting at 11 a.m. Then we were going to have our Mondays with Michelle in December. December 11th, we will be at our YMCA office, which is the Centennial Hills YMCA at 6601 North Buffalo from noon to 6. That has been just a blast. We meet a lot of our neighbors, a lot of our constituents, and literally handle a lot of their issues right there at the YMCA office. That will be Monday, December 11th. And then we will look at, I want to talk about our 2 animals that are up for adoption this week. We've got 2 kitties. So the first one is actually named Kitty, and she's a female. She's 2 years old, and she is loves to be loved, a cat that loves to be loved. And then our second cat is Oliver. He's a male. He's 2, and both of these cats are neutered. He's a neutered male, 2 years old, and you can adopt him at our Animal Foundation at 655 North Mojave. So today is Wednesday. If you go and look for Kitty or Oliver by tomorrow at 5, he's my Christmas present to you, or she. So Kitty's a girl and Oliver is a boy. And then we have also, I want to announce that the City of Las Vegas, we're going to have a little public workshop on Councilman Coffin's proposed ordinance for marijuana consumption lounges on December 13th from 2 to 4. The draft ordinance will be presented and the input of the public will be taken at that time. So I encourage you guys to come and join us about what you think on that. And there is a slide, I think.
Excuse me, would you repeat that date and place?
Yes, it's December 13th at Las Vegas City Hall here in our chambers from 2 to 4, and it's basically about the consumption lounges. Yeah. I also know that my mom is watching, so hi, Mom, and we love you, and I will end with that.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman, for the lovely gift today. These are very, very nice, and Mary will love these when I take them home. There is one announcement about things happening in Ward 3. It's simple. It's the annual Santa in the Circle put on by the neighborhood associations surrounding Huntridge Circle Park on Maryland Parkway, just south of Charleston. So prominent residents like Kathleen Carr and her husband, who becomes Santa, are going to be there. It starts at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, so let's hope for, good weather. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me attend this meeting. I didn't feel very good. I didn't think until about 8 o'clock this morning I could make it. And I want to tell you, I didn't come here with the intention of affecting people. I have to say that it's pride. I haven't missed a city council meeting since I was elected 6.5 years ago. So I didn't want my string to stop at 151. So I got to 152. A broken back didn't do it. 2 days hospitalization with craziness, balance, and stuff like that. That didn't do it. So I'm sure not going to let the stomach flu get me down. Third thing here is about war. So it's common to talk about the attack on Pearl Harbor tomorrow, December 7th. Right now, it is in Tokyo, about 9:30 in the morning, December 7th. At this point, they had made their decision and sent the order to the fleet to launch, and it was a go from there. And when those planes bombed Pearl Harbor, right now it's 2 in the afternoon in Hawaii. Well, when that war started with a bang, sneak attack, it had all of the names of war attached to it. But our country has always been slow to war. It was hard to even get people to move after Sumter was bombarded because that was something far, far away to a lot of people in 1860. And then in 1914, our cousins in Europe were all being invaded by the Germans, cousins to some of us, I suppose. It took us 3 years to come in to help. In 1938, World War II started with a bang if you lived there, but it was very quiet. It took 3 years for the United States to come in to help Europe. That's twice. So our country is very slow to move toward war, very slow to adopt the kind of policies that create chaos and misunderstandings that can lead to war. And yet, what's happened right now is, and I think the investigations will prove out, that we've been at war for a couple of years with the richest class of people in the world, Russian oligarchs, and their free use of the country of Russia as their launching pad for war against the United States. You know, it's not the people of Russia who have caused these problems, but the oligarchs who run Russia. And the leader of Russia is the richest man in the world, Vladimir Putin, because he has a piece of everybody's action. And it's all coming out. The intention, I bring this up not to talk about the previous election, but rather to say, what we're going to find out is there was so much interference that it threw a lot of us into confusion in this country. And we're very slow to react. And so consequently, it's going to take a while for people to understand that war was declared on the United States. Actually, books have been written about it. A lot of articles have been written about it, how the cyber war started a long time ago. But it was never really focused into our attention until now. I hope this country will realize, and the people of Las Vegas will realize, that you can't let your guard down. It's 1941 now. It's 1917 now. It's all of those things. It just sounds stupid to bring it up in a time of peace in the Christmas season. But let's not forget, you know, the last war started very quietly. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, as we conclude the final City Council meeting for 2017, headed into 2018, I would like to wish the entire Las Vegas community a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Under the Ward 5 City Council final announcements, Thursday, December 7th, Coffee with the Councilman. Please join me and my staff at Starbucks for a conversation regarding the community, businesses, neighborhood association conversations, as well as important items that you would like to discuss. I will be at Starbucks located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, right at the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. So please come on out. December 7th, Thursday, the first Thursday of every month. On December 9th through the 24th, the production of the Nutcracker, the Nevada Ballet Theater production of the Nutcracker, returns to the Smith Center inside of the Reynolds Hall, December 9th through the 24th, hailed as the most virtually beautiful production ever staged in Reynolds Hall. So be a part of this cherished holiday tradition. For more information, please visit the Smith Center website or call 749-2000. On Thursday, December 7th, Access City Council, Ward 5 edition. So if you want to catch up on the latest and greatest things that have been taking place in Ward 5, I will be on Access City Council. So tune in December 7th, starting at 5:30 p.m. on Channel 2 for Ward 5 edition of Access City Council. Communication Director David Riggleman and I will be discussing recent and upcoming events, issues happening in and around Ward 5. The episodes will also be available via Facebook and Twitter. Saturday, December 16th, Secret Santa Christmas Toy Giveaway. The Daylight Masonic Lodge number 44, in partnership with myself and other community leaders, will be celebrating the annual Secret Santa Christmas Toy Giveaway on Saturday, December 16th at the Masonic Memorial Temple at 2200 West Mesquite Avenue from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. The purpose of Secret Santa Christmas Toy Giveaway is to provide Christmas toys and entertainment to the community's underprivileged children ages 1 to 11 who otherwise will not have a Christmas gift. Come bring your kids to receive a toy, food, and entertainment at no cost. For more information, please contact Joe Alvarado at 702-533-1507. The AAA self-driving shuttle covering 0.6-mile loop in the Fremont East Innovation District of downtown Las Vegas borders Ward 3 and 5. The all-electric self-driving AAA shuttle offers free rides for people to experience autonomous transportation in a real-world environment. The shuttle can be boarded at any of the autonomous vehicle shuttle stops, 3 of them located throughout Fremont Street and Carson between Las Vegas Boulevard and 8th Street. The historic Westside School, located at Washington Avenue and D Street, has professional offices, retail, and cafe space opportunities available. It's filling up quick, and I'm glad that I've been announcing it because we only have a couple spots left, Mayor and Council. So thank you all so very much for your support of the renovation of the historic Westside School. The multi-million-dollar renovation and upgrade includes a modern office space, while the exterior has been carefully restored. If you're looking to or in need of a office space, please contact Julie Quisenberry at 229-6551 for more information. And as always, you can stay informed about events and matters happening in and around Ward 5 by following me on Twitter as well as Facebook. If you would like to receive the Ward 5 newsletter, please visit the Ward 5 website at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5, or just send me your email address, or you may call my office at 229-5443. Thank you all so very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. And closing this out, of course, happy holidays, and echoing everything that my colleagues have said, we wish you a safe holiday season, a moment of reflection on the challenges and difficulties so many families suffer, those who are affected, of course, by October 1st. But those who still are dealing with issues from that, to say nothing of those who are continuously dealing with days of struggle. So again, we did last night, we fired up the tree on Fremont Street, the Christmas tree there. On Tuesday the 12th, we will light the grand menorah on Fremont Street at 4 p.m. and a menorah lighting out at Opportunity Village on Sunday the 17th at 4 p.m. We have already taken care of that tree a week ago tomorrow, which is beautiful out at Opportunity Village. In the Magical Forest, you really need to go out there for Opportunity Village and visit that beautiful place. Of course, come downtown through the holidays, get great bargains, and have a great time with shopping and dining. And then the loop that we have that is man-run, not technologically autonomous, but does take us around. It's still in its pilot program and moving around from the Arts District, the Container Park, the Pawn Stars, the Premium Outlets, Fremont Street, the hotels, the Mob Museum, the RTC. So that's great. And join us on New Year's Eve. We'll be back there again on 3rd Street stage to welcome in the new year of 2018 at midnight. So come count us down. And as Councilman Barlow mentioned, there is no other meeting this month. Our next gathering for City Council, which will be January 3rd in 2018. We're hopeful it's going to be a fabulous, fabulous year next year. And for all of our staff who are so loyal, diligent, hardworking, take all the ribbing we give you and do so much for us. Make things happen, we know. And to our own personal staff, and to our technology, and our marshals, and our fire and rescue, and anybody that can sit through this all, including, I see Joe still there, and I think, is that Jamie Monk back there, sitting in the corner? Still sitting there from the Review Journal, has to sit here all day. Her legs are tied to the chair. So anyway, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, be safe, Happy Kwanzaa, Feliz Navidad, and Happy New Year, and God bless you all, and this City Council is adjourned. Thank you all. And thank you for the flowers, Councilwoman Fiore.